Getty.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. Peyton Russell is running things as always. We have another loaded show for you today. The playmaker Michael Irvin probably going to be on the phone, not doing FaceTime. Yesterday,
you never know.
Yesterday, he tried to talk to us via FaceTime as he was on his way to the gym, but the playmaker going to join us at 8:40 this morning. We have power rankings after week one, and I finally get my new head coach in college football, Joey McGuire, at 9 a.m.
Yes, sir. The Red Raiders. I don't know how. I still don't know how you became of all the teams that you could have picked. You went with that one. Don't know how.
Just like all things in life that convince you to do something, it was because of the DMs. That's all it was.
Oh, yeah. DMs.
G-Bag had on Joey McGuire when he first got the job, and I went and clicked on his name on Twitter, and it said follows you. And I was like, oh, I follow him. And let me just see, has there been any correspondence, former high school coach? And I went and clicked the DMs, and I had left him on red.
Oh, man.
Way back in the day.
Terrible.
Nobody. High school coach. I'm big-time morning show radio guy. And, I write him back, and then he became someone. And I said, Coach, I apologize. And
Coach, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Best of luck. Can't root for the Longhorns. Troy had the Aggies. So I said, you know what? Let's go with the Texas Tech Red Raiders. We didn't get a chance to get to this yesterday in the college football kegger, but got to ask Coach about storming the field. The win that they get against number 25 Houston, and I guess the goalpost automatically came down in Lubbock.
Yeah, it happens. I think it's a college thing now, where if it's a win where they expect you to storm the field, that they just come down.
But that's not a win where I think you should storm the field. Now that I've joined the Red Raiders program, it's time to raise expectations a little bit. The bar automatically set a little bit higher. Do y'all think that's storm the field worthy? Now, if you are, I don't know, App State, maybe a program even lower than App State, and you get that win over number 25, do you storm the field? But Texas Tech is not in that category.
They're not App State. No, they're not in that category. But I guess what is the benchmark for Texas Tech?
A storm the field benchmark. Red Raider fans, truckwreck.com text line.
What's the ranking that you would have, the minimum that you would have to storm the field?
That's the question.
I think I don't
like Tennessee,
because it used to be number one. If you be number one, like, you storm the field. Anything else, you don't.
Well,
but now, it's like if you're unranked and you beat a ranked team.
Okay,
you run the field.
Tennessee's hosting. What are y'all ranked?
15.
Okay. Well, usual Tennessee, unranked.
If Texas had beat Bama, you expect them
storm
to
the field.
That's storm the field,
right?
Yeah.
If they were playing that game at App State, that's storm the field. Notre Dame losing at Marshall, that's storm the field.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of like the definition of porn. You know it when you see it. It's hard to define. Number 25, that's not. I don't think that's storm the field for Texas Tech.
No, I don't think number 25 is storm the field.
The Volunteers last year before, all the other years y'all suck. You beat number 25 Houston. They stormed the field in Knoxville. What are you saying on the radio?
Yeah, it's not a storm the field moment.
I agree.
Now, if the program was way down, like we have been, then you get a little bit more liberty. You get some more liberties with it. But no, your storm the fields are, Georgia and Alabama. That's your storm the fields. Florida, maybe sometimes.
A complete nobody against the top 10.
Yeah.
That's storm the field.
Storm the field. Honestly, I think any unranked against the top 10 is fine.
Totally agree.
So, even Texas, who was unranked in one poll, ranked another. If they had beaten the number 7 team, go ahead, storm it. But I don't think that just beating number 25 is worthy.
So you agree with me on Joey McGuire?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I do.
So got to ask Coach about that. My new Red Raider fandom. That's a game that all the Red Raider fans say they normally lose. That's a game that they normally lose as they get the overtime W against the Armpit. So Joey McGuire at 9 o'clock, playmaker Michael Irvin at 8:40. I'm not sure how much to disclose from my phone combo the other day when the Cowboys were getting their ass kicked. I just texted Mike, what a disaster. What an utter disaster. And he calls me back. And I'm like, where are you? Are you in Connecticut? Are you sitting there getting ready for first fake in the morning? And he was talking about CeeDee Lamb as a 1. You know, they just shot that new Chipotle commercial.
Yeah.
And I think he's going to have some advice for CD. Hey, man, your days of any type of openings are over. That's done. You are the first weapon they're focusing on in the film room. Now, some prehistoric teams may still say that it's Zeke, but it's going to be CeeDee Lamb. And get ready for the physical pounding and get ready for the attention. And you got to get your body right and ready for 2 and 3 defenders to be converging on you. That is the life of a number 1. That is the life that you have chosen, and you got to be ready for that. And then I, of course, had to question him about all this Kirk Cousins love. Picking Kirk Cousins for MVP. I don't know if Mike said this on air. Hopefully he's not up at 5:30. Hopefully he's fine with me saying it. I think he got influenced a little bit by a little phone call with Justin Jefferson. Justin Jefferson telling Mike, hey, I'm just letting you know I'm going off. I'm going off this year. I think Bassick had the conversation about first wide receiver to set the new benchmarks in today's NFL. Is it going to be Jamar Chase? Is it going to be Devontae? Is it going to be Justin Jefferson, who proved Mike the Vikings did not make Michael Irvin look dumb in week 1. Now Mike said that Cousins was going to throw for 8 touchdowns. That was his hot take of the day on the NFL Network. Cousins came up a few short of that. Yeah. But that's just some of what we'll talk about with the playmaker at 8:40.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how he came up with that name. Like, seriously, nobody else has had him winning that award. I don't know how he came up with that name, but it is interesting about CD and, you know, the conversations that these guys would have with each other about the future and about what's going to happen this year, because, you know, CD's never had to deal with it. Michael did. Michael dealt with it, and he talked about it with us a couple weeks ago. Even when Alvin left, he was the number 1 before Alvin left, and so he was always getting that kind of star coverage. And it just got worse. It got worse.
This was Michael with his Vikings prediction on Sunday morning.
I want to start this thing off right. I am saying right here, right now, just to get me rolling and feeling good, Kirk Cousins, take care of your brother today, man. Kirk Cousins going to throw 8 touchdowns today.
What? Come on.
8 touchdowns, which will set the record for most TDs in a game. Kirk Cousins, that's right. I said it now. 8 TDs today.
8 TDs for Cousins. Minnesota with a very, very impressive win over the Green Bay Packers, but Kirk Cousins ended up with only 2 touchdowns, so he came up 6 short.
6 short, whatever.
And then Mike texting us during the Jerry interview.
Or FaceTiming us, whatever.
Yeah, trying to FaceTime us during the Jerry interview, saying, I'm going to sell that hopium too. I'm going to sell that hopium about Dak. You know, the miracle of healing.
What a great term, hopium.
You haven't heard it before?
Never. I've heard of opium.
What was the fallout that y'all saw from the Jerry interview yesterday? Nonstop everywhere.
I mean, it was more of, there's Jerry trying to sell us on Dak coming back in 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Here we go. Let's start the sell job. That was basically it. It was nonstop that.
An all-time great quarterback looks to be in a lot of trouble for stealing, siphoning welfare money. The Brett Favre story. What are R.J. Choppy's childhood Cleveland Browns doing to their field? And some baseball action. Exciting win for the Rangers, and Aaron Judge with 56 and 57. We got Luke Combs tickets to give away. We have Joey McGuire. We got Michael Irvin, and hopefully we got you as well for the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ. Just getting started on The Fan.
Coming up in the This one way back. This one is history. It's a walk-off home run for Mark Mathias. His second home run of the ball game. And the Rangers have won it 8-7. How about that?
That's the call from the Hall of Famer Eric Nadel right here on your home for Rangers baseball. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a total. That's the answer. Turn it on, leave it on. Did the Cowboys just get a new kicker? Rex Specs is available. We'll get to that at 6 o'clock. We got a member of the Buccaneers calling out Kellen Moore in the game plan, and Micah Parsons becoming my new favorite player in all of sports after what he did yesterday to Skip Bayless and Fake Sports 1. Truckwreck.com text line is open at 877-881-1053. That was a fun game and fun win for the Rangers. Meanwhile, you got Aaron Judge, Choppy, hitting 56 and 57.
Yeah, he's closing in on the American League record of 61 home runs. Whatever you think the Major League record is a different story. So with what, 3.5 weeks of the season to go, he's got a chance, obviously a very good chance of getting past that. The starting pitchers last night, Sean, 9 innings, 12 runs in that Ranger game. Woo!
Combined?
9
innings?
Yep. Waldichuk, not Walchuk, Waldichuk and Reagans.
Does that speak to the laziness?
It does speak. And Marcus Semien forgot he was up.
What happened?
He's about to lead off the inning. He gets in the dugout and he looks up and he's like, "Oh wait, shoot! Hey, they said my name. There's my walk up music. Let me run up and get my helmet and get my batting gloves and he's lucky he's not Barry Bonds up there with 47 pieces of equipment he's got to put on.
Yeah.
But I guess that happens. You just don't see it.
Semien had 3 hits, up to 248 on the season. Mathias with 3 hits and 4 runs batted in. He was the hero of the day. Adolis Garcia with 2 hits and 3 runs batted in as 2 bad baseball teams did battle in Arlington. And then Aaron Judge. The coverage of it has been what recently? You feel like it's ramping up a little bit as he's 4 shy of Maris?
I don't feel like it has. He hasn't had a home run prior to this in what, five games. Which is tied like one of the longest streaks of the year for him. I don't think it has.
One of the longest streaks of the year without a home run, 5 games. That's it.
Yeah, I think it was his longest streak of the year.
Oh my Lord.
Yeah, look, he's had a monster year. But yeah, I don't think the coverage has been tremendous.
But he's the right type of dude, right? Like you feel good for him.
Yeah, he's the right type of guy. I've never heard a bad story about him. He just seems like he is like everybody would want him on their team. Major League MLB Network has done a lot of coverage on him, obviously, but I don't feel like ESPN has touched much on it at all. It's nothing compared to 98.
Peyton, you're a big baseball guy, right?
Right. I mean, it's weird because he plays for the Yankees. I mean, if he played for the Rangers and stuff and this was happening, then, especially if they're out of contention, I get it. But it's like the Yankees, I mean, they're not only in a playoff contender, but they're a World Series contender. So you feel like it, because it'd be like the Cowboys and stuff. It'd be like Dak setting a record with the Cowboys. That would obviously be covered.
But are you following it closely?
I have been.
Are you really interested in it?
Same thing with the Mike Trout thing. When he got, I think, 3 or 4 in a row, I knew it because I, keep up with MLB Network and stuff and what those guys are talking about. But the majority of just fans out there did not know.
Did Trout's streak end? Probably. I guess I didn't see it anywhere.
It did.
At 7?
7 games. So him and Kevin Mench still has the record for right-handed hitters. Tied it at least, though.
Seems like Brett Favre may be a humongous piece of crap. Now, you've heard some stories. He's been in the headlines for some controversial takes over the years, but yesterday was a really, really bad day for Favre. Text messages came out where it looked like Favre was involved in siphoning welfare money for the state of Mississippi to the tune of $5 million to go towards building a new volleyball court for Favre's daughter's school, the same place he went to college, Southern Miss. Here's the text message exchange, according to the media. Favre, if you were to pay me, is there any way the media can find out where it came from and how much? Politician on the other side. No, we never had that information publicized. We've never had it publicized. I understand you being uneasy about that, though. Let's see what happens with the conversation with some of the folks at Southern. Maybe it will click with them, hopefully. Favre, okay, thanks. Next day, the politician. Wow, just got off the phone with Phil Bryant. He's on board with us. We will get this done. Favre, awesome. I needed to hear that for sure. Favre has previously said he never discussed any of this stuff with any representatives, and now they apparently got his text messages, and the investigative report has been released.
The lie detector test determined that was a lie, as Maury Povich would say.
Wow.
Siphoning money.
Welfare money.
Yeah.
For a volleyball court.
I mean, the libero has to have a good spot.
Oh, is that a term?
That's the little. Usually, it's a shorter girl or guy,
And they got the different jersey
they
on.
have the different
and stuff.
jersey on. They're the ones that they dig. They do a lot of the digging. This is terrible. How do you steal money from welfare? God,
For volleyball.
yeah, and it's not like is Brett Favre broke? Did I miss something?
Last year, he paid back $600K to the state of Mississippi,
Whoa,
an amount he had been paid for speeches that he never gave. He was paid to promote a state poverty fighting initiative, getting $1.1 million. But he never gave the speeches, so he had to pay back $600K.
yeah.
That's a bad look.
I would love to see all like where the money goes for a lot, not just for Brett Favre, but there's the politicians are giving money out everywhere.
You mean how crooked everybody is?
Crooked everybody is. Yeah, it's like you've got politicians, congressmen, senators. They don't make millions of dollars in the job, but they're all filthy rich. Well, how do they get filthy rich?
How about the politicians who time out their stock purchases perfectly? Nancy Pelosi always gets called out for it. Like her and her husband, time out these moves perfectly. But the other one is, oh my gosh, Tommy Tuberville. Tommy Tuberville.
Oh, Tubbs.
Tubbs' numbers.
The riverboat gambler.
Are out of control, deadly accurate.
Yeah.
The timing is just a little bit fishy.
Of course it is. Of course it is. They know exactly what's going to happen and what's going on and what sanctions are coming. They know all this stuff.
It really is crazy how we, the public, we get screwed.
Oh, totally screwed. We should have gone into politics. That's where the money is.
Yeah.
You get paid your $120,000 salary a year as a congressman, and then you get money siphoned to you from lobbyists to vote this way. Hey, it's good work if you can get it.
Choppy, you liked the Cleveland Browns for some putrid reason growing up.
Oh yeah,
with that brown crap uniform and
awesome,
boring style of play. And yesterday, I thought this was a prank, but the Browns unveiled a brand new logo at their 50-yard line. Brownie the Elf.
Brownie the Elf. If I was going to make a logo, I would not make it from an elf with that hairline. But they did, and they put this hideous creature that I've never seen before.
Yeah, is this an old school representative of the organization?
It has to be something from their past. I don't remember ever seeing this. But Brownie the Elf is on their logo at midfield. It is big. It's like the Kansas Jayhawks center court logo in basketball. It just takes over the entire field. And it's an awful looking creature. Looks like it's something from Lord of the Rings.
Yes. And people are saying, "Oh, now you want to praise Baker. Now you want
Yeah, that's what you did
all
there.
the Baker Mayfield jokes were coming out for Brownie the Elf.
Brownie the Elf. Don't get it. I don't get it at all. I don't know why they would go down this road. Just put the Browns helmet in the middle. Or the NFL logo. I like the NFL logo in the middle.
The NFL logo, that's boring.
I know. But it's better than this creepy dude. I'm going to get nightmares looking at this thing.
877-881-1053, chartrec.com text line. We're live on the Fan Cam. We are live on Twitch, and we're live on YouTube. The Phoenix Suns owner, remember that story where he apparently was mistreating people within the organization? Well, Robert Sarver has been suspended for a year.
And I don't get what suspending an owner does. If the owner's the GM, it makes sense. But if you're not the GM, what does it really do? Can he still turn a profit?
Allows the league to punish him to the rest of us without Donald Sterling him.
Yeah.
Donald Sterling him.
Donald
Sterling him.
Yeah, you're okay. That's fair. Because it does nothing. What, he can't go to the games? Can he not go to the games?
Dan Snyder got, suspended. He just had his wife run things.
Yeah. Can he still turn a profit? So if he sells the team now, does he get to keep the money? I mean, that's
also fined $10 million. According to the NBA, he used the N-word at least 5 times. There were also instances of inequitable conduct towards female employees, inappropriate comments on employees' appearances, sex-related comments. All I know is he is damn lucky nothing was on tape.
Mm-hmm.
If this was on tape, he'd be done.
He's done.
They had him using that word recorded one time. See you later.
Yep.
That's the difference between on tape and
not on tape.
On print.
Mm-hmm. That's all it is. The 100% difference. Donald Sterling got caught on tape talking to, do you remember her name?
Lene Kukua?
No, it was
that was Manti's girl.
That was Manti's girl. I think it was V. Stiviano.
Stiviano. What a 15 minutes of fame she had.
Yeah, she did. So she recorded Donald Sterling, and V. Stiviano got him run. Well, he got himself run, but her recordings did.
Did a new kicker just become available for the Cowboys? Is Jerry working on a deal with Rec Specs as we speak? One of the Buccaneers defenders calls out Kellen Moore, and Micah Parsons dodges FS1 and Skip Bayless. 6 a.m. headlines on a hump day.
Hey.
We'll go inside the Star next.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Hump Day edition
Hump Day.
of Sean and RJ time for your 6 a.m. storylines on DFW Sports Station. We're going to have our Week 1 power rankings at 8, the playmaker Michael Irvin at 8:40, and my new head coach of the Texas Tech Red Raiders, Joey McGuire, at 9 o'clock this morning with this fantastic start to their season, even though they lost another quarterback in another season opener. Sports books are pretty down on the Cowboys right now. Going into this season, the win total was set, RJ, at 10.5. Over under 10.5. They are now down to 6.5 after the Dak Prescott news. And you said they did something unusual. They refunded a bunch of bettors.
Yeah. So PointsBet, which is just a normal gambling site where you could place bets. They went and they refunded every single Cowboys ticket on the under in full. Not a cash out option. They said they went ahead and did it in full. 70% of the bets were on the Cowboys on the under. 70% of the Cowboys bets were on the under at PointsBet. They're taking a major bath here. Now,
Why?
Why are they doing this?
Make you keep betting with them like a good faith?
Their hope is that you will take that money and you will reinvest in a new bet. And it's really brilliant. It really is. They're like, all right, so they could just keep that money all year and pay it out anyway, or they could pay it out now. They would just take 100% loss on it, or they could pay it out now and then hope you take that money and then rebet it. Because they know the more you bet, the chances are more in their favor that you're going to lose. This is phenomenal. This is an unbelievable thing that they're doing. I cannot believe it.
Have you all found with whether it's me and my stock broker online or your betting app that you use, they kind of make it difficult sometimes to withdraw the money?
Possible. I don't even bother withdrawing.
That's their strategy.
I just keep playing until I lose.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the strategy.
It's way easier to deposit than it is withdraw.
Way easier.
Way easier. And then you got to find a way to get the money, and then you got to find a bank that will allow you to take the money. And then because I do it on a credit card, because if I do it on a bank card, my bank is too bad. It's offshore. We're not deposit this one.
Right.
Man, it is not easy.
They got it worked out.
Yep.
All right. Apparently, the Buccaneers defense had Kellen Moore figured out as Devin White off of Tampa Bay said this after the Buccaneers shut down Kellen Moore's unit.
Last year we learned that they really wasn't going to commit to the run game, and the runs that they did, they was going to try to get outside and not run into the interior. But most of the running game was quick game. A lot of curls, a lot of hitches, a lot of slants and stuff. So we kind of knew that going in, so we was able to attack it.
So this did not have a lot of Tolos giving props to Kellen Moore yesterday. Now look, a lot of teams, every team can say something like this after they beat you, right?
Yep.
This is a common thing that can be said.
We knew what they were going to do.
But it scares the fan base, and we have heard this a few times about the Cowboys offense. You know who this made me think of? Jason Garrett. Made me think of apologizing to Jason Garrett after we played his suggestion for the Cowboys last week. Run the ball nonstop up the middle, even if you're not gaining yards. Remember he said that?
Mm-hmm.
Keep that in mind. Peyton, play that one more time from Devin White about what he said the Cowboys were and were not going to do.
Last year we learned that they really wasn't going to commit to the run game, and the runs that they did, they was going to try to get outside and not run into the interior. But most of the running game was quick game. A lot of curls, a lot of hitches, a lot of slants and stuff. So we kind of knew that going in, so we was able to attack it.
Made me think of Jay Jeezy.
Didn't they say last year that teams that face the Cowboys, or no, didn't Kellen say we can't run it because we already ran it this year? Something like that. That teams that faced them a second time, they didn't change their game plan at all on us.
I don't remember.
I thought so. Maybe it was. I thought it was Kellen Moore. They were like, we already ran it. Can't do it again.
But the memes came out. Zeke injured. 3.4 yards per carry. Kellen Moore, feed Zeke. Zeke healthy, 5.2 per attempt. Dak attack.
Yep.
Not running it enough with Zeke on Sunday night. One of the criticisms.
Yeah, I mean, they ran it, 10 times? And, they got, once you get behind like that, you don't run as much. And I hated the times that they fourth quarter.
And then the penalties, remember, was it 10-0 offensive penalties to defensive penalties?
Yes, yeah, defense didn't have a penalty.
10, all 10 on the offense.
All 10.
What a joke.
Yeah, it is. It stinks. It really stinks right now. Because, when they were talking about to run it, even when they're down 19-3 in the fourth quarter with 11 minutes to go and they're running on first down. Guys, let's go. We got to score here. Now, I guess, they would get more yards on the run compared to the pass in that game.
And then you had the controversy over Micah Parsons versus Leonard Fournette that had you literally laughing out loud.
I LOL'd. I LOL'd. So what had happened was they went back and forth on social media.
This is the shot that Fournette delivered to Micah.
Yes.
This was an absolute blistering shot.
Yes, it was. So Micah, it should be an illegal, but he was engaged with another player, which I always thought that was illegal anyway. If you're engaged with a player and someone else comes and cracks you, I always thought that was a penalty.
This is tough. This is really tough for me. I have a hard time saying that the play should be outlawed and that Leonard Fournette did something inappropriate, as Von Miller said he did. Von Miller had Micah's back and said, this block has to be taken out of the game. This is the future, and we're just letting the offense tee off on our marquee pass rushers. You can get the job done without this much contact. I have a hard time policing how hard you should hit someone. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't have a problem with how hard he hit him.
Just the fact that he made contact at all?
My issue is, to me, if you're engaged with another offensive or lineman, or if you're on the offense, you're engaged with the defensive lineman.
Yeah.
I've always been in the impression that you can't block him at that point. Okay?
Yeah.
That's a safety issue right there.
And I agree with that. On this particular play, look at Micah. So if Micah bounces off of him at all, right? Micah goes up, shoves the lineman, and then tries to make his move to the outside. Then can you hit him? It's such a bang bang play.
It is bang bang. It's very bang bang.
And then what distance? If they're right up against each other engaging, don't hit them. That's like a blindside shot. But if there's a little bit of space, you think Micah's going to go outside? I don't know. I think I'm Team Fournette on this one. I understand both sides of it.
So Micah, responds to PFF with who all they wrote was Leonard Fournette, and they had 4 pancake emojis. And he goes, now go watch the tape and see what happened when it was me and him one-on-one. You hit someone not looking, you straight P word. Stop hyping. This is funny. You know how you do the little asterisk when you're gonna write a curse word?
Yes.
Okay. Well, he put an asterisk in the word ass, but not in the S word. He wrote the whole thing out. Stop hyping this blank. It's football. To which Leonard Fournette retweeted that with the simple Jordan crying meme.
Yeah, with the tears running down the face.
The tears running down, which I thought that meme was out of style. I haven't seen that in forever.
Me neither.
That made me chuckle. That made me, because I love when athletes go at each other. It's like, these guys, they don't care. And I was like, I literally LOL'd when I saw this, because that meme, I hadn't seen it forever, and bringing it back made me laugh, made me giggle.
Yeah, so that's Micah going after Fournette, sitting there saying, go watch the tape and see what happens. You hit someone not looking, you straight P word. Stop hyping this weak-ass football. So then Fournette is sitting there saying, stop crying about it. Todd Bowles was asked. He said it was legal. If it wasn't legal, they would have thrown a flag. It was a hard hit. It was legal, and we'll abide by the rules. Also, Todd Bowles was asked about his 3 years in Dallas for the Cowboys. What do you miss the most? Anything that jumped out? He said, I miss Papados.
Okay. It's good stuff.
Solid. Very solid.
Very solid Papados.
I miss Papados. Well, that was Todd Bowles giving a little restaurant shout out.
I don't think I haven't been to Papados in quite a while, but I'm a big fan. Big fan.
I think my last meal was the day of my legal marriage. Yeah. I got a legal marriage. I got a ceremony marriage. I got a bunch of different marriages.
Okay.
And I think that's where we went afterwards, after the courthouse.
Get married?
Yep.
at the courthouse.
Papados
Go hit
celebration.
up Papados, man. Where they have those they have the biscuits. Is that what they've got there?
The fried alligator is still top notch, by the way.
Is it?
Yep.
Yeah, Papados is solid. That was the site of the Bobby Belt incident.
Don't they have to carry the tray? Isn't the rule they have to carry it straight over
That's
their
what they
head?
do. Yeah.
That's them?
Straight up,
Yeah.
and then they drop it down.
Really?
I've never seen I've been there probably 7 or 8 times. Never seen anyone spill anything though.
Look at
It's kinda
Peyton with
crazy.
the technique.
Yeah.
He curled it in
Curled
coming
it in.
down.
Sarah used to work there. I got to ask her if she ever dropped anything.
I thought she was at Hooters.
That was Twin Peaks.
Oh.
I'm not supposed to say that.
87
She doesn't put that out there.
8778 881-1053 truckwreck.com text line.
I'm not getting invited over today.
Live on the fan cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube.
Oh,
So, Micah Parsons, look, she was fine when you talk about nailing in the woods. Okay, I think being a waitress somewhere is fine. I think that's a little beneath that. Micah Parsons, my new favorite player on earth, as yesterday was supposed to start his weekly appearance on FS1 with that weasel slimeball Skip Bayless, and apparently Micah no-showed.
So we had equipment installed in Micah's home in the Dallas area. And when we made the big grand announcement, he immediately tweeted about how excited he was to join us.
Correct.
Then yesterday came, and all day yesterday we could not reach Micah. Then as we got into the evening, we couldn't even reach any of his people. So it led us to believe, well, maybe he was just crushed by the opening night loss, which is highly possible. We are still extremely hopeful that he will join us next Tuesday.
All right.
Now look, normally if I took off my cowboy goggles and I removed my Bayless hate, I would call Mike out here. Being, a little unprofessional.
Yeah.
You sign up, I assume you're getting paid, and then you ghost them, and you have all your people ghost them as well. Pretty unprofessional, but not in this case. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. And I just hope that it's a permanent dodging from Micah Parsons, and not just because they got embarrassed and maybe had their season end on Sunday night.
This is what happens when you're when you are a troll, basically. You nobody will take your side. No one will take your side. You lose all the moral high ground. Shannon, I'm sure some of the athletes.
Julio. Remember Julio called up
Yeah.
and told Shannon, I'm not going to the Cowboys. No.
Yeah. So it's like, what is Shannon's reputation within the locker rooms? Is he the same as Skip now because he's associated with him? Or is he still thought highly of? He was on the Manning cast. So the older players I'm sure like it, but do the current players like Shannon? If you're an opinion maker on TV, I don't care who you are. The current players probably don't like you very much.
Right. Like Kendrick Perkins?
I can't imagine the current players like Kendrick Perkins.
All the TNT guys
All the TNT
probably
guys.
hated.
Yep, probably because especially
Here we go.
they talk a lot about their own era,
Yeah.
and in that will hack some guys off.
So there's Micah skipping out on the first appearance.
Good for him.
Micah,
Don't honor your commitments. That's the way to go. I approve of that one.
he doesn't strike me as this type of dude, though.
No, he doesn't. He seems like he's a face the music guy.
Yeah, a face the music guy. And I haven't seen any explanation from him. Yesterday, he was complaining to Madden. He released a video in the midst of all this, talking about his Madden rating and how they did him wrong. And Micah's very active. He's got rabbit ears on social media. Leonard Fournette found that out, but no explanation from Micah's camp in regards to why he skipped out on Fake Sports 1. Is there a new kicker out there for the Cowboys to go get? Should we all start wearing the goggles in Arlington? And the Broncos head coach admits he was wrong for the end of Monday Night Football around the rest of the NFL with Sean and RJ on the Fan.
Well, let's get you over to Zerez. Let's get that carpet clean. Clean way.
Frankel and Frankel, do you think there will be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Well, think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. It's Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Should the Cowboys go and get this kicker that was released yesterday? The Colts getting rid of Rec Specs.
Rodrigo
Blankenship released after he missed a 42-yard game-winning field goal against the Armpit. And he had some struggles, but compare his numbers to Maher. So he was a standout at Georgia, and he had a rough week one. Shanked 2 consecutive kickoffs out of bounds late in the game. Gave the Texans possession at the 40-yard line in each instance. He then had the 42-yard miss in overtime, and the Colts had to settle for an embarrassing 20-20 tie against Houston.
Last year, he was 79%. The year before that, he was 87% as a kicker.
45 of 54 in his 2+ years. 83% overall. 52 of 55 with extra points.
Brett Maher, meanwhile, his career numbers are lower. 77% compared to Rodrigo, who is 83% for his career. Maher is 78 of 81 for extra points, 66 of 85 from field goals. He's got 1 extra year on rec specs, and Maher did not play in 2020.
Now, Rodrigo just 1 of 4 from 50 yards or longer with Indianapolis. That's not good because Mike McCarthy loves to bomb away.
Oh, yeah.
Just 1 of 4 from 50 or longer.
Yeah, and you know, like his long on the year, that 1 year he made is 53. He only attempted 1 of 50 or more last year. So that tells you he does not have a long boot. So that's probably going to be a no for the Cowboys because they do love, like you said, they love the fact I mean, Maher he's 11 of 17 from 50. He's made 2 of over 60 yards. He made a 62 and a 63-yarder. So, I mean, he was 7 of 11 in 2018 here from 6 of 7 in 2018 from 50 plus.
What do you think? Try to take away the name and the look. That's the only reason we're getting.
I am 1,000% in on bringing him in for competition purposes.
Yeah.
Is he better than Maher? I mean, he's trending down. He's gone in the last 3 years from 87% to 79 to 2 of 3, which is 67%. So yeah, I mean, I do think that he's trending in the wrong direction, and maybe that's why Indy got rid of him. But you want to tell me that you can bring in a guy like this and have some competition in the kicking room? Yeah, I'd be all for that.
Yeah, bring him in, sure. But numbers-wise, it looks like I would probably stick with Maher. As scary, as unimaginable as that statement is to make after what we saw in training camp.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Now, training camp was Garibay versus, dang it, who was the other kicker? Garibay was awful. Hiralahu. Thank you, Peyton. So you never would have said, yeah, let's stick with the kicker after training camp, but this 50-plus thing scares me.
Well, it does, but
you got to kick nowadays, 50 yards or longer.
Yeah, you do. I guess the good sign would be is that, you take that out of McCarthy's hands and you force him to go for it. But he is aggressive anyway.
With Cooper Rush.
We
got a lot of 13-9 games in our future.
Oh, we do. I would absolutely bring him in. Maybe he's better. Bring him in for a look. I'm good. But as the fan tech says, if we take away the look, I'm out.
Right.
If he doesn't have those rec specs, I'm out. You know what? Cosign.
The spread is 7.5.
It's going up
for Cowboys Cincy.
It is going up.
Now, your initial read on this was bet Cowboys before this changes.
Yeah, that was my initial read. That was the Vegas went and moved this thing. Now it's a full 10 points. They moved it now a full 10 points. And history shows that they view Dak and Cooper Rush about 6 points apart. So that would mean that it should have gone to 4.5.
Is that crazy to just say out loud that the difference in the Cowboys scoring per game is 6 points with Dak and Cooper Rush? Like over the course of a season, that would be the difference. That sounds nuts to me.
Well, let's see. It's 100.
Dak is worth one more touchdown than Cooper Rush.
I mean, they say that Patrick Mahomes is probably only worth 3 more points per game than Dak.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes. They're right. I mean, they're the experts. It just doesn't sound right.
It doesn't sound right. You're right. But I guess if you factor it in, 6 times 17.
Yeah.
Now you're looking at 150 points. I'm sorry. Let's see. 6 times 17.
Over the course of a season.
Over the course, it's 102 points.
Over under for this game. Tell me what it is.
47.5.
Lower.
44.5.
Lower.
41.
43.
Ugh.
43. The other over-unders, Jets-Browns are at 40. Buccaneers-Saints, 44. Patriots-Steelers, 40.5.
Okay.
Seahawks-San Fran, 42.5. We're at 43. Bears-Packers, 42.5. Some lower scoring over-unders here.
Yeah. Now, Bears-Packers, I get it. The Bears aren't a great offense, and the Packers couldn't muster.
Have to show it.
Yeah, they were barely better than we were last week. But that's surprising. There's a lot of low numbers there. This is an over-under day that you would see in December.
Yeah.
With a lot of games in the north. Outdoor cold weather games. Not something you would see week 2.
Nathaniel Hackett, good job, brother. I'm proud of you. The Denver Broncos head coach came out yesterday and said, yep, looking back at it, we definitely should have gone for it on 4th down. They settled for the 64-yard attempt. Nathaniel Hackett got destroyed by everybody yesterday. You showed a lack of confidence and disrespect towards your new franchise quarterback and Russell Wilson on 4th and 5. And Hackett said, definitely should have gone for it. You look back and you say, yep, yeah, we missed the field goal, but in that situation we had a plan. We knew the 46 was our mark. So they followed through with their plan, but Hackett admitting a day later that it was a mistake.
Yeah, it definitely was, I think. Now, I guess what would happen, we would not know. But what would have happened if they went for it on fourth down and they didn't get it? It's because you technically are in field goal range, even though you are way out. You're on the very, very, very back end.
What do we consider field goal range? What's the back end of field goal range
at this range, in this day and age, I have no idea. Guys are making 60-yarders like they're going out of style. I would say the back end. If I would say anything more than 59, I'm probably gonna go for it on.
Yeah, I'd probably go like 56 maybe if I'm the head coach. But I mean, end of game, might as well.
Yeah, you can hit 58.
Yep, 58.
And I guess it depends where you're playing too.
Cleveland hit, I think a 58-yarder to win it.
They put them. Everything they did. Take the result out of it. Take the result out of it. Everything they did was like the correct clock thing to do.
Mechanics.
If they were gonna, if they were hell bent on kicking in that situation, everything they did was right. They let the clock go down. They basically gave Seattle no time. If he makes it, game over. You live with your decision. You deal with it. So everything, all the formatics of that, I thought were right. I just thought, they could have gotten a timeout with 55 seconds to go. Gone for it on fourth down, and then you really milk the clock down, and then you kick a more manageable field goal.
Hackett was in Green Bay coaching Aaron Rodgers. Rodgers loves him. And Rodgers was on with his weekly appearance on Pat McAfee, and they asked him about the Denver decision.
I thought once they took it down that the right thing to do was the kick. If they had called timeout right away, obviously the idea would have been to go for it there. It was kind of that tweener. They're on, the
46. No, 46.
46, yeah, the 46-yard line. I mean, McManus got two kicks at it too. Yeah. You got the pre-timeout one that he missed a little left, and he adjusted slightly and still missed it. It looked like it was long enough though. They didn't have that graphic where you can see if he would have made it from whatever, but it looked like it was long enough. Just missed a little bit left. And again, that's what they can do. He decides to go, to kick it. He makes it. Great decision. There's only 15 seconds left on the clock. He misses it. Oh, why'd you take the ball out of, Russell's hands and blah, blah, blah. So that's the way it goes. You got to stick to your guns and believe in what you're doing. Mason's got a big leg. I don't think he has 64. So in that situation, we probably would have burned a timeout right away with about 50 seconds and gone for it.
Look, he is right. Once you make the decision, you got to stick to your guns. You got to go with it. And it sounds like they made the decision before the drive started. Like, we're gonna once we get to 46, let's go.
How about the advice from John Hollinger?
Hollinger, remember him?
Former NBA front office member.
Yeah, Memphis, right? He was NBA front office. He was he was really one of the guys that started the analytics movement with ESPN and the NBA. People hated him in the beginning because he was just kind of bringing a different approach. But he said NFL coaches and NBA head coaches would be very well served by starting to play some video games.
Yeah,
and
video games was his solution.
Video game, and I love the idea. I don't know that it's ever going to work because coaches are going to be like, no, I'm not taking time out of my busy schedule to go play some video games, even though it's kind of equivalent to what is that called when you have to take a class every year? Continuing education. It's like a continuing education thing, right? You're learning the new ways. Because a lot of the stuff they do in the NFL now is guys have been doing in Madden for years.
Game management,
no punting or going for it on fourth down more, 2-point conversions a lot of times. They're learning plays. They're coming up with plays through Madden. So, look, I think it's an interesting thing. I would love to see a coach do this. They do have coach mode on Madden.
Maybe we ask Joey McGuire. Joey McGuire about video game management as the Texas Tech head coach is going to join us at 9 a.m. I wonder if we could ask him. Did you hear from any coaches or anybody yesterday over the Brian Broaddus take and the segment of Mike McCarthy not knowing the offensive plays or verbiage.
No, I called a coach, an old coach, but did not get a call back.
You got to keep him anonymous.
I do. I tried to call Colombo.
What?
I tried to call Colombo.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think Colombo needs to remain anonymous.
He doesn't need to remain anonymous.
He didn't pick up or call back?
No.
Yeah, he'll call us if he needs a pregame, postgame gig. All of a sudden,
Stop
we'll be
it.
his best friends. All of a sudden, we'll be his best friends. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line here on Sean and RJ. Could have called Corey Proctor.
Was he a coach?
No.
Oh, just
he may
general.
know.
Yeah, he may know.
But he may have dragged you to another sermon.
I would have today's Wednesday. I'd have gotten dragged to church.
Speaking of church, a Tolo asked his pastor to pray for the Cowboys, and the pastor refused. We have the actual audio of it, and Micah needs your help with Madden. Speaking of it, it all ties together because it's a hump day edition for the 6 a.m. Club. Continuing with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Michael Irvin is going to join us at 8:40 this morning, brought to you by Driveway.com. All the insider calls from Odyssey brought to you by Driveway. Car buying delivered on your terms and on your turf. So after the Cowboys got proven to lie to us yet again last week when they said, oh, no, Dak's ankle, that was just a shoelace. Those were tight shoes. And then Jay Glazer reported that they were scared because Dak felt or heard a pop. He dropped that on Fox NFL Sunday on Sunday morning. Well, one of our Tolos went to church and asked his pastor for a little favor before the Cowboys open their season against the Bucs.
I saw a prayer request from Jason Elliott asking for the healing of Dak Prescott's ankle. Jason, since I'm from Philadelphia and an Eagles fan, I'm not praying for Dak Prescott.
Oh, man.
Dak is on his own. Now, the reason why I know I'm on tedious soil is that I know that, there's some Cowboy fans in the house. I see you. See, I knew it. Now, Sister Ruiz, does that mean you ain't coming back to sing because you're mad at me? I hope not. Amen.
And Jason sent me that. They had like the video broadcast of the service online, and that was Tolo Jason Elliott who asked the pastor, I don't know if you can do that.
Yeah, that's it's like a doctor. Doctor sees someone in distress, they got to help.
Got to help. Moral obligation.
This is, you have to help someone get to the Lord. If you've been given an opportunity and you're a pastor, you've got to help.
By the way, other things from the Cowboy opener that I had just written down, we haven't had a chance to get to. The new first quarter interviews, the first and third quarter interviews, like NBA games. So McCarthy gets interviewed after the first quarter, and then it was Todd Bowles after the third quarter. That was different.
Yep.
WinStar getting their money's worth after the Bucs punter hit the scoreboard.
Yep.
As one of the Cowboys partners, just WinStar right underneath of that scoreboard.
Yes,
my wife pointed this out. No one else did. I was going to bring it up, in a more lighthearted manner if the Cowboys had won. When they were doing the national anthem and 9/11 remembrance and everything, they had one of the cheerleaders out there doing the sign language. And my wife was like, oh, like, just didn't expect someone like barely wearing a bikini
to do the sign language out there?
Do the sign language while they're playing the anthem and everything, and like the serious 9/11 remembrance. And there's part of the Cowboy branding.
They just really wanted to get the attention.
Yes.
I didn't even think of that one.
And then Tom Brady had Giselle give an interview.
Yes.
And she's given a little bit of an update. And you think this is even more trouble for Tommy Boy.
Oh, man. This is big time trouble, Tom. Show me.
It's my turn.
It's my turn. She said she is going to unretire and start modeling again.
Uh-oh.
Tommy Boy, you done stepped in it. She's going to get hot, all hot again and, start walking down the catwalk and making more money than you.
Told Elle Magazine, I would like him to be more present. I feel very fulfilled as a mom and as a wife, and now it's going to be my turn. Also said she feels she's been depicted as desperate for her husband to retire, but she insists his career success makes her happy. I've done my part, which is to be there for Tom. I moved to Boston, and I focused on creating a cocoon and a loving environment for my kids to grow up and to be there supporting him in his dreams. At this point in my life, I feel like I've done a good job on that. I have a huge list of things that I have to do and I want to do. At 42, I feel more connected with my purpose.
Oh, baby. Tom, you're in trouble, man. You are in trouble. You should have just called it quits. You should have just stayed retired because now you got an angry woman at home with a big bank account who's out for revenge. That's what you got. This is not going to end well for Tommy Boy.
And then people were examining his comments that he made with Jim Gray the other night.
Oh, yeah. See, so Tom Brady was, he does his...
Let's Go.
Yeah, he does his Let's Go podcast. And, man, it kind of sounds like old Tommy is already half in the bag for this retirement thing.
You want me to read it?
You want to read it? Go ahead.
Okay. Let's see. Brady admitted that this year feels a lot different than others. I'm feeling more than things in the past for some reason. I'm just really feeling intensely my emotions. And I feel like I have always had that, but now it's close to the end. I definitely... I don't know exactly where I'm at with that. There's no decision to be made. It's not like I have 10 years left. I definitely don't have that. I'm just not going to go ahead and take things for granted. I haven't had a Christmas in 23 years. I haven't had a Thanksgiving in 23 years. I haven't celebrated birthdays with people that I care about that are, born from August to late January. And, I'm not able to be at funerals. I'm not able to be at weddings.
Well, nobody wants to go to funerals and weddings. Nobody likes that.
No one likes to go to weddings? I like a wedding if it's going to be a fun one.
If it's going to be fun. Yours was fun.
Speaking of which, my gift is...
It's just sitting at home. It's just sitting at home.
Chubby, you see him every day.
I know.
And it's been over a year.
It's been over a year.
With your married post rule book that
Emily.
He made me change the rehearsal dinner rules, and then because I was like, he's a stickler for these rules, and he hasn't delivered my wedding gift.
It's in my pantry.
You and your girlfriend probably drank it already.
You don't know what it is. We have not touched it. It's sitting right there in the pantry. It's sitting in there in the closet.
Is it wrapped? I can maybe understand not giving it to me if it's not.
It's not wrapped. It's not wrapped.
If it is wrapped, it's like that's like a.
Yeah, it's not wrapped.
That's a blinking light. Like this is a present that needs to go.
It is not wrapped. I need to wrap it. I got a lot of things I got to do. I got a lot of things in the hopper I got to do here.
Tom said, I think there comes a point in your life where you say, you know what? I've had my fill. It's enough and time to go on and move into other parts of my life. I pushed myself to the max. I got everything I could out of my ability. So he's talking about funerals. He's talking about weddings. He's talking about Christmases.
Birthdays and Thanksgivings. And Bill Parcells once talked about if you think about retirement, you might as well just go ahead and do it because your mind is already there. I don't know that the same goes for Tom. I think Tom's going to be fine, but like if I'm a player or a fan, are you a little bit worried? Like he is human. Human nature sets in. You senioritis. Remember, I had senioritis in high school.
Oh yeah.
I still feel okay about my pick of them in the Super Bowl, but I don't feel great after the podcast.
They did not look great.
No.
I mean, their defense looked good against us on Sunday night, but that offense, 19 points, that's nothing special. Yeah. Here is another candidate. We can never complete this story and get an answer. Who is that MFer? Who is that MFer that Tom Brady was referring to when he was on the shop of LeBron? He was talking about a team not wanting to get him because they wanted to stick with that guy, that scrub. Ryan Fitzpatrick, Cowboy candidate to come in as a quarterback. Fitzpatrick was on Dan Le Batard, and Fitzpatrick thinks it's him.
Ryan, there was about a 2-week stretch where internet sleuths discovered an old clip of Tom Brady alluding to a mother that was playing over him in a certain location. For 2 weeks, the internet was convinced you were the mother Tom Brady was referring to, until 2 weeks later, it was discovered, no, maybe the mother was Derek Carr. What were those 2 weeks like where you were the mother that Tom Brady was referencing?
I think I still am. I think I still am that guy. But if you go back to that again, that's before the 2019 season where the Dolphins are trying to, assemble a roster that is going to help them get a better draft pick the next year. So it's not like that was going to be an attractive situation for Tom anyway. So I'm not sure what why he was so upset about it. But I still to this day believe that I am that mother.
Were you insulted by that, hurt by that, or you just sort of shrug your shoulders and say, well, he has been beating me in the division for about 18 years, so maybe I am that mother?
Yeah, I tried to get my wife to make a few T-shirts so I could wear them around. We were just trying to figure out with all the kids around which letters to blank out.
It sounds like you're more offended at the thought of you not being the mother than being the mother.
I like it. It's a good nickname.
It has to be Fitz. I always thought it was Fitz. There was talk that it was Jimmy G, that it was Derek Carr. Remember Derek Carr was one?
Yeah.
After
the Gronk Dana White story,
yep,
we all thought it was Carr.
Yep, that's right. The Dana White story. So we thought Jimmy G at the time, but then it was like, well, they shared the same agent. Would Tom go after his job? And then with Derek Carr, it's like, well, he's not a guy that you would say, well, you're sticking with him. Like he was better than that. I always thought it had to be Fitz. It had to be Fitz.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, Cam Newton, Colin Kaepernick, Drew Brees. Jerry Jones gave us the answer on what the Cowboys are going to do at quarterback without Dak Prescott. That and everything else you need to know with Hump Day headlines. Next with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get you over to
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Our situation with Dak, of course, has caused us to focus a lot of our time and attention to several things to think about there. I think what we're going to do here is we won't be putting him on IR, which means that we want him to be a consideration for playing within the next 4 games. We will not put him on IR.
And with that, Jerry Jones detonated all the networks with the news headlines covering his Dallas Cowboys, just as Mike Bassick predicted would happen. That was Jerry with us yesterday here on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We want to send you to the Luke Combs concert, and that ticket giveaway is coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. Michael Irvin at 8:40, and my new head coach of the Texas Tech Red Raiders, Joey McGuire, at 9 a.m. Jerry Jones telling us that Dak is not going on IR. They expect him to possibly come back sooner rather than later, and they are not going to be pursuing any other quarterback. They're going to go with their own, so it'll be Cooper Rush up first against the Bengals.
Yep. That's right now, that's fine. Like if they were to sit there and get a quarterback today, they wouldn't be ready for a couple of weeks. So like what is the point here? If Dak's going to be back, like Jerry says, 4 games, by the time the other quarterback is up to speed, Dak's already back. So, what is the real point? Stick with what you got. Maybe you could steal a win. You've got the Giants and the Commanders coming up. Those are games that should be coin flips.
Here is the percent chance to win for the Cowboys with this upcoming schedule from ESPN, the FPI. Bengals, do you want to guess the chance to win?
I saw this. They have like a 20%, 17%, something like that.
17% chance to beat the Bengals.
Man, I think that's a little bit low. The Bengals just turned the ball over 5 times and lost to Mitch Trubisky.
I know, but I agree with Bobby Belt when you all were arguing about it over the text message. That's not going to happen again.
I would think not.
That's not going to happen.
I would think not.
And Jamar Chase is going to freaking torch this field in Arlington. Torch.
Ooh, someone's calling out Diggs.
Diggs going to get torched.
You think so?
Because Trayvon, I knew he would be okay against Evans because Diggs sat down with us at camp.
He likes big guys.
And likes the bigger receivers. DK Metcalf, Mike Evans, Jamar Chase. I mean, the Bengals are going to come in here pissed off.
Yeah, they are.
It's worse for the Cowboys that Pittsburgh won that game.
Always. You always want the team. You don't want the guy who's a dog, and make no mistake, Joe Burrow's a dog. You don't want him to be extra motivated. You don't want that. So I totally agree with you.
17% chance to beat the Bengals at the Giants.
I think this should be 48%.
39%.
I don't know how you get that. I don't know how the Giants. It is on the road.
Yeah. That's why Stephen A. said they would lose. If it was in Arlington, he may give it to the Cowboys.
I just don't know how the Giants have a 60% chance of winning. The Giants shouldn't have a 60% chance of beating Air. I don't get that one.
Tennessee win didn't change your mind at all?
No, because maybe that might say more about Tennessee.
I agree.
Than the Giants.
I agree.
I got to see more than one game.
Commanders in Arlington.
That should be a 45% chance of winning.
30. How? No. So there's a lower chance for you to beat the Commanders at home than there is to. Well, no, they're saying. Yeah, there's a lower chance to beat the Commanders. How am I reading this? The Giants is 39%. Commanders is 30%.
Yeah, so you have a better chance of beating the Giants on the road? I don't see that one happening.
I agree with that.
You think they have a better chance of beating the Giants than the Commanders?
Yes.
Even though it's a road versus home?
Yep. Daniel Jones, Carson Wentz.
I think the Commanders are a better team. Yeah, I think they're better than the Giants are. But the home thing might turn into it might turn into.
I still think 30%'s low on that.
I think so too.
At the Rams, this is ESPN's FPI.
That can't be more than 20%.
At the Rams is 16%.
Yeah.
At the Eagles is 19%. Lions at home is 56%. Bears at home, 71%.
Okay, so wait a second.
But I don't know whether that Bears is jumping because of a possible Dak return. I don't know.
The Lions as well, because if you ask me who, I would think the Lions are a better team than the Giants.
Or equal.
Yeah. You know, why is one?
Because it's in Arlington.
Yeah.
56% versus 39%.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll do it.
So you have an over 50% chance to win one of these games before the bye week without Dak Prescott. That's what the FPI is indicating.
That's no good.
That's not good.
No, you're going to be in a world of pain here, world of hurt. You really are. This team is, if it goes according to that, you know, this team is going to be looking at a top 10 draft.
Did you find any medical opinions yesterday that supported what Jerry Jones told us?
None. Did you?
No.
I saw absolutely nothing. The only thing I saw was like, yeah, this is 5. Like, the only thing that was referenced is Drew Brees. Drew Brees is the reference point here. 5
weeks.
It was 5 Yes, 5 games. So I don't know if it was 5. I don't know if it was 5 weeks, but it was 5 games that were missed. So he could have had a bye week thrown in there somewhere. And, you know, that was a ligament. So that one not a bone. That was a ligament tear. I'll tell you this, and you know, Favre had mentioned this when it comes, because he had that thumb injury too. And he had mentioned that
how to steal welfare checks.
How to steal welfare checks was one of the first things he said.
How to rob the unfortunate and poor.
Yes,
for a volleyball court.
Yes, and you know, get a good volleyball court for his daughter. That he obviously couldn't pay for, so he went to the welfare money. But he did say that, you know, if you play in a humid climate, that thumb's going to be. It's going to be a bad factor because the ball.
Bad. I would have thought more grip, sticky.
He says your hand gets slick with the sweat, and now you've got to stick it even more. I would not be surprised if Dak doesn't wear a glove when he comes back.
Yeah.
It would not surprise me. And I support, like, you know, look, if you get better grip with it and you can figure out a way to not have it feel awkward to you, I would wear the glove more often than not.
Look, the numbers with and without. With Dak Prescott, 53 and 33. Without, 5 and 7.
Mm-hmm.
Points per game with, 26. Points per game without. In the 12 games, 21. So a 5-point difference, kind of what you were talking about with Vegas.
Yeah.
Total QBR with, 66. Without, 43. Passing yards per game, 250. Without, 215.
Man, it ain't that much of a difference. It feels like it's a lot more of a difference than it actually is.
Yeah.
And that's where I think, you know, as I mentioned that, you know, Vegas kind of will make it a 6-point difference between Dak and Cooper Rush, which when you first see that number, you're like, wait a second. Dak's better than 6 points better than Cooper Rush.
Yeah.
At least he damn well better be at $40 million. If he's not, what are you spending $40 million on?
Meanwhile, Bucs linebacker Devin White making Kellen Moore and the Cowboys offensive staff look pretty silly with what he told reporters on how they figured out the Cowboys offense in week 1.
Last year we learned that they really wasn't going to commit to the run game, and you know the runs that they did, they was going to try to get outside and not run into the interior. But most of the running game was quick game. You know, a lot of curls, a lot of hitches, a lot of slants and stuff. So we kind of knew that going in, so we was able to attack it.
Well, there he is calling out Kellen Moore, saying we just looked at last year and Cowboys didn't change much.
This is not something new. We heard this about Jason Garrett's offense 15 years ago. It was Ed Reed that said that it's very vanilla. We knew exactly what they were going to do. This is the same thing. The Cowboys have had the same statement made about them for a decade now, more than a decade. It's kind of it's disheartening. Now, devil's advocate, or on the other side, counter that, Bill Parcells was saying when he was here, when they were playing the Colts, he goes, Colts are very easy. They don't move. They don't go into motion. They do no pre-snap motion. They want their players set. They want that they want it just like that. So you just couldn't stop them. So we've seen other teams do this, but the Cowboys are the ones because they have a history of failing the postseason. They're the ones that are going to get the brunt of it.
Headlines, Hump Day headlines.
Hey.
With Sean and RJ, we have our Luke Combs ticket giveaway in the 8 o'clock hour of the show, along with Michael Irvin at 8:40. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Rangers, walk-off win yesterday on this station.
There's a swing and there's a long drive. Left center field. This one way back. This one is history. It's a walk-off home run for Mark Mathias. His second home run of the ball game. And the Rangers have won at 8-7. How about that?
Fun walk-off for them, but nothing is more fun right now than Aaron Judge for the Yankees, hitting number 56 and 57. He is 4 away from Roger Maris at 61.
Yeah, he had there was a stretch where he was the only thing scoring for that team, and he's clearly been, except for Ben Verlander doesn't think so, but he's clearly been the MVP.
Ben Verlander?
Yeah, I think it's Justin's brother. He's on Fox Sports, and he's like Shohei's easily the MVP. There's no question about it. We're like, wait a second, dude, this guy's leading in everything. He's without question it's Aaron Judge, and now he's closing in. He's 4 shy, and he's only 3 shy of where Mark McGuire was and Barry Bonds at the same exact point in the years that they hit 70 and 73. He ain't getting to 70. He would have to hit 13 home runs in 3 weeks in 21, 22 games. That ain't gonna happen.
Yankees have won 3 in a row to calm things down. They're 6 games up on the Blue Jays in the East. The Guardians are up 3 games on the White Sox in the Central. Astros have wrapped up the West. They're up 12.5. Look how horrific our division is. The Rangers are in 3rd place.
Oh, my God.
You know how many games back they are?
24?
More.
30.
30. 3rd place. 30 games back.
Oh, my God.
I got to see how often that's happened in Major League history. The Cubs are in 3rd place in the Central. They're 23 games back. Well, forget about looking at history. The Giants are in 3rd place in the NL West. They're 30.5 back. But they got the Dodgers they're dealing with.
Yeah, the Dodgers are the best team in the sport.
The Dodgers clinched yesterday. The Dodgers clinched the West.
The Dodgers.
And the Giants are 6 games under, and they're 30.5 back.
The Astros have the 2nd best record in the sport. Okay? And they're 7 games better than the Astros. The Astros are 92 and 50. Okay? 92 and 70 usually wins a division or comes close to it. Houston is going to win 105 games this year. This is stupid.
Headlines with Sean and RJ on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Power rankings coming up at 8 o'clock. Give us your top 5 in the NFL, but let's go around the rest of the league. Pat Mahomes just shut everybody up. Jalen Hurts is a problem. The NFC champ will not come from Tampa, Green Bay, or Los Angeles. And the Patriots will finish last in the AFC East. Around the NFL with overreactions or not from week 1. Next.
Well, let's get you over to
Frankel, do you think there will be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Well, think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. It's Frankel. Frankel, visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Week 1 of the power rankings. 1 through 5. Truckwreck.com text line. We're going to do it at 8 o'clock this morning. The playmaker, Michael Irvin, will join us at 8:40. And my new head coach of the Texas Tech Red Raiders, Joey McGuire, at 9 a.m. Let's see if I can finally convince him to recruit and get my godson. I'm trying. Someone's going to miss out in the state of Texas. Someone's going to miss out. 6'5", 4'5", playing quarterback, can play receiver. Junior, that's 6'5". Just trying to help y'all. I would even root for the Longhorns if Sark came calling.
Yeah,
but I'm going to
You
try.
go down that road. You would ditch Coach McGuire already?
Yes.
Okay.
Whoever signs my godson, I got to go to.
Yeah, that's what Chris Beard did, going to Texas basketball, and you see what happened to him. So
yes,
but watch it.
I got faith in Coach. I got faith in Coach. I could have my godson maybe playing with Arch Manning.
Ooh.
But I'm still going to choose Lubbock first. I want to see if they reciprocate. So Joey McGuire coming up at 9 a.m. And I just got to sell my godson. You're going to go live in Lubbock and go to college there versus Austin. Just got to.
Well, I mean, as long as the wind is not blowing from the west, there's nothing wrong with Lubbock.
877-881-1053. Have you ever been there?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I dated a girl that went to Tech.
Really?
And, yeah, and we go up there and I was like right out of college.
Local college towns that are the most fun to the least fun around here that you've been to. Obviously, SMU, TCU, take them out of it.
Yeah, obviously because those aren't really college towns. I would think Austin.
Okay.
I don't know how you beat that. That's one of the great.
There's a lot of
towns in
people that don't
America.
like Austin. I've only been to Austin like for a minute, but I didn't love it.
Yeah, I've not partied in Austin, but I'm just like, everybody says Austin and Athens, Georgia are like, they're kind of where it's at.
I haven't been to a game. I went to party, and I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, Lubbock is, I found Lubbock to be more fun than College Station. I've not done San Marcos, but I found...
Norman?
Oh, yeah, Norman. No, Norman's better than both. Norman is... I wouldn't even think of them because it's out of state. That's as good of a college town as you'll find in America. It's fantastic.
Really?
It's great. It's a great college town.
Peyton, where have you been? Where have you gone for college football games?
Obviously North Texas, Fry Street is where it's at.
Been there?
I've gone to Stillwater, Oklahoma State.
How was that?
It was nice. Did not go to a football game there, but went around the bars and stuff like that at night. So that was a nice atmosphere.
Austin?
I've been to Austin, but not the nightlife. This was just during the day and stuff.
For a game?
No game. Just travel.
Lubbock?
Never been to Lubbock.
College Station?
Never been.
Norman?
Driven through. Never been to the campus though. Obviously to get to Stillwater.
Okay.
Houston, been to around the University of Houston, but again, nightlife, haven't been.
All right.
You want to know a great one, and it's actually closer, I think, than Lubbock is. Fayetteville, Arkansas. Amazing.
You've been?
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's a great place. They got there's some really good college towns. Within a day's drive from here.
NFL overreactions or not? I love this segment because you got to go back and keep track of how dumb you sounded. We all sounded after these week 1 reactions. Like, this is the worst thing that happened to the Cowboys, their performance against Tampa Bay, because that's the lasting memory we have. Offense broken. Offense sucks. Dak is awful. And now that's going to be the storyline for Dak Prescott until he comes back versus cleaning it up against Cincinnati or winning back-to-back games against the NFC East and being 2-2 if the Bengals game doesn't go well. But NFL overreactions or not. What did Randy Galloway used to call it?
Overreaction Monday.
Let's start.
All right. Jalen Hurts is a problem.
I really love that phrase, a problem. Like, I got a lot of respect for that dude's a problem. No. Not a because they beat the Lions? No. His running is a nuisance. It's a headache. It's an issue. But I'm not going to be convinced that Jalen Hurts all of a sudden a problem. He was 18 of 32 in the air for 243 yards. Sorry, no.
Not a problem.
I don't like A.J. Brown 10 for 155.
Yeah.
But again, they played Detroit.
Detroit gives up points to everybody.
I'm going to counter you with one.
All right.
First off, do you think Jalen Hurts is a problem?
Not officially yet. I'm not ready to make that statement. I think that's too bold of a statement to make just yet. But he has put me on notice. I'll tell you that.
Because of this game? What is wrong with people? I'm going to hold everyone accountable for this NFC East talk, this NFC East hype. And that was my counter to you. The NFC East is better than we thought.
Well, they had 2 playoff teams last year.
Okay.
That's count for something. No, it's what I thought it was.
Still garbage.
Look, I mean, the Eagles and a healthy Cowboys team should be okay. But, I have nothing for the other 2 teams in the division.
Same. Let's not go crazy. Let's not overrate things.
Right.
After week 1, since the division was undefeated, 2 of the teams beat Jacksonville and Detroit, who are always picking top 3. Stop. No, Jalen Hurts is not a problem. A problem. Luka's a problem. That's the way I think of the term.
Yeah.
A problem. Not there with Hurts yet.
Okay, very good. The NFC champ will not.
And if you disagree, Peyton, at all, chime in. Jalen Hurts. All right?
Yep. The NFC champ will not come from Tampa Bay, Green Bay, or the Rams.
Tampa Bay, Green Bay, or the Rams, the NFC champ will not come from. That statement is incorrect. The NFC champ will come from one of them.
One of those 3.
Yeah. The only other early contenders would be the Minnesota Vikings.
The Vikings, San Fran.
Arizona. Saints.
The Saints.
All of them lost.
Except the Saints. Saints won.
Yeah, Saints should have lost.
Because Jameis had just paying everywhere, man. Everywhere.
Dude, what about Mike Martz? He was trending yesterday. You pulled the audio actually a day before. Which one's better to start? We were talking about San Fran. Well, let's start with Trey Lance. Here is Mike Martz, offensive wizard, destroying. Bobby Belt, turn it up, baby. Destroying San Fran's new franchise QB.
I want their eyeballs. Yeah, I've never seen anything about this kid that was encouraging at all. He really has to plan himself to make a good throw. He's not a quick decision guy. Everybody's shot in the rear about him being a mobile guy making plays with his feet. He looked like a fullback stumbling around trying to run the ball to me. I mean, he's not Lamar, so I don't know what he is. He's not a particularly good guy running with the football. And based on what I saw today, I mean, he missed 2 guys completely by themselves. I know it was in the rain, but quarterbacks do that. You make those throws. I know this, he can only go up. He can only get better because you can't get any worse than what he did today. I've never liked him. I still don't like him. I don't know. I'd like to know what he does so well because he's not a great passer, doesn't have good skills, takes him a long time to set himself and throw the football.
Dang!
Misses easy throws. And he's not particularly a good runner. Other than that, he's a hell of a player.
Wow. Yeah, he doesn't throw the ball well. He doesn't move well. He's not good with his reads. He's not a very smart quarterback. Other than that, he's fantastic.
Mike Martz destroying Trey Lance. And he was also shocked by how the Bears even beat San Fran to begin with.
I'm just shocked at the Bears. I mean, they took this quarterback. They went up and spent a lot to get him, and he was less than remarkable would be the kindest thing that you could say about him. I don't know if I've ever seen such a bad performance by a quarterback in his opening performance of the season. Like, he was just completely awful. He really deflated the football team with his performance. They just, when you get a quarterback, they can't do anything at all. And defensively, you shut them out basically for a half. You kind of lose hope. Right now they're a team without hope. I wouldn't be surprised to see them go Jimmy G here by the 4th week because they're not going anyplace where they're now. They're just not going anywhere. That second half of offensive football was really difficult to watch. Fields they're a really good coaching staff at the Bears. They're very disciplined.
Eberflus.
But they're just not very good. They just don't have a lot of talent there. Offensive line is not very good. They did some good things on defense, but they're just, the talent base for that football team is not very good. And Fields is going to have to shoulder it, and he did a good job of that, particularly in the second half. But ultimately, when you look at them compared to Detroit today, when you watch the two teams play, you know, it just seems like Detroit's made a huge leap, and the Bears are still going to kind of muddle around. You know, that game was a hard game to watch.
Man, he is not holding back.
No.
Good gosh. That, like, he eviscerated 2 players.
Yeah.
And, you know, he's trying to get his YouTube channel. He's like the Live Golf of analysts. He's just trying to get his YouTube channel going.
Yes.
But then Mike Martz, he went at him. Okay, next overreaction. The NFL kicking situation.
And by the way, your answer to NFC contender coming from Tampa, LA, or Green Bay.
I think it comes from those 3. I think it's an overreaction.
Agreed.
The Cowboys kicking situation is no worse than anybody else's. This was the worst week I've ever remember seeing for kickers. I can't remember something like this.
Yeah.
This was terrible.
You feel better about your game management or your kicking situation after you look around the rest of the NFL. Nathaniel Hackett, Broncos head coach, butchering the end of Monday Night Football. He apologized for it yesterday. Props to him. He said we should have gone for it. And then all the kicking. Rodrigo Blankenship is now available. If you want him, rec specs, if you want him to replace Maher, the Colts cut him for missing the 42-yarder. I'm going to say the Cowboys kicking situation is still worse than others. That is my initial gut feel, because I did see a lot of guys hit from 56, 58-yard game winners. So I'm going to say our kicking situation is still worse off. We'll be in the bottom half of the league in terms of extra points and field goals. You? This is your perfect topic.
It's perfect. Man, it's bad. It's bad all around. I think ours is a little bit worse than a lot of them. Like Cincinnati, right? Cincinnati missed a couple of field goals the other day. McPherson is. I have faith in McPherson.
But one was a bad snap.
One was a bad snap.
Laces in, Dan.
Laces in. Yeah, absolutely. Blankenship missed one. I think he's better than Maher.
You think he's better than Maher?
Well, I mean, because his career shows that he is.
Well, then you would bring him in.
Yeah, I would bring him in just to get a look. You know, just a competition.
All right, forget about look. That's an easy way.
Yeah, give him competition.
You would take him over Maher.
I don't like that he can't kick from deep. That's probably a non-starter for me. But I would definitely bring him in for competition. Yeah, I mean, look, the kicking situation around the league this weekend was depressing. I mean, there were missed kicks everywhere.
Yes.
Mike Tomlin is the most underrated coach in the NFL.
Oh, that's a good one.
100%.
I would agree.
I think he is.
I would agree.
This is why I was happy. Look, I want them to start Kenny Pickett, but I was happy for Mitch that he was going to get a chance to start with an organization that actually knows what they're doing. I think it's huge for him, and he played well. They won a game, a big time game on the road.
Mike Tomlin is what Cowboy fans are pointing to for those that say Dak's injury should not buy McCarthy more time. Mike Tomlin's the problem for Mike McCarthy, that he can put out Mason Rudolph, Benson and Hodges. I don't know who.
Duck Hodges.
Roethlisberger not being able to throw 7 yards. Mike Tomlin still wins. He's never under 500. And that's what a lot of Tolos pointed to, saying, I don't want to hear McCarthy should be given a free pass when Dak isn't in because of Mike Tomlin's greatness. He is underrated.
Yeah, I think he's definitely underrated.
The most underrated, yes.
We always get credit for our roster being so good. Maybe their roster is pretty good too.
Who else is in that category? Who would be the second most underrated?
Most underrated coach?
Is there any other coach that comes to mind? I can't even think of an instant second.
Is Peterson underrated?
Doug?
Yeah.
I would have to go back to his Eagles records.
Sirianni?
Early. Very early. I'm trying to think of someone who's been around for a little bit. Hey, is John Harbaugh underrated?
That's what I was about to say.
I think so.
Probably.
I think he's probably number 2 on that list. LaFleur? LaFleur's record is stupid. We just don't give him any credit because of Rodgers.
Right. I'm interested to see Brandon Staley this year. It's too early to say. I don't think he's underrated.
Pete Carroll? I know
Yeah,
that hurts.
look, I mean, you know what? I got to hand it to him. I mean, that was a hell of a win. Now, did they get lucky? Yeah. I mean, you get a team fumbling twice in the goal line. There's your win.
Very lucky.
There's your win. Without that, they just put up 17 points.
All right, let's continue. NFL overreactions or not after week 1.
Jimmy G will be the starting quarterback at San Fran by week 5.
Woo! Gosh, that's a segment. Peyton, what do you think? I'll take the easy way out and throw it to you first.
Ooh, by week 5, I'm gonna go yes. I'm really not a believer in Trey Lance. I just don't think he's ready right now. I think they'll fall to like 2 and 3 probably by week 5, maybe after week 5.
Let's look at the
They make a
schedule.
change.
Let's look at the schedule. They better beat Seattle this week. They got Seattle at home, then they're at Denver, then they got the Rams at home. Well, I guess they don't have to. At Carolina, at Atlanta. So, no, he will not. Jimmy G will not be the starter by week 5 because they will let Trey Lance face the Panthers and the Falcons before making a decision. And then you get Chiefs, Rams, Chargers, Listen to this stretch. Ready? San Fran against Seattle. Then it's at Denver, Rams at home, at Carolina, at Atlanta. And then Chiefs, at Rams, Chargers, at Cardinals, Saints, Dolphins, Buccaneers. That's a gauntlet with 7 in a row, but no.
Yeah, it is.
I think Trey Lance will still be starting. And Jerry Rice had to hop on San Francisco radio with our sister station, The Game, and go, hold up, guys. Ho. First game of the season. Let's give him a little bit of a break, all right? He was without Kittle, too. Everyone forgets that.
Yes, he was.
He was without Kittle. Debo had a fumble.
Terrible. I mean, that weather. I could not imagine playing in that weather.
Can't
dude.
judge him in that weather.
No, I'm not going to judge him in that weather either. First start like that. I don't know that he's ready. I mean, he's thrown 350 passes since he was 18 years old.
He's started a grand total of 17 games.
Yeah, outside of high
at
school.
North Dakota State.
Yeah, it's like this is
17 games.
This is a very green player. And the learning curve, if you're going to make this move to go to him, you've got to go to it and stick with him and let him ride out the bumps. The problem is for San Fran, man, they know if they start Jimmy, they're fighting for the postseason. And we've seen Jimmy he's made 2 NFC Championship games in 3 years. And one of those, he went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And he should have gone to one last year.
All right.
One of the Lions, Jags, Panthers, Bears, Steelers will get a wild card.
Lions, Jags,
Panthers, Bears, Steelers will get a wild card.
Well, you know, Mike Tomlin's not going under 500. So that does 9-8 get you in the wild card in the AFC? I don't think it does.
No. None of those
But they
teams.
weren't supposed to win last week, so maybe they end up going 10-7.
None of those teams. Baltimore and Cincinnati will be the playoff teams out of that division. Lions, no. Jacksonville, no. Panthers, no. Bears, no. None of those teams will be a wild card.
Yeah, I agree. The Jags, I think, have the best chance with the division.
Yep.
Because the division's just not good, but I don't think it happens. New England will finish last in the AFC East.
No. They can't be worse than the Jets.
They can't be worse.
Can you imagine being a Jets fan? Imagine being a Jets fan. Being a Jets fan is how we're feeling as Cowboy fans for decades. Every year. Like, this is depressing to me. This Cowboys thing is awful. Like, awful for the station, awful for our show, awful for the city, awful for your mood, awful for everything. And the Jets have this every single year. Every year.
You want to be more depressed?
Why not?
The Jets have made 3 AFC championship games since the Cowboys last made a conference title game.
2 with Mark Sanchez.
Oh.
And the other one with Vinny Testaverde.
Oh, Lord. Oh, that is depressing. Move along. What do you think? Paige, who's last in the AFC East?
Oh, the Jets. I think the Jets.
Yeah, I got to go with the Jets.
They're terrible.
All right.
Patrick Mahomes is still the best quarterback in the league.
A lot of people are saying this. Y'all need a Mahomes reminder?
Yep.
Look at what he just did.
He put him on the table, man.
Now, he did it against Arizona. I mean, I don't know. Arizona's one of those 50-50 judgment teams.
Yeah.
You know?
They started 10-0 10-0 last year.
Yeah, but 44-21. I mean, Mahomes or Allen? What are you doing?
Allen was really good against the Rams.
Yeah, he was. To me, the only difference is, and look, I guess Mahomes can do the same thing.
Mahomes 30-39 for 360 and 5.
Josh Allen can look like the best quarterback you've ever seen and the worst in the same drive. Just because, like, sometimes his throws are weird.
Mahomes can throw up some.
So can Mahomes.
Fair catches.
Mahomes does the same thing as well. I'll take Patrick Mahomes. Truthfully, like I wouldn't even bat an eye at it. I would immediately just, if you had the first pick and I had those two, I'm taking the Mahomes card. I'm sprinting. But if you had the first pick and you took Mahomes, I'm not going to cry for having to stick with Josh Allen.
Is it Rodgers versus Allen? Is Rodgers in this top 3 conversation still? Or are we bumping him? There's an overreaction or not. Aaron Rodgers dips out of the top 2 discussion. Or top 3. I'll make it top 3. Rodgers dips out. Overreaction or not?
No, because I think he's 3. I'd still put him 3 there.
Okay. Ralph?
I think that's an overreaction. I think he still is in that category with those two. I mean, Allen clearly is the newcomer to the category because it used to be just Mahomes and Rodgers and maybe Brady, and then Allen.
It's not like the Chiefs don't have weapons either.
All right, they've got arguably the best tight end that we've ever seen.
Kelsey. Juju was good in Pittsburgh.
Yes, he was.
I think I wanted Juju in my fantasy.
Valdez Scantling, good player.
They drafted Sky Moore.
I mean, they've got weapons. They've done.
They have more weapons than the Packers.
Yeah, they do.
They have more weapons than the Packers. It's not debatable,
especially with Lazard not playing.
Sean Payton, next Cowboy coach maybe, was on FS1 and he was talking about scouting Mahomes out of Texas Tech.
When you watch Mahomes from afar,
he's the best.
Okay, so like there's all these arguments.
There's no argument. There's no argument. I remember doing him in college.
You liked him in college?
Yeah, we watched all the tape. Obviously, in a tougher setting there for him because he doesn't have the personnel some of these other teams did. And then after that, we send him 2 days of installation for like a playbook install.
Sure.
Study it. We're going to be in Lubbock tomorrow. We'll meet with you. Met with Cliff briefly. Took him into a room. Spent half a day, and he was outstanding. He was outstanding. Then we go out on the field. We throw. We work out. You know, it's windy down there. If you're throwing well in Lubbock, you can probably throw well in a lot of places, right? I mean, it's windy, and he reminded me of Favre because he had that not just gunslinger, but he could torque his body. And he could create speed on the ball without the feet having to be set or perfectly set. So some of these off-schedule throws, he was very good at. And I remember when we finished, I said, Pete Carmichael, Joe Lombardi, who's now with the Rams, or with the Chargers, I said, look, we're going right to the plane. We're not stopping anywhere. No one knows we were here. That's our next quarterback.
Wow.
Awesome.
What a great clip.
Awesome. You know, and that's, you know, you see these stories, and I bet you, like, you know, they always say, like, when there's a great game, you know, Al Michaels would tell the story about the 1980 U.S. Olympic hockey game against Russia or Soviet Union. And he goes, you know, there was 10,000 people there, but in 2022, 500,000 people went to that game. You know, they tell everybody, oh, I was there at that game.
Right.
And, you know, it's like, oh, how many coaches say, you know, I had him. I had him.
I saw it.
Bill Polian. Oh, we had Tom Brady great as a first rounder.
Right.
Oh, did you?
Sure you did.
Did you really?
Sure you did. And now, of course, Andy Reid has him. Did you hear this story from his former players? This is Shady McCoy and Deshaun Jackson saying Andy Reid does not speak. You talk about Sky Moore. Andy Reid doesn't talk to rookies.
Andy Reid don't talk to rookies. That's his rule. He don't talk to rookies.
Andy Reid don't talk to rookies.
Did he talk to you like a rookie?
Not really.
He ain't say much to me.
You gotta
I'm keep
earn
it real.
it. Yeah,
you gotta earn it. So look,
Damn.
So Andy Reid, he
he love you to death though.
love his players.
Yep.
But you got to earn it with him. But he just when you know.
He don't talk to
Like
rookies.
when he look at you, give you that look.
He get that look.
Boy.
And he ain't little though. He ain't a little dude.
I can just never picture Andy Reid being mean to anybody.
I couldn't either.
I can't picture.
He's everybody's uncle.
Yes.
I cannot picture this at all. How do you do that? This is if you're a coach.
How do you coach them?
Imagine if
I guess position coaches.
Imagine if we found out Mike McCarthy doesn't talk to Tyler Smith.
He doesn't know Tank's nickname. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. Or
He doesn't know the offensive plays.
Yeah.
According to Broadus.
But you know what I mean? Like, how do you not talk to one of your employees? You cold shoulder your employee for a year?
When you win, people think it's cool because it's like hazing, and then if you lose, it's no wonder you don't even talk to your rookie players. You're not coaching them.
Javon Curse said about Steve Spurrier when he was at Florida, because I never met him. Like I didn't know the man. He was in the office. He didn't. I was on the defensive side. He didn't come over to our room.
All right, I've been saving this.
Oh,
and I haven't heard the audio, but I read it, and this is from Greg Gumbel. I've been sitting on this. Greg Gumbel.
I saw this.
Greg Gumbel is an all-time play-by-play guy in terms of longevity. Like, he's going to be in the Broadcasting Hall of Fame. He might be there already. Yeah. I don't know. NCAA, March Madness, CBS. Greg Gumbel has been around forever. And he did a little sports radio podcast where he blasted you for listening to sports talk radio.
I am not a big fan of sports talk radio because people who listen to sports talk radio strike me as being anxious to be told what to think. And I don't need someone yelling at me. I certainly don't need him yelling at me, but I don't need anyone trying to tell me what I should think about this pitcher for the California Angels, whom I can watch and for myself and make my own judgments. But there apparently is a huge audience for sports talk radio. Now, if you're just tuning in to hear people argue and scream and shout, that's fine. Good luck to you. Good luck in your early grave. Because I think it's the most ridiculous thing on the planet. I have not heard in my lifetime, more than an hour's worth of sports talk radio. And most of it that I heard is basically the lead in or the lead out from an interview that I might have done on occasion.
Wow. Early grave. You're tuning in to be told what to think. We're just yelling and screaming at each other. And it's the most miserable thing on the planet. What do you all have to say to Greg Gumbel, who listens to Sports Talk Radio? 877-881-1053.
He's listening to the wrong stations. He's not listening to the fan.
Exactly where I was going. I was like, he's lived in New York too long, and he's not like that's not his style of radio.
I think he kind of started with WFAN for a little bit.
I think he may have been like one of the first show hosts there on the station. That's basically what it is. I think he's listening to the wrong station and living in the wrong market, because that's not the way it is here. It's not the way it is in a lot of cities where it's just yell, 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 yell.
But nobody tunes in. If there's one thing, first off, my reaction was Greg Gumbel. Like, he sounds as boring here as his play-by-play. Like, no one can ever mention. This guy's been around for 100 years. No one can mention one great Greg Gumbel moment. That's how boring and blah he is as a play-by-play man. He's 76 years old. He's been around forever, and he's that boring. Number two, maybe I'd listen to this from Bryant. You know, like the talented one. Greg's the Eli Manning of the brothers.
Oh, no, that's a hot take.
He's the Eli Manning of sports broadcasting, because Bryant is Peyton and Greg is a boring scrub. That's a hot take.
Well, I think Greg blows Bryant out of the water. I think Bryant's terrible. Bryant's the worst play-by-play guy I've ever heard.
No. Talent. Bryant is horrible. He was horrible play-by-play. But Greg, in my opinion, could not do. I'm talking about Real Sports.
Oh, like Real Sports.
I think Real Sports is a fantastic show.
See, it is.
And I don't think Greg Gumbel could do Real Sports, but Bryant could not do play-by-play. Yes, you're right. But Greg Gumbel has not one memorable moment, and he's had, on paper, a legendary career.
So he was the for what I remember right, he was always the number 2 CBS play-by-play guy during the playoffs.
But there's years he may have been 1.
May have been.
Before Nance? I don't know.
He may have been.
I mean, he's been around forever.
Because he was always in the studio too, right?
Well, they've had JB. Menifee. He's been in studio.
Yeah.
He's done everything. But you don't remember anything. We don't know.
The Domino's Pizza halftime report.
We don't. We don't remember. Here's the other thing. If there's one thing I think we've all learned in society, people aren't going to be told what to think. You listen to sports talk, or I listen to sports talk because I like hearing debate, different ideas. It's sitting at the bar with your friends at 5 p.m. and having fun arguments or debates. That's what it's supposed to be. So Greg Gumbel probably doesn't have any friends. He thinks that you are mindlessly brainwashed, have no conviction of your own. People ain't sitting here changing what they think about the Cowboys based upon what we're saying. They just want to hear about their favorite team and the coverage of it. That's all. We ain't changing your mind about politics. We ain't changing your mind about sports. You believe what you believe. So Greg Gumbel thinks you can't think for yourself, apparently. Eli Manning of sports broadcasting. So there you go. Let me hear it one more time. What and the second thing actually, you know what? The only thing Gumbel may be known for, there was a cartoon that made fun of the Gumbel brothers. I think it was Gumbel and Gumbel. It was like some crime-fighting news team or something like that. The fan text will tell me what cartoon it is. Let me hear it one more time.
I am not a big fan of sports talk radio because people who listen to sports talk radio strike me as being anxious to be told what to think. And I don't need someone yelling at me. I certainly don't need him yelling at me, but I don't need anyone trying to tell me what I should think about this pitcher for the California Angels, whom I can watch and for myself and make my own judgments. But there apparently is a huge audience for sports talk radio. Now, if you're just tuning in to hear people argue and scream and shout, that's fine. Good luck to you. Good luck in your early grave. Because I think it's the most ridiculous thing on the planet. I have not heard in my lifetime, more than an hour's worth of sports talk radio. And most of it that I heard is basically the lead in or the lead out from an interview that I might have done on occasion.
Gumbel to Gumbel, Family Guy. That's what Greg Gumbel's known for. Gumbel to Gumbel, Family Guy. So there you go.
I got to think he's talking about like New York sports radio, where it's just anger, and argue. People are saying that's obviously the Family Guy thing, and but people are praising his play-by-play.
Well, I guess some people would think that if we can't remember anything you've done, like he's the anti-Gus Johnson. Like
right.
Some people believe that play-by-play, you shouldn't be noticed. We shouldn't even know who's doing the game because you're not making it about yourself. You're not overshadowing what's happening on the field.
Yeah, I've always found his voice very soothing.
It is.
He always sounded like he was happy to be doing the game. TV, they say TV, the color analyst is the star, and on radio, the play-by-play voice is the star. So maybe that's what he was doing. I don't know, but yeah, you're right. I can't remember.
Give me a call. Give me a famous Greg Gumbel moment.
I'll tell you this.
Give me one.
I'll tell you this.
76 years old.
I hated when he called. I hated when I turned the game on and he was doing it because I think Peyton Manning is 0 for Greg Gumbel in the playoffs. I do.
How can that be? That's a lot of playoffs.
I knew if Greg Gumbel was doing that opening round, divisional round game, and he got on that mic, I was like, one and done.
Where are people putting the Dallas Cowboys in their week 1 power rankings, and who is in your top 5? 877-881-1053, 8 o'clock hour with Luke Combs, tickets to give away, and the playmaker Michael Irvin. Hump Day edition continues on the Fan.
Let's get your carpet clean. Zero.
It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport. The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
Time.
Oh, can't say that.
Can't say that.
No.
It is now time for the first official regular season power rankings on the Sean and RJ show on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thank you for joining us for the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
This hour, we're going to give away tickets to go see Luke Combs, the show and concert my wife is dying to see. Hook me up radio station if you can. 8:40, the playmaker, Michael Irvin. And 9 o'clock, Joey McGuire, Texas Tech head coach. But let's go 1 through 5 for your best teams in the NFL. Now, you can do it one of two ways. Who looked the best after week 1, or the teams that you still think just are the best? 1 through 5 at 877-881-1053. Before we do that, let's tell you where the Dallas Cowboys have been put by all the different media sites. Oh my. Blogging the Boys, who has been ruthless with their attacks on the Cowboys offseason.
Yes, they have.
And week 1 performance, I thought it was a bunch of homers over there. I was incorrect.
It may have been at one time. It is not today.
There was a few in all the Dak fights.
Yeah.
There was a few Dak homers over there. They've gone, pretty quiet now, but RJ Ochoa leading the way. He is not a homer. He's got them 32.
Okay. Oh, now listen.
The worst team in the National Football League.
All right, look. I saw it.
Maybe he was doing this off of just the game, off of the performance. Yeah. I like to do it like who I think is the best today.
Yeah. The Athletic had him dead last as well.
Oh.
At least their Instagram page did.
Dead last?
Dead last. Now listen. Are they worse than Chicago, Detroit, Jacksonville, Houston, the Jets, Seattle, Giants, Washington? I would say no. They're not. And I don't think they're worse than New England either.
I mean, ESPN's new FPI says we have the worst quarterback in the league now.
Yes. Yeah, got a backup.
Well, you judge everything off the quarterback. That's the RJ Choppy rule.
Dang it, why do you gotta make sense and use logic and put me in a corner like that?
Whoever's got the quarterback.
Yeah.
You are what your quarterback is.
You are what your quarterback is, man.
I don't know.
Dang it.
Like, what would the Cowboys be against? Who would you pick tomorrow on a neutral field? Cowboys or Lions? You like the Lions?
Yeah, I would pick the Lions today. But, I'm looking at it like at the end of the year, I think they're going to finish with a better record than Detroit.
Okay, but that's taking into account Dak coming back.
Yeah.
And they're looking at the Cowboys now.
Okay, that's
fair. You can't look.
No, you're
right.
The
one thing you can't do is say who's going to end up at the end of the year. It's like who's playing the best and who would win today. But Blogging the Boys and The Athletic have the Cowboys dead last. NFL.com has us 27th. ESPN 26. USA Today 28. Yahoo 23. Okay. CBS Sports 24 and Sports Illustrated 24. So they got rocked in these power rankings.
Yeah, they did.
Destroyed.
Anything to the fact that they played the team that was probably the favorite in the NFC?
I think that's being forgotten a little bit.
I think it is. We're focusing on how they lost and what they lost and who they lost, and not who they lost to.
That's going to be Michael Irvin's point.
Yeah, they lost to.
When Mike called me the other night, he's like, "Hey, no. Now who's looked the best in the NFC amongst the contenders?" I said, "Well, it's not Green Bay, it's not the Rams, Tampa." He goes, "There you go." So that's what Mike is going to spin at 8:40 this morning. You lost to the heavyweight in the NFC who looked the best amongst the three. That's the way he's going to.
That's the way he's going to do it. Yep. So okay, you ready?
All right. Was this hard, difficult, easy for you?
1, 2 was very easy. 3 was fairly easy.
Same.
4 started to get tricky, and 5, I was like, I've got a bunch of options, and I hope it's the right one.
Are your first 3 teams all in the AFC?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, we're going to disagree then.
Oh, okay.
Peyton, was this easy or difficult for you?
Yeah, I think I'm in the same boat as RJ. 1 and 2 were easy. 3 was fine. I could have them at 4 or 5. Okay. And then 4 and 5, I adjusted a little bit, but I like it.
All right, so what you're telling me is we all have Buffalo and Kansas City 1, 2. It's just a matter of what order.
Yes.
Yes.
What's your order?
Buffalo 1. Look, they were impressive. And Allen
on the road
with outside of maybe a little small stretch the second quarter where they blew a 10-zip lead, he was tremendous. He was as good as it gets. If their defense is that good, I mean, be ready, dude. This is going to be a long season for the rest of the league.
Buffalo or KC 1, Peyton?
I had Buffalo 1. They beat the defending champs really with ease, too, and on the road.
I'm going Buffalo 1 as well, and then we all have the Kansas City Chiefs number 2. That game was in Arizona, and they took them apart.
They were dominant.
Now, they didn't have JJ, they didn't have DeAndre, but I haven't seen Kyler on here on any of these TV shows after his new big fat contract getting called out and destroyed.
Well, it's double XP week on Call of Duty. He's not he's not sitting there.
I don't know what that means, but I knew it was a video game joke. Kansas City number 2.
Okay, so you have Buffalo 1, KC 2 as well.
Yep.
Okay.
And my number 3 was pretty easy.
Okay.
I'm going to go with the Chargers. 1, 2, 3, AFC.
Ooh, Peyton, who you got?
I thought they pretty much handled, the Raiders. It was a little back and forth for a bit, but they didn't have Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen's probably not going to play Thursday night against the Chiefs, by the way, tomorrow night. Mike Williams wasn't really targeted that much, and Justin Herbert. I mean, if you took the highlight reel throws from week 1 between Allen, Mahomes, Herbert, I think Herbert's would jump out the most in terms of wow factor. Khalil Mack with 3 sacks. I'm going Chargers number 3.
I actually have the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 3.
What?
I mean, it's Tom Brady. Leonard Fournette was impressive, I thought, on Sunday. They have the offensive weapons. Yeah, the offense wasn't clicking, but I think Cowboys' defense is still top 10, maybe closer to top 5. So the potential-wise, I still think the Bucs.
So you have Buffalo 1, KC 2,
and Tampa 3.
And Tampa 3. Mm-hmm. I too have Tampa 3.
Oh.
For all the talk, like I said, how that the Cowboys are terrible. Tampa's defense is really, really good. And it was really good the year they won the Super Bowl. And their offense, if Julio stays healthy and plays the way he played, he was pretty good. They're going to be just fine.
Were y'all watching that game saying we should have signed Julio? What Cowboy regret did you have the most from week 1? Was it, you got to take into account the money? Was it Vaughn with the money? Was it Julio? Was it Amari gone? Connor Williams was like the highest rated PFF. Yeah. What Cowboy regret did you have? Bobby Wagner was playing.
Yeah. Look, I'll tell you, I think we all agree. If Cooper played in that game yesterday, that's a different game. The offense looks differently. He's a receiver who could get open.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he only had 890-something yards last year. I get it. Man, like he was a really, really good cog for this offense. And I think the offense looks way different on Monday morning if Amari Cooper was playing this game.
Yeah, to me, it's less about like Amari's greatness and more about they have to pay attention to him, and that helps everybody else. Like everyone was asking, what happens if CeeDee Lamb gets double covered? What are y'all going to do? Go to Noah Brown? Go to Dennis Houston? Go to Simi Fehoko? These no names to everybody else nationally. Did you have any big Cowboy FOMO regret from week 1?
It was definitely Julio because I think you needed the offensive help more than the defensive help, even though Von Miller would have made that, front four really, really tough to beat.
All right. 1, 2, 3 so far in the Sean and RJ Power Rankings. 877-881-1053. Who is your number 4?
My number 4 is the LA Chargers. Very nice win against a playoff team from last year, and that playoff team from last year got better. Right? They got better in the offseason. The Chargers, they have to make the playoffs this year. This is a must playoff team.
Yes. I'm going to go with Tampa as my number 4. Peyton?
I have my first 0-1 team. I have the Rams who dropped down.
I like it.
They, I give them the benefit of the doubt. They played probably the Super Bowl favorite in Buffalo, but I think that team is still really, really stacked.
Okay, I like that. Not overreacting to a loss.
Yeah, look, I am with you. I hate overreacting to losses. I did not have the Rams in here. They looked awful, man. That second half, and it's not because of even how they looked. I think something's wrong with Stafford. I think there's something wrong. I went and looked. He had the most underthrown balls of his career last year. He had that arm injury. They said his arm was not perfect at all last year, and they still won the Super Bowl, which just goes to show you how talented they are, and he is. But man, something just wasn't right. Not only was he was inaccurate, he was throwing bad interceptions, like really bad. Like it just seemed like that team was. It's like Sean McVay went on a 6-month party and didn't even bother coaching.
Right.
So I didn't have the Rams. My you ready for my number 5?
Yeah.
Minnesota.
Oh.
That was dominant what they did to Green Bay.
Sean Payton yesterday in speaking, doing his interviews, he was really impressed.
Kirk looked good. Justin Jefferson looked amazing. Well, he was being covered by nobody at all. Did you notice that? How wide open he was in some of those plays? That was to me, I think the third most impressive win of the weekend behind the Bills and the Chiefs. Though the Chiefs and the Bills wins because those are road wins against playoff teams from last year. Those were, I think, the 2 best wins. But then I thought Minnesota's was the 3rd best win of the weekend.
Peyton, who's your 5?
The other Los Angeles team, the Chargers. So not far off from y'all, but I have them at 5.
I also put the Minnesota Vikings
in
honor of the playmaker.
Yeah.
Michael Irvin, who's going to join us at 8:40. My new favorite college football team, Texas Tech's head coach, Joey McGuire, at 9 a.m. here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. The Queen played Nintendo. There's an alligator on the loose in Texas, and Brett Favre stealing welfare money. That's all before Michael Irvin, next on Sean and RJ.
But let's get you over to Platinum.
That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. Do you think there will be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Well, think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. It's Frankel. Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
The playmaker, Michael Irvin, will be joining us at 8:40 this morning. Texas Tech head coach Joey McGuire after the epic win against Houston where they stormed the field in Lubbock. That broke a stretch for the Red Raiders in terms of beating, quality opponents. They're sitting there with a quarterback that gets wiped out for the first game of the year again. And here's Joey McGuire, my main man, going and leading the Red Raiders to a 2-0 start. Of course, he's got the Cedar Hill ties. I've gotten so many Tolos say, I played for him or I played against him, and he's a guy that does it the right way. He's a tremendous human being. So cannot wait to get Joey McGuire on at 9 o'clock this morning.
Fascinated to see. I do wonder, how does he deal with the distraction, if he does, of conference realignment? Does it impact recruiting?
Yeah.
Does it impact, it probably doesn't impact the players because they're so focused on day-to-day, but it has to impact recruiting, right?
Red Raiders beat a ranked non-conference opponent in the regular season for the first time since 1989. That was a span of 14 games. And Texas Tech was able to do it to the Cougars on Saturday. Got an SMU note. We got one of our Tolos saying, where's the SMU coverage? They got my state school, the Maryland Terrapins. Screw Maryland. They rejected me from college. Let my brother in, rejected me. But SMU against Maryland coming up, and you got another Mustang note?
Yeah, this is a sad one. SMU alum and super fan Paul Lane, who was a cheerleader at SMU, had attended over 500 consecutive games, 542 consecutive SMU football games. He died on Monday. That was from a brief illness. It's very sad news to hear. So Paul Lane, this was he attended every game since 1972 when he was a freshman and a cheerleader. SMU announced this on their Twitter page on late on Monday. Very sad news.
Dang, that's sad.
That's a cool stat though. 542 straight football games. That's a lot.
Absolutely. The Cleveland Browns have come up with a new mascot. Have we gotten Derek Holland's seal of approval?
No, I don't think so.
Sign off on this. Brownie the Elf, which was a tie back to their old days, as Atolo pointed out. Brownie the Elf is at midfield for the Cleveland Browns. A lot of people making fun of Baker, saying, now you praise Baker, now you decide to honor him, so go check out that. Now, you were a Browns fan growing up, so what do you think about this? You must hate this.
I think this is hideous. I don't know why Brownie the Elf or who Brownie the Elf is. All I see is a cartoon character with a hairline like I used to have. He's got that just a little front haircut, right? The peninsula. He's got the peninsula. That's all I see. Yeah, it's huge too. This logo's enormous. It really is. Have you seen? You remember the in Austin Powers where the spaceship is like the Bob's Big Boy cartoon guy?
Oh yeah,
that's what this thing looks like. That's what this thing reminds me of. I don't get it. It looks like Kansas Jayhawks. Like it's that size, right? It just takes over the court at the University of Kansas. This just takes over the whole field.
So I got this weird email from someone. This is from an actual service that was ranking the NFL's best and worst mascots. And Rowdy was named the most obnoxious mascot in the NFL, according to football fans. Sports Handle surveyed over 1,000 football fans across the country. Most loved, disliked, obnoxious, all of it. And Rowdy was number one most obnoxious, followed by the Chiefs' KC Wolf and the Eagles' Swoops. Rowdy was in the middle of the pack when it came to likability, landing at number 14 out of 30 from best to worst. How is Rowdy? That's just a Cowboy hate tie-in, right? That's just the Cowboy connection. How is Rowdy unlikable and disliked?
He doesn't do anything. He doesn't do anything that's unlikable.
They don't like the cowboy hat, probably the big tall cowboy hat.
What NFL mascot is unlikable?
I was thinking where the Browns. Who knows what the NFL mascots are?
I don't.
I have
hardly
no
know
idea.
any of them. No, I hardly know any of
The
them.
Colts one has the tongue that shoots out, I think. Whatever the horse, or
Oh,
whatever
yeah.
it is, yeah, it's got the little tongue that shoots out.
Man, I thought it was like a dinosaur at first when I first saw that thing. Like this, like there's not really any NFL mascots that throw you off. Like, what are the Suns had the gorilla, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that was
Used to dunk off the trampoline.
yeah, like that was pretty cool. You know, mascots in general. I don't know. Do people really hate on mascots anymore?
So I want to see where the Browns mascot now, Brownie the Elf, shows up on that list. Brett Favre apparently is a gigantic piece of crap as a human being. As the story came out, now he has already had to pay back like $600,000 for apparently being paid for speeches he did not make. That case like already settled. Now we've moved on to Favre and the former governor of Mississippi siphoning $5 million of welfare money and taking that to spend on his daughter's volleyball court as she played for Southern Mississippi, the school he went to. And Favre has been like, no, I haven't had any interaction about volleyball. I didn't talk or text with anyone about that. Well, the text messages were released yesterday showing Favre, and he's asking, can I get in trouble for this? Can payment to me be proven anyhow, anyway? And the state representative's like, no, we're going to work to get approval on it. We'll let you know. And then someone wrote him back, the former governor, and was like, we got approval. We're good to go. And he goes, awesome. I needed to hear that for sure. But if you were to pay me, is there any way the media can find out where it came from and how much? And people are saying, not only are you a piece of garbage, Brett Favre, but you're a stupid, dumb piece of garbage for putting this down with
In
text
writing?
messages.
Yeah.
Especially after Brett has been burned by his own cell phone in the past.
Oh, yes.
Jen
yes.
Sturger.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was. I hear the screen was quite small.
What a
it's a very small screen.
What a dummy.
This is one of the stupidest things you could do. And it's disgusting. It's like you're taking money from people who actually need it.
Right. For a volleyball court.
For volleyball court.
For your daughter's volleyball court.
Could you, like, was she unable to survive in the current volleyball court they had? Right. I mean, this is not a good look. Not to mention illegal. Right. This can't be legal. I can't imagine this is legal.
Shout out to Tolo D, who sent me this from Dallas, Texas TV. Massive 400-pound alligator found strolling through a Texas neighborhood. What?
Okay.
What? No. There's been something on Facebook. That's what I kind of look at the most. Is like these alligator videos where trainers and people are like playing with them, and it's like normalizing alligators a little bit too much.
Yeah, okay.
It's like going to give people the wrong idea that they're cool and chill. Just because it's an old ancient one, they're too slow. They're not as angry.
Yeah.
And now.
How do you know? When the alligator's approaching you, how do you know its age?
Right.
Did you see the video of the old man in Australia?
No.
Alligator is approaching him. He's near a river or a lake. Alligator comes kind of charging at him, and he hits it, bops it on the head with a frying pan.
Oh, yeah, I did
and
see
the
that.
alligator scurries away.
Yeah, that was a young, frisky one.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
And that was an old man, and he's like, dude, get out of here.
What neighborhood was this in? That's what I want to know. Massive 400-pound alligator found strolling through a Texas neighborhood. And did you see the Kentucky football team celebrating their win over the Gators?
With a giant alligator.
So someone on the football team has like a restaurant deal, It'd be like if Texas Roadhouse, or Terry Black's 407 Barbecue was hooking up one of the local players. And they went in and enjoyed, a meal. Mm-hmm. Well, then they said, come on back in, boys, after y'all beat the Gators. And it's a huge alligator smoked and cooked and half of it eaten by the Kentucky football team.
Amazing troll job by Kentucky
Awesome.
On this one. They deserve it. They beat Florida. It was a really, really good win. Kentucky might be the best chance to beat Georgia in the SEC East. The SEC is actually fun again. It has been for a long, long time. But they got a good quarterback. That was a really good win for them.
All right.
A good troll job.
Funeral procession for the Queen of England, which I know you want to talk about So much.
I do want to talk about this because I thought this was quite poor taste. The Queen's having her funeral. Now, by the way, I love the pageantry of these things, but after a while, it's like, would you just bury the poor person? Like they did this. They did this with presidents and stuff. They parade them around for weeks and weeks and weeks. Just let her go into the ground somewhere.
They didn't put her in the ground like the day of the procession?
Like, no, but they're still parading her around. Like, she just got to Buckingham Palace.
Oh.
Like, she's still out there. So this was like yesterday. Now, look, I always get confused. Like, is it yesterday or the day before because of the time change? But this was yesterday. A spectator, so Prince Andrew, who is one of the worst human beings on the planet, at least allegedly.
Was he involved in the Epstein stuff?
There was the rumors that he was involved with the Epstein stuff. And nothing's going to happen to him because he's Prince Andrew. But this was a spectator that decided that they were going to use this time while the Queen, literally the Queen's casket is wheeling by. My voice cracked. He decided to heckle Prince Andrew.
Disgusting! Wait, I've done nothing wrong.
I've done nothing wrong.
I've done nothing wrong.
I've done nothing wrong.
You can't ever picture those people like getting upset.
No, you can't.
Unless it's, the old stereotype of the Irish.
Yep. But this. I thought to me that's in poor taste. Like that's the time or place. Yes, Andrew needs to be heckled.
This guy got taken down quick.
He got ripped away.
I've done nothing wrong.
I've done nothing wrong.
Yes.
I've done nothing wrong.
And then apparently she was a video game player.
So she had a 24-karat gold Nintendo gaming system.
A Wii?
A Wii.
No way.
And apparently,
no Wii.
Yeah, as the kids would say, Sean, she was cracked at bowling. Okay, at Wii bowl. Right, Ryan over here. Listen to my lingo because he knows. That she's apparently cracked at bowling. Just a dominant Nintendo Wii bowler on a 24-karat Nintendo Wii.
And she would play on it.
She would bowl. She would dominate. I don't know if she played tennis. And if they did they have lawn tennis?
Got to play tennis.
Got to
Wimbledon.
Wimbledon. You got to play.
There it is. Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station. A very unfortunate text message that the playmaker just had something come up. Oh, he's on the verge of getting canceled by us, not society. That's 2 weeks in a row. But we're gonna pull a little audible, and I think it's gonna be worth it.
Okay.
We apparently got a major problem in Arlington when it comes to the future of this baseball team. We'll tell you what we're hearing about one of the players that you haven't heard anywhere else, followed by Coach Joey McGuire from Texas Tech, next on The Fan. But first, let me get you on over.
This one is history. It's a walk-off home run for Mark Mathias. His second home run of the ball game. And the Rangers have won it 8-7. How about that?
That was the call yesterday on your home for Rangers baseball. 105.3 The Fan. Rangers win in walk-off fashion. Aaron Judge hits number 56 and 57. But you know it's got to be a pretty important topic or issue if we're bringing up Rangers baseball right in the midst of Week 1 reaction in the National Football League and college football, as Texas Tech head coach Joey McGuire is going to join us at 9 o'clock this morning. Michael Irvin apparently had a family issue that came up, so we'll try to catch up with the playmaker another day. But I've been hearing some things about the Rangers' new duo that they spent all the money on.
All the monies.
Marcus Semien and Corey Seager. And this morning, another source kind of gave us some more information, and that makes me feel good enough about questioning it and discussing it publicly that maybe Corey Seager is not what the Texas Rangers thought he was going to be from a behind-the-scenes standpoint, from a leadership standpoint, from a face of the franchise standpoint. I've now heard multiple stories that they're surprised over what he has not given them and his level of in as the first year being paid the money he's being paid.
Before they signed him, I said, there's no way he comes here. He's not going to go from the Dodgers winning 100 games every year to the Rangers and losing 100 games every year or 90 games. He's not going to do that. No one's going to do that. No one's going to sign up for that. When you've come up, like Aaron Judge is a free agent this year. Aaron Judge isn't going to sign with a team that's going to lose 90 games every year. He's not going to do that. He's been accustomed to going to the playoffs. Corey Seager's been accustomed to going to the playoffs. I was stunned.
But Judge is going to get paid by everyone.
Yes.
You think that was going to be the case with Seager? I mean, he was still a big name. He's not Aaron Judge.
He's not Aaron Judge. He got, $325. That's, they had to outbid somebody, I think, unless they did an A-Rod and outbid themselves. But, for him to, be here for not even a full year. And look, last night, right? The walk-off home run. Where was Corey? Where was Corey Seager? He was out there. He kind of went out there and did a little love tap on the back, and but everybody else is jumping up and down, and he's just kind of going through the motions. And listen, from his standpoint, I'm looking at it like, I get it. He won a World Series. He's been with the Dodgers. Is he going to celebrate a September win?
Right.
When you're 23 games out or 30 games out? Probably not. He's not going to celebrate it the same way. And that's just a tough situation for him to have to be in. But then, you ask yourself, was he...
Where was he in relation to home plate? I didn't see it.
He was kind of around it.
Okay.
He was like obviously everybody rushes the Mathias and
but he wasn't like gung ho.
No. He was kind of there. He was out there, so it looked like he was out there, but he was not in his he wasn't even in a uniform. He had his like a warm up on.
Yeah.
What if he needed to pinch hit in the inning? He wasn't even ready to pinch hit. Unless he was told, hey, there's no chance you're playing because this and this. Usually you're ready to pinch hit at the late in the game situations.
This is him right here. I don't want to go too much off of this. I understand what you're saying. More of the things that I heard was kind of running his own program. Right? Now, a lot of people do that. He kind of walked in and was like, "Yay, fist pump." But I'm going to do my own thing. I don't know how active of a participant I'm going to be in the hitting meetings. I got my own guy. I do my own thing. And I'm sure a lot of players do that. But I just want to know what the understanding was between he and the Rangers when they signed him to that money in terms of being an example and a leader. The more disturbing thing to me from a leadership standpoint is some of the stuff I've been hearing about Semien. Marcus Semien was regarded as, I don't know, give me a great leader in sports, someone beloved by everybody. Like, they're talking about Jimmy Garoppolo like this in San Fran. Like, he's a dude everybody likes, right? When Semien was a free agent, all you heard, forget playing ability, he is the ultimate leader. He's the type of guy that you wanted Elvis Andrus to be.
Yeah.
As Elvis kind of, checked out and he didn't take over that Adrian Beltre leadership role. Everyone in baseball thought Semien was that dude, and I'm hearing there's a little bit of disappointment that he's not. So I got Seager, I got Semien not leading the way, not showing these guys behind the scenes how it's supposed to be done, doing their own thing, disappointing them from the intangible standpoint. That's extremely worrisome after year one.
Yeah. You do, but young teammates see this from veterans, and this is how toxic cultures start. If the vets are not bought in, if they're going through the motions. And again, listen, Corey, Seager signed up for a bad team, a team that was in a rebuild. He knew what he was getting into. He was going to go from a team that was going to make the playoffs every single year.
Yeah.
To a team that was going to struggle to make the playoffs every single year.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with the live golfers. Hey, you can't complain if you don't get official world golf ranking points. You knew what you were getting into. You sacrificed spots in majors for guaranteed money. Don't complain. Don't complain about it.
Now, maybe in year 2, 3, 4 you can.
Maybe in year 2, 3, 4 you can. Absolutely.
But year one,
you knew.
What are you crying about? But I was really surprised to hear the Semien stuff.
I'd heard nothing but glowing things.
Glowing.
About Semien. Yesterday, like we said, he didn't even know he was supposed to bat. Yeah. He was just sitting in the dugout, and then he looks up and he sees. I guess he sees who's hitting. And he's like, "Wait a second, I'm up after him. I gotta go."
Someone on the fan text said Lance Berkman did this too. Got like your own hitting coach, and like yesterday we were wondering about the offensive plays, like the Mike McCarthy story from Broadus. Does every head coach know the offensive verbiage, like play for play? I wonder how many of these hitters, they have their own person, right?
I have no problem with that.
None of us think that pitching coaches and hitting coaches really matter that much in Major League Baseball.
No, should the offensive coordinator be offended that Peyton Manning went to go see David Cutcliffe every year at Duke,
or the quarterback coach,
or should they be offended that the quarterback goes to see their special quarterback coach? I don't think so.
All right,
it's good. More eyes on you, the better.
I can hear RJ chopping my mind as I ask this. I'm surprised that you aren't saying, so I'm not a leader. Not my problem. Seager, Semien.
I don't think they need to be leaders, but I think that if there's issues in the clubhouse with toxicity, then I think that's a problem. That's a problem then. I don't need them to be gung-ho leaders. I just don't want them to show bad habits.
Which I think that can run together.
I think it can.
If Corey Seager doesn't want to participate in some of the meetings or sit in the meetings with everyone, or Semien isn't correcting things, look, you're Marcus Semien. You had a great power year, but I'm paying you, 80% on ability and 20% for intangibles and leadership and setting a standard. That's what we heard about Semien's reputation. That's what we heard. And the Rangers needed, a new leader. And that's not being provided by either guy. Ooh, that is a scary ROI after year one.
There are guys out there. There are guys that just suck. Okay, I don't want to name names. We heard stories about a former pitcher here, a relief pitcher who's just a really tough guy to get along with. And maybe as he's gotten older, maybe he's a little bit better about it now. But you hear that, and it's like, oh, no wonder they got rid of him for nothing. They don't want him around anymore. You just want to get rid of these guys.
Josh Young on today with the G-Bag Nation at 3:20. So a final exciting reason, exciting reason to watch the end of the Rangers year at 3:20. That would be Josh Young on today with G-Bag. It's Sean and RJ. This is your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. So I've been waiting to drop that one, but got a new little piece of information after last night's walk-off win. So I was like, okay, multiple sources. Let's bring it to the Tolos and see what they think. I got a new college football team. It only took a decade, and it's because we slid into each other's DMs. The head coach of the Texas Tech Red Raiders, Joey McGuire, joins us live on Sean and RJ next on The Fan. But let me get you some help.
Store.com studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Smith, it's all his. Touchdown. Texas Tech is your winner.
And with that, the Red Raiders beat a ranked non-conference opponent in the regular season for the first time since 1989. That was a span of 14 games, and the guy leading the program of my favorite college football team in all the land is Coach Joey McGuire, joining Sean and RJ finally on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Good morning, guys. Great to talk to y'all. I appreciate y'all having me.
How much do you attribute your 2-0 start to me kind of coming on board at the same time? How much do you think that's been played up in the locker room?
Oh, 100%. You bring that passion and that excitement, bring the juice. And so I would say you're right there with us.
All right, Coach.
And if you want to come out here and be right here with us, come on, man. We'll get you out here for a game.
Oh, yes, exactly. Coach, in all seriousness, I have had so many people that played against you, played under you back to your Cedar Hill days. Texas Tech current fans that are friends of mine go, this guy's passion seems like a great, genuine dude, want to run through a wall for him, and it seems like it's been a magical start there for you already in Lubbock. Just talk about how this transition has gone for you so far.
Well, if you follow Texas Tech and, especially this last year in basketball and what Tadlock's done in baseball, you have a fan base that loves their university, that are very passionate, and the word fan, the fanatical. We are fanatical. I don't know if anybody saw the cactus deal, but the emoji. But these people, they love their university, and they get behind us, and they help us, play with the energy that we want to play with. So it's been a lot of fun. And one thing that helps me, I think, is I have a lot of history with Texas Tech, so I understand the landscape out here. And then the other thing that helps is I'm from Texas. I've never been anywhere else, so I definitely understand the pride and the passion that people from Texas have, and I think that's helped a ton.
What was it like with that storm the field moment with the way things ended on Saturday against Houston? Did you feel like, could you sense that they were going to come out of the stands and the goalpost was coming down?
Well, I didn't know for sure, and it was incredible because whenever it happened last year at Baylor, I was already gone. I was already here, and so that's the first time that that's happened that I've been able to be a part of. So it was really cool. The student body, they were so fired up, and I think I probably took about 10 or 15 selfies on my way off the field, and it was a great moment. It was good for our players. For them to understand that how we keep talking about it. We keep talking about having this attitude of gratitude that the people, make sure we respect our fans and show them by the way we play how much we care about what they're doing. And so I think it meant a lot to our players, for them to come down and do that.
How does the standard change as the program grows with when you rush the field?
Well, it's probably going to start with when you're really talking about next week when you're playing Texas, when you're playing an OU, something like that. I think it starts changing with that. And then you probably get to a point, to where there's ranked opponents coming in here and you do it then. That's where what we're trying to get to is when you storm the field, it's definitely against somebody that is maybe and what was great, they were in the top 25, but maybe one or two in the nation, and it's a night like it was in 2008 when Crabtree and Graham Harrell hooked up, and those are the moments that you really want. But I also understand what happened Saturday and respect it, and was really excited about it.
Look at the schedule coming up. First off, it's going to be a nationally televised game. Saturday at number 16 NC State, 6 p.m. That's going to be on ESPN2. Then you're going to host the Longhorns at K-State and then at Oklahoma State. 2 weeks after that, it's going to be number 17 Baylor visiting Lubbock. Coach, just give us your perspective on these Texas ties. your relationships with these programs, your Cedar Hill days, does it give you an advantage? What advantage do you think, or what type of unique perspective do you have with all these Texas ties in the position you're in now?
Well, I think the advantage, one, I think there's, you've got Emmett Jones, who was at SOC. You got Zarnell Fitch, who was at Lincoln. You've got Kenny Perry, who was at Arlington Bowie. And so you've got that Metroplex tie. But I think the biggest thing that helps us is coaches can look their parents in the eyes and say that whatever that man says he's going to try to do for your son, then he's going to try to do it every single day your son's on that campus. And know that, that I mean it. That's one thing with us. We're a player-centered program. Everything that we do is making sure our guys are the best version of themselves, and that's academically and football. And so I think you have a lot of coaches out there in the high school and, in the Coaches Association that know that's what we're trying to do and that we mean it. And it's helped a ton, man. It's really, recruiting's going really well right now. And, it's going to continue to get better and better as we get better and better as a program. But it really helps to have my fellow coaches behind me and have my back.
Coach, how do you use like the legends of the program that you didn't coach, like a Patrick Mahomes, to help with the the recruiting process? If that's even I don't know, is even allowed to use former players to help recruit?
Well, he's amazing, man, because that dude, he is all about the Red Raiders. I mean, he really is. I mean, he came to the Baylor basketball game last year. I think he'll be at the Baylor game this year. I mean, he's one of those guys that definitely has a strong voice, and he and Coach Kitley, my OC, are really close. And so it's been good he tweets stuff out. If we shoot him a text and say, hey, man, retweet this. But a lot of times we don't even have to say it. I mean, he's followed it and retweeted it. And so, we use those guys on and off the field, the guys that have had success, off the field. We have such great guys that have alumni that have graduated here that have done such great things. And, it seems like every time I turn around, it's another Red Raider that, that I'm learning about that, has been a part of something really special just in the country and in business and in sports. And so we use them. And then if they're on campus, they can talk to the recruits. So, they definitely can, talk to them then and it helps. And we just keep, all of our stuff that we do PowerPoint wise on our visits. We make sure that they understand, how many alumni, the guys that have come through here, what they've done. The Ed Whitakers of the world that was, the CEO of AT&T and I believe Chrysler, and, the president's calling him to help him bail them out during that time. And he's a proud Red Raider where his name's, on different buildings. And so we try to use all of that.
Texas Tech head coach Joey McGuire here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Coach, you're very active on Twitter and social media. What was the biggest? Was there a huge technological hump that you had to learn? And they're like, hey, this is really going to help you. You're liking all these people's posts that gets you engaged with a lot more people, or were you just smooth with the technology?
Well, if you go back to my Cedar Hill day, really whenever everything started, man, I just think it is a great way to put your brand out there.
Yeah.
So I was pretty active, but now at this point, our creative team is absolutely incredible. I think we have the best in the country, and the products that they're putting out, it makes it easy for me. And then there's a lot of, great fans that I want to, interact with, and if they put something out, like their tweet and so it is the best way whenever it comes to recruiting to see a lot of different film and stuff like that. That's where, as far as the recruiting world, the most activity comes from Twitter versus some of the other platforms. And so I spend a lot of time. It is me. I run my own account. I know a lot of head coaches don't. I think a lot of recruits don't understand that they're not really getting DMs from the head coach.
Yeah.
They got people that actually do it for them, but not me. I'm out there trying to push our brand as far as we can, and make sure I'm active with our fans and our recruits and the people that I can be.
Coach, what was your first or most memorable fan moment where you're like, this can be family here with this fan base, when you were either welcomed or you had that wow moment of, they bleed this red here?
Well, the coolest moment was whenever I was introduced at halftime at the basketball game.
Yeah.
And I do the Raider Power and it's 15,000 people on a Tuesday night or whenever it was. I mean, this place is different now. I mean, and it doesn't matter who we're playing. It does not matter who we're playing. It'd be, if it's Texas, it's sold out. If it's Iowa State on a Tuesday night, there are 15,000 people. And so I'm sitting there doing that, and I come back up to the suite where everybody's sitting, and my wife says, you're really not that big of a deal. And my daughter, who is a Red Raider, who's a diehard Red Raider, who graduated from here, they're chanting Joey. And she turns to my wife, and she goes, "Hey, Mom, yeah, he kind of is a big deal. Can you hear him chant his name?" And so that moment right there was just really, I'll never forget that moment of just the fans and how they embraced me and how they have embraced my family and all the coaches, everybody we've brought in, our coaching staff. We talk about it all the time. We've got guys from everywhere that have been all over the country coaching, and they're like, there's no place like this. We've never been in a place like this.
That's awesome. Coach, the summer of college football this year was kind of chaotic. Pac-12 losing some teams, talks of the Big 12 eating the Pac-12 and vice versa. Have you found that the uncertainty of the future of the conference has been a stumbling block for recruiting?
No, I think we are with our new commissioner, and I think he brings a different perspective. I think he's being very aggressive. I think I don't know this. This is just my opinion. I think in the next weeks to months that you're going to see some additions to the Big 12 as it goes, and we use it. I mean, if you think it came out the other day, I was reading. I mean, just look at the BYU Baylor viewing. I mean, it was one of the highest viewed games. Mm-hmm. I mean, it was over 2 million. Well, if you look at us in Houston, I think we beat everybody in the country whenever it comes to the Pac-12 and the ACC. If they weren't playing, we might have beat them all. I know that our game just with Houston and us were ranked higher than anybody in the Pac-12 that wasn't tied probably to a national time slot, and so I think the product of the Big 12, the brand of football, and then the additions that are coming are going to make this conference, an elite conference. And I'm going to tell you this, the guys that are going, man, they're big time football programs, but Cincinnati played in the Final Four last year. We played BYU at my old place. You saw what what it looks like in Provo, Utah last week. I mean, we got some teams coming in that can really play, and I'm excited. And I know it's just not in football. It's, in all sports of the success that these other teams are having.
Do you like the idea of the 12-team playoff?
Yeah, I do. Because the thing that's always bothered me with the four is you've got guys that don't win their conference that are getting into the Final Four, and then you've got guys that do win their conference that aren't getting into the Final Four. And then you've got years where coaches say, hey, you shouldn't win your conference to, promote their team to get into the Final Fours. And then you got other years that you say, well, you should win your conference to get in. It's been many years to where it's just kind of gone the way of certain programs. And so I think it's great that there's an automatic bid for the Power Fives that win their conference. And then I think there's guys out there definitely, that are in conferences that end up being second place that should be in. And then there's the group of five like Cincinnati last year. I mean, there's a lot of teams that wouldn't want to play Cincinnati at the end of the year. There's a lot of teams that wouldn't want to play Houston at the end of the year last year. And so I think it's great. I think it's great for college football.
Joey McGuire, there's an awesome piece that dropped today done by Dave Wilson on ESPN.com on Coach McGuire and Jeff Traylor as well. I love how you lobbied. You knew the importance of that Dave Campbell. Is that the old school review shop? Dave Campbell's Texas Football, forged on Friday with these two guys on the cover. If you're a Red Raider fan or just a local football fan, go ahead and check that out. Coach, I've been sending you the tape. That's the final thing. I've been sending you the video. My godson, he's going to be a stud. It's just inevitable. It's going to happen somewhere. I'm trying to offer him up to Texas Tech. Do you have any future use for 6'5", 190, a 4.45 receiver quarterback? How do I get him to be a Red Raider before these other schools come calling?
Hey, you just need to bring him out here to a game. If you bring him out here to a game, I get to meet him in person and hang out with him. It'd be awesome. So you might as well just, that's a win-win for you.
Yes.
Yeah. Come on.
All right. There it is. Joey McGuire lived up to the hype that all the Tolos and all the Red Raider fans said he would. Awesome dude. Great start. Sounds like it couldn't happen to a better person, man. Thank you for joining the show. Glad to be on board, and best of luck against NC State and the season coming up, Coach. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me, guys. I appreciate y'all.
There he is. Wreckham. Joey McGuire.
Look at that.
On the
Listen to him.
On the Diamond
Listen to him.
Factory
Next thing you know,
hotline.
you're gonna be doing guns up all over the place.
It don't take much. Just slide into the DMs, and I'm in. Fellas.
Worked well for me.
Fellas, not ladies. Worked well for you. That's right. Joey McGuire, awesome dude. Great start. And they're sitting here doing it without their quarterback. And, you got a brutal schedule coming up, though. At NC State, Longhorns in Lubbock, at Oak State, Baylor, 1, 2, 3, 4 of the next 6, Choppy, are against top 21 teams after they just took out number 25 Houston.
That's a tough schedule. That really is. But if they can make through those, 4 of the top 6, and maybe you get 4 wins out of it, then you're on to something.
ESPN just admitted how terrified they are of this upcoming Cowboys season, and Micah Parsons makes us all proud in the Metroplex by bailing on Skip Bayless. We'll talk about it with Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, next on The Fan. But first, let me get you that.
Barricade Rentals. Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event. No matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals at buyersbarricades.com.
My Lord, do we have some barbecue to talk about in Crosstalk with KMC? Woo! Someone just came in. That's part of the barbecue tour. I told you, Choppy.
Yeah.
I told you it was going to be worth the hype. RJ destroyed one plate on number 2 in the commercial break. But we'll talk about it at 9:40 with the KMC masterpiece. I would like to praise Micah Parsons for making us all proud, as yesterday he apparently skipped, ghosted, and dodged his first weekly appearance that was supposed to take place on FS1 with Skip Bayless.
So we had equipment installed in Micah's home in the Dallas area. And when we made the big grand announcement, he immediately tweeted about how excited he was to join us.
Correct.
Then yesterday came, and all day yesterday, we could not reach Micah. Then as we got into the evening, we couldn't even reach any of his people. So it led us to believe, well, maybe he was just crushed by the opening night loss, which is highly possible. We are still extremely hopeful that he will join us next Tuesday.
So he bailed. No explanation that I've seen. Micah went on social media, and he seems like a face the music guy. Like he wasn't going to just, run and dodge because they lost. He went on social media to address his Madden rating, not Bayless.
Yo, bro, you know who it is. I need you to call this number for me. Madden did me so wrong. They obviously didn't see my man in zone coverage from this past season, being one of the only linebackers. Not the only one, but one of a few that didn't give up a touchdown all year. Now, obviously, Madden didn't see that at all and was top 5 in all passing ratings. So I need you to call this number so they can fix my man in zone coverage, 689-278-3030. Thanks, bro. Hit me back.
Gave the number. Gave the number for the Cowboy fans to call up and get his rating changed. So there's what he said.
Yeah,
on social.
There's a lot of people a lot of the players apparently have done that this year, where they've called up Madden to complain. The EA Sports or it's like, which is, man, does it really matter that much? Does it really matter that much? That's bragging rights,
right?
That's about it.
One more thing before we get to Nick Eatman. Thanks to the Tolos who sent us this. The cast of Get Up on ESPN just admitted they talk way too much about the Cowboys and Aaron Rodgers. And Aaron Judge, barely getting any attention for hitting number 56 and 57. And Mike Greenberg, host of the show, said, you do understand that if the Cowboys and Aaron Rodgers are both irrelevant, our show goes on hiatus. So that was what Mike Greenberg said. That was Mike Bassick's point a couple of days ago as Kevin Hagelin is staring at me through the glass. Let's bring in Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. Nick, the reaction in that building, the reaction inside the Star in Frisco when Jerry Jones told us that Dak Prescott is not going on IR.
I think everybody was pretty surprised, and then they were like, why? What's the reason for it? That means he's coming back sooner? Does that mean they want him in the building more? What are they trying to do? I mean, what does this really mean? And so I think it's a combination of everything. I don't think it necessarily means that he'll be back in a couple of weeks. I think it's probably more of the fact of letting him stay connected with the team as much as possible. And they've maneuvered the roster to the point where they can pretty much do whatever they want, moving a kicker here and a quarterback here and moving practice squad and all that. So I think that they're fine with the roster the way it is.
Can they survive until Dak's return based upon Nick Eatman's quarterback timeline?
Survive as in stay relevant in the playoff race?
Yes.
Like that?
Yep.
I think you can survive that way with a pulse. I mean, because they're going to have to be able to win a couple of games, and I think that there are some winnable games here. But and I think by doing that, and then hopefully NFC East teams will play each other and kind of keep as long as one team doesn't just take off, in the NFC East. But even that, yes, they can survive. they're going to have to figure out how to win. And and they've done it with Cooper Rush before, but I think it's very important to kind of realize both sides of that team that night, and how it really wasn't Cooper Rush that won the game. He kind of managed the game and was able to win it at the end.
Have you blamed them for their number 2 quarterback approach with the Mike Whites and the Cooper Rushes and the DiNucci's? Or, as I wanted to call out Jerry and Steven, I remember Matt Castle and Brandon Whedon and more known names at number 2. What's been your view on the way they've approached backup QB?
And you also throw in the Andy Dalton one where they did that, way out ahead of things, where Dak hadn't missed any games at that point in his career. And so everyone kind of liked the move at the time, and it worked out because he had to play a lot. And so, I thought they should get applauded for that. But like in this case, I think Jerry told you guys yesterday, he said, well, right now, Greer, he mentioned both of them too, which I thought was interesting. And there was no Cooper Rush by himself. It was a they type of thing, which I thought was interesting. But, he said that they are the ones that are the most ready, and it wouldn't be smart to get another veteran in here for the timetable of which then you couldn't come back and counter and say, well, why didn't you do this earlier? Why didn't you do this? Because I truly believe that if Cooper Rush and Will Greer were not on the Cowboys roster this summer, I'm not sure they would be on anyone's roster. So I think that's kind of where they are in the scope of NFL backup quarterbacks. And so I think they could have gotten someone with a higher pedigree, more experience, and then, in this situation, you'd feel a little bit better about it. But, it is what it is right now.
Is the knock on the Cowboys that they we were talking about this Mike Tomlin earlier.
There's just one knock.
It's just one knock. Yeah,
one knock.
But the idea that they can't win with a backup quarterback, like Mike Tomlin is, never goes below 8-8 or whatever.
Right.
Is it fair, that knock on the Cowboys, that they can't win with a backup, considering like they were the 1 seed with a backup a couple years ago?
Yeah, I think it's all about how you're built structurally, and that's why we didn't see it. And people can argue whatever they want to say about Tony Romo. I always, and I've said this for years, I always called him the diaper. I thought he was the diaper of the team. And it was evident, because when you take the diaper off, you see how ugly it really is. And we saw that in 2015. They could not win with these other backup quarterbacks in there. That's how the team was structured, winning, throwing the ball around, and winning with offense. I think if you're structured, with the way the Steelers have always been, and the way other teams are, and then maybe this team could be structured with defense, then yes, you can win that way. And so, I think that they're able to do it. We saw it last year. And I'll go back to that Vikings game. It wasn't Cooper Rush's coming out party. It was Micah Parsons' coming out party. He had 4 tackles for loss. I think he was the player of the week, or definitely the rookie of the week. I mean, they won that game with defense. And so if you can win some games like that, and the guy doesn't come in here and mess it up, then yeah, you could win that way. But they haven't been built that way in recent years to go win it with their defense, because they were an offensive-minded team.
Nick Eatman joining us on the Diamond Factory hotline from DallasCowboys.com. I want to play these comments from Buccaneers linebacker Devin White on the Cowboys offensive game plan, and see if you think this is a big deal at all, or just something that any team could say.
Last year we learned that they really wasn't going to commit to the run game, and the runs that they did, they was going to try to get outside and not run into the interior. But most of the running game was quick game. A lot of curls, a lot of hitches, a lot of slants and stuff. So we kind of knew that going in, so we was able to attack it.
What do you think?
Well, I think that, the fact that he's talking about, we knew they were going to go from the outside and all that was what they did last year. And that's exactly, and the Cowboys had that game plan last year, and they had Tyron Smith and Lyle Collins. Now, they didn't have Zach, but they had a little bit better offensive line, at least more experience than they had going into this game. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that's fair to say. As for the other stuff, it's hard. It's hard to kind of gauge anything on the preseason, because they didn't give a lot of looks at all. They didn't even play their guys in the preseason. So that's experienced coaching there, Todd Bowles and his group, and I think figuring out what they thought was going to happen based off of the players that were there. I mean, I don't know how they would know that other than maybe just going off the last year and maybe some of the things that they had seen in preseason just from the scheme wise. But I don't know if it was week 4 or 5, it would be different. But week 1, I think it's kind of all a guessing game, and they certainly guessed right. And and they have the ability to go to the outside because they could only play. They only were playing 4 defensive linemen up front for most of the game, and then the other 7 guys were flying around. And when you're able to do that, you can pretty much match up with anything a team is trying to do if you can rush with really just 4 guys.
Have you done your homework on Rodrigo Blankenship to see if he would be a better kicker than Brett Maher after the Colts just cut the rec specs?
No, I haven't seen that. I know who you're talking about, and obviously he stands out. But no, I haven't done the research there. I mean, I think you go with, you're going to go with your leading scorer, right? I mean, why would you cut the only weapon you've got right now?
That's the standard.
I think just like with any position, I'm sure they have a list of 4 or 5 kickers, maybe more, that they're looking at and saying, all right, well, if things go bad, and sometimes they can go bad quickly at that position, you've got a list of guys you can bring in, and he's probably on it.
Thank you, Nick. We'll catch up with you on Friday. See if you pick another Cowboys beatdown over Cincy.
We'll see about that. We might want to alter that approach.
Thank you, Nick.
See ya.
Nick Eatman every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday here on Sean and RJ. Let's cross talk with the KMC Masterpiece next with the Hump Day Edition.
Okay.
Continuing on The Fan. Eglin, Mike Bassick, and Corey Majors. What's coming up on the show?
Got Rangers interim manager Tony Beasley on the show today during the expressway or the lunch rush. I'm interested in how we pose the question about the topic that you brought up this morning, Sean. As I was driving in, I was listening. By the way, G-Bag does have Josh Young at 3:20 today. So, Rangers action going here on the station. But I'm very interested in how we pose this question to him because I did ask him a couple weeks ago, Mike. I said, hey, if you're going to tell Josh Young to do something differently going forward, what are you going to tell him? And he did kind of say, not be more engaged because you're not engaged, but it was like, hey, just be like.
You're talking about
overtly.
Seager. You said Josh Young.
Oh yeah.
You're talking about Seager.
What we had heard an hour ago.
Just making sure, because then people would be like, wait, Josh Young is not engaged?
Yeah, reset what you heard us talking
Corey
about.
Seager, you guys were talking about how maybe he's disconnected, how he did a Lance Berkman last night when the walk-off home run was. Lance Berkman back in the day was still sitting in the dugout while everybody was celebrating.
Didn't he go, I've seen lots of walk-offs.
Yeah, I've seen it before. I saw it against the Rangers in the World Series. But he was just kind of disconnected from it. He goes into the clubhouse, does his own thing, has his own hitting coach, which most of these guys do. I mean, hell, Kevin, all the high school kids that we covered back then had their own hitting coaches. But he
different in the major leagues. I want to make this very clear.
Yeah.
Not every major leaguer or the majority of them are using their personal hitting coaches during the season.
Yeah, but if you're a big dog, does it happen? Is it common?
Not necessarily.
Okay, give me is one per team?
Like
one player
that has his own.
Barry Bonds.
I'd say no.
Barry Bonds.
Barry Bonds was his own hitting coach.
Yeah,
or Bobby was.
Right, but he wasn't doing. I'm not hitting with the team. I'm just hitting in the tunnel and using my guy. Now that could change a little bit more today than it was when I played. But
like your own pitching coach is your dad.
Yeah, but I still listened to Charlie Huff and Randy St. Clair and Oral Hershiser and stuff. I wasn't like, hey, don't tell me what to do. I'm going to call my dad.
Yeah.
And he's going to give me the game plan against the Tampa Bay Rays today.
Sure.
I'd get sent down immediately. I mean, Corey Seager is different. And so you have to take, first of all, I'm just going to use Juan Soto, for example. He hasn't signed his major contract. It would be a little bit, he is one of the best hitters in the game, not having a great year, but one of the best hitters in the game. He could probably do it without having a 10-year, $300 to $500 million contract, but you're not going to have Nate Lowe or Adolis Garcia or Leody Taveras have their own hitting coach. It's impossible for them with their status to do that.
Right. And the other things that we had heard is that, Marcus Semien was brought in here. All we heard about was his power year and his leadership.
Right.
Like it was leader, beloved. And I just heard that the two guys they paid to be the new faces of their organization have disappointed from a leadership, set the example standpoint. That's what I've heard multiple times now.
And so much so with Seager that Evan Grant even wrote about that a month or so ago. And so
what did he write?
Just that. About what you're saying about the leadership and like lack of
he wrote about it.
Yeah, or like they wanted him to step up a little bit as a leader. And if Evan's writing that, it's pretty apparent.
He might get sent home again.
How?
I'm trying to think that World Series club, Michael Young was the guy. We knew we were going to get a PC answer out of him and he was going to give the straight stuff. Josh Hamilton was the best player. Everybody said, even Derek was telling us he was the best athlete I've ever seen in my life. But he wasn't a leader.
Beltre?
He came into the second World Series. And
he was a leader, yes.
He was definitely like
because Elvis did not provide this for them.
No.
They wanted him to take the mantle. He wasn't interested in it or he was bad at it. So let's go ahead, rip out the page, new path forward. And Corey Seager and Semien, I don't think have brought it in the way that they were hoping.
But you also had a manager at that time that was able to get all those guys together, or to get them all on the same page or act like they liked each other. They all were pulling for Wash throughout that time. You don't have any of that. Like the guy that Corey Seager maybe respected the most on this team is gone already.
You could cheer for a spreadsheet.
Oh my God!
Is that not who they're all working for? Is the great spreadsheet in the baseball sky?
Hopefully somebody changes that.
Are we surprised that a guy who is played his entire career winning 100 games a year
in Los Angeles
is disconnected in Arlington
A little
in September.
bit, because how
We're
did you?
surprised?
I am.
We're surprised by that?
I am
the guy's
surprised.
winning 100 games a year.
Okay, well, does he not understand how sports work? Did he not say, hey, I'm going to a team that has been god-awful for multiple years and is in the midst of the worst run in the history of their franchise, which is not very lauded to begin with, and say, you know what? They might not get better straight away. I'm leaving the best or one of the best organizations in baseball for a team that stinks. He could not see that potential outcome and have prepared himself mentally.
Oh, he could have. I'm saying we shouldn't be surprised that a guy who is used to winning 100 games is disconnected in September when they're 30 out. I'm not surprised by that.
I agree with that.
I guess the other question for Bassick is, and RJ and I will disagree about this a lot of times, what leadership should be expected? Okay, you paid me to come play baseball. You paid me to hit 35 home runs. You paid me to be, the up the middle strength of your franchise for the next 5 to 10 years. So what if I'm disconnected? So what if I don't? It's the backup quarterback syndrome in the National Football League. Sorry, the starter to the newly drafted kid, Tannehill, Rodgers, Favre. What should the expectation be?
I like what you're saying. I'll say the difference in that is that backup quarterback's there to take your job. If I'm your backup quarterback, and I was drafted in the 3rd round or 1st round like Jordan Love, I'm here. They've drafted me to take your job.
Yeah.
So now I'm like, hey, how much information do I want to give him? That's a tough situation, because if I give him enough and he gets good enough and he gets as good or better than me, I'm jobless or I'm finding another team.
Yep.
Where in baseball, if you're Corey Seager or Simeon and you're trying to help out Josh Young, he can't take your job, right? I mean, it's
a huge difference.
Right. And so I would say in the leadership category there from baseball is usually you're helping and because there's so many positions and this and that, you're not helping the person take your job. I think in quarterbacking, that's the tough part.
They'll find a spot for you. If you get hit, they'll find a spot in the field for you. It may not be your spot.
Our thanks to 407 Barbecue.
Oh, my God.
Corey?
Going out there Thursday with Reggie and Bobby Belt from 4 to 7 in Argyle.
4 to 7 at 407?
At 407, yeah. Smart marketing right there. That was planned. You told me a couple days ago top 3.
Yes.
And like that, the ribs, that's how you make ribs. And then the brisket, that brisket may be the juiciest brisket I've ever had in my life. That was phenomenal.
What did you think? You're 2 plates in.
I'm about 2 plates in. Yeah, well, kind of. I'm a huge sausage fan. It'll be nasty. And it was fantastic.
It was jalapeno cheddar sausage.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So good.
Oh, so good. So good.
Mikey, what do you think?
That's very good. Really, really good.
Yeah, they're a top 3 for me. Kevin is even going in on the pork ribs.
I'm just waiting for you to go to break so I can finish this rib.
Come out and see us on Thursday. We'll be pushing it tomorrow as well.
Yeah, go to break.
Thank you, 407. Let's go get seconds. The KMC Masterpiece is next on 105.3 The Fan.
We're in this together. We're proud to have you as a TOLO, which stands for Turn It On. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053 if you want to jump in the text and have some conversations with us today. Or, of course, you can always get on the Fan Cam, jump in the Twitch. We love our Twolos as well. Conversations going all over the place. And the conversation we're going to start with is, Dak aside, because obviously that is a big one, how many problems from the season opener do you think will plague the Cowboys all year long?
Dak.
Because, okay, agreed.
Yep.
Dak aside, though, because there does
Good
seem
answer.
to be
Thank
this
you.
weird narrative that, like, Dak got hurt, so the season's over, which is fair. But the weird narrative is to go along with it, nobody's saying, hey, what about all the rest of the game when Dak wasn't hurt and the team offensively looked god-awful?
Yeah, I would say, I mean, I was watching a play this morning that Michael Gelkin posted up, and Dawson said, hey, look, they're doing what they did last year, where the linebackers are dropping to cover, to clog up the throwing lanes, and there's a section of the field that everybody knows the Cowboys want to throw into, all right? Like, there's a specific area where Dak is comfortable throwing darts, and Kellen Moore draws up most of the plays for that specifically. And that's something that I'm like, okay, how do I feel like Kellen he thinks, okay, I got to get these things rolling so I can open up these other things that I want to do. And they couldn't get the linebackers, to be honest, in the run game. They were like, well, I mean, we can stop. We're fine if you're going to get 4 yards. We're fine if you're going to pick up 2 or run a stupid trick play that gets you -8 yards that most of your players didn't have a freaking clue where they were supposed to go. Have you seen this play, Kevin? They're running in circles around each other.
I still thought there was an outside chance they were actually going to try to make a quadruple reverse. I'm not sure about that because it got blown up.
They literally looked like they ran that play against air over and over and over and said, hey, you know what? This is going to work out great. Until somebody hits you and runs through the lane, and now you're spun around. So I'm still concerned, Kevin, that something that will plague you is the Cowboys' commitment to Kellen Moore and his inability to create the offense that he wants, and that there's no recovery from it. Because if Mike McCarthy is saying, well, I can't call that offense because I don't know the verbiage, who else is there? You think Nussmeier's going to be capable of just walking in and saying, I know the verbiage, and it's going to be different? No, he's same group that we needed to get away from when it came to what they were doing offensively, especially if the defense says, we've got you figured out. Now what are you going to do? And they have no answer.
Okay, and I see multiple people that are agreeing with you, offensive coordinator from the 903, play calling from the 210. Can I just ask a question about that? Is the next step, it's not, you wouldn't fire Kellen Moore, would Mike McCarthy... Excuse me. Would Mike McCarthy take over, or does what Broadus told us yesterday about not knowing the specific verbiage? Do you think they're already working on that?
And extra syllable in that verbiage.
Yes. Verbiage.
I like it. I don't think he could, Kevin. To your point,
just because he doesn't.
Yeah, if you don't know the language, you can't do it.
Or you have to install a completely new offense that you know. Right. And you have to dumb it down real fast for everybody to be able to pick up, or say we're streamlining it. We're only running this amount of plays this week, and then next week we'll add to it. But you're not going to give up on Kellen that early in the season. They're not doing that this early in the season.
Sure.
Is there any part of you guys, I'll tell you, I feel bad for Kellen Moore that his mentors were Scott Linehan and Jason Garrett.
Me too.
I think he has a lot of ability to be a good offensive coordinator, but I think he's stuck with, this is the way my mentors did it in the NFL. He was with Linehan in Detroit, came over with them to Dallas to be the backup quarterback in 2016, immediately became part of the staff in 2017, and he saw Garrett run the offense.
Yeah.
And I just think that he's like, well, this is the way the NFL works. It works the Linehan way. It works the Garrett way. And I think he's really struggling to have that creativity that we're seeing a lot from. Like, if you were under Sean McVay, I'm not saying it works out perfectly, but if you were under some of the what we consider smarter offensive minds in the NFL and you pick up some of their traits, some of their plays, some of their thought processes in meetings, then all of a sudden I think that Kellen Moore could be good. I won't put it past because he's so young that Kellen Moore, I think this is his last year to be in Dallas. I think I'm getting closer and closer to, and we've only played one game, is that Sean Payton is going to be the head coach next year. He is going to be the offensive coordinator. And I think that the offensive staff gets blown out. Sean Payton brings in his own offensive staff. Kellen Moore is done. Maybe he tries to go be a college guy, but I think he could be good. He just has to get away and learn more football away from Linehan and Garrett.
Okay, I just want to try this thought experiment for just a second based off of something somebody texted. I want to make this very clear because, Mike, I've seen how your words can clearly get twisted.
What?
There is no part of me that thinks this is going to happen, all right? I want to make that very clear. But on the off chance that Dak is not ready to go in 3 games, let's just say.
Why would you think that?
I know.
Why would you think that he's not ready in 3 games?
Hey, you know, it's entirely possible they didn't put him on IR so he can just be on the sidelines during the game. Just a thought about that I want y'all to consider is Cooper Rush plays the next 4 games. They go 3-1, and the offense looks pretty good. It's insane to even. I'm not saying this would. I'm not saying this would happen at all. But I see all of these texts as like Mike and Kellen are not the problem. It's Dak. It's Dak. It's Dak. It's Dak. But like I don't believe that. I'm not saying that's the only reason. I think Dak has something to do with this for sure. But if for some reason, because the offense looked awful. If you went on a run in these next 4 or 5, whatever it ends up being, and your offense looks, you know what, pretty damn good, would they even sit there for half a second and be like, hey, or would you just be like, well, that's stupid. Obviously, we're going right back to Dak.
I think they'd go back to Dak because of his long-term contract and his age. I think it was a little bit different with Tony Romo at his injury history, his contract status, and his age. That being said, if you did for some reason go 3-1,
yeah,
and you were putting up close to 30 points a game, I think it would be an indication of Dak's just a guy. And there's no reason to ever give him another dime. When we can get rid of him financially, when it makes sense, we'll do that. I don't think that's going to happen. I'm playing your hypothetical here.
It's just a thought experiment. I don't either.
But if your hypothetical were to play out and the Cowboys against the Bengals this week scored 27, and then the next week against the Giants scored 34, because I put this out there once again. I think a lot of people actually don't listen to us during the offseason.
Right.
Then we noticed, you know, like when Cowboy season starts, people start listening more to Sports Talk Radio. The Cowboys' #1 offense last year in points, we did the study. They averaged 41 a game last year against their division. When you take out the 6 games against your division, they are slightly above average offensively, right around 25, 26 points a game. I remember doing the study, which then puts you in about 10th, 11th or so in the NFL in points. So take out the crap division, and then all of a sudden the offense isn't so special. But I don't think it's going to happen. If it did, I would say they go right back to Dak, but then they realize, okay, if they have any brain cells at all there, they would say, all right, Dak actually is just an average guy. That being said, I don't think so. Dak is, I think, average to above average. But if Cooper Rush were to do that, then all of a sudden you got to go, there's no difference between Cooper Rush and Dak Prescott.
And then on the flip side right here for the 2-4, because I so feverishly disagree with this, only an idiot would watch that game and lay it at the quarterback's feet. Tolos can be idiots too. Well, we can all be idiots, but
I can lay a lot of it at the quarterback's feet.
Yeah, I think if you lay none of what happened Sunday night on Dak's feet, I think that is disingenuous and disconnected from what happened in that game.
You can't find a person who analyzes football that's a former player, former quarterback, former coach.
Maybe Pro Football Focus.
Yeah, but they rated him really low too.
Okay, good.
Like they rated him around Trey Lance, I think. So, you know, Trey Lance put up 10 points against Chicago and
underwater.
And it was underwater, but like you can't find, if you want to say Dak had a good game and it was the offensive line's fault and the receiver's fault, you can't find that person to go along with you. It doesn't mean that was one game. It's not his whole career. That was arguably his worst game of his career.
Now, here is something that is concerning to me, and it's only one game. And you can, you know, factor out the Dak injury if you want, but here is a list of concerns that I put down for us going into the season. Tell me how many of these that you felt like at least partially played out in game one and might be an issue going forward. Dak injuries. Well, there you go. The run defense. Well,
it didn't look good.
There you go. Offensive line. I actually thought, especially in the first half, I thought the offensive line was average, which is probably about the best I was hoping for.
I'm with you, but I can see how it's going to be an issue that Connor McGovern is now out a month.
Yes, for sure. Dak's pocket presence and knowing when to get rid of the ball. Penalties. My goodness. And I know we'll talk a little bit more about penalties later, but then like Terrence Steele with his back-to-back false starts and then a holding call because he's like, I would like to have more variety of penalties in succession, which is infuriating. And then CD drops. So like, those are just some of the things that we had put together before the season. Dak injuries, run defense, offensive line, Dak's pocket presence and knowing when to get rid of the ball, penalties, and CD drops.
To add to CD real quick, wide receiver depth. Because we got a bunch of guys that are fifth receivers in the NFL on our team.
And I think you saw a lot of that play out Sunday. And then if you go forward, are you still concerned about Dak's injuries? Yes. Are you still concerned about the run defense? I definitely am. Are you still concerned about the offensive line? To your point, Mike, I feel like we still are. Are you still worried about the penalties? Well, they had 10 on Sunday. Are you still worried about wide receiver depth? It feels like we are. And are you still worried about the CD drops? Like, that's the thing is...
Turpentine isn't prime.
Yeah, man. And more than ever, it feels like you need to score non-offensive touchdowns, right?
Yeah.
Like, we're going to need a replication of Trayvon Diggs for that pick six, or Micah Parsons gets his own, like, strip sack fumble recovery for a touchdown, or whatever the case may be, or you need Turpin to do something, because more than ever, it feels like you're going to need non-offensive touchdowns.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't know. I've said this, and I know people disagree with me, and maybe I'm wrong. I'll say maybe I'm wrong on this one. I feel like, though, when you're playing a team that can't score, like the Cowboys really don't threaten you offensively this year, that they're going to put up 25 to 35 points. You don't have to be as aggressive with the risk-reward situation when you have the ball. Because punting, you're like, look, if we punt, we're probably getting it back in 3 to 5 plays.
Yeah.
So when you're going up against a team, the first half Dallas Cowboys of 2021, and they have 20 points at halftime, you're going, man, we got to force this thing. We got to drop back, and we got to try to get this ball down the field, because if we don't end up scoring 30 points, we're probably not going to win. That gives your defense more opportunity to create turnovers. And so I don't know where the huge opportunities are going to come from if the Cowboys have 3 points at halftime against the Bengals, and they let's say it's 13-3 at halftime, which I think is a very likely score on Sunday. Well, how many times do you think Joe Burrow's dropping back and really trying to force the ball 30 yards down the field into double coverage when he's up by 10 and the other team can barely get the ball to the red zone one time at halftime?
I will say, to add to this might be something that a lot of people haven't seen if they haven't watched the All 22 or just kind of.
Swear to God, I thought you were going to play that TikTok.
No, it's oh man, if Reggie has it, we'll play it for sure. Have you seen Diggs in the run game? And that Tampa Bay said.
What do you mean Diggs in the run game?
Yeah, well,
I can imagine it's not good.
He runs
with them. He's
runs
like, keep going
in one direction. And that is usually opposite of where the runner's going. But Tampa Bay said, we're just going to go to him. And we're going to go see, we're going to go right at him and see if he's willing to get his nose dirty. And they don't have a way to protect it right now. They don't have a way to keep him from having to do it. You know, like Dion, if Dion didn't want to tackle, that's fine. They were good enough elsewhere to keep it from being a problem.
And I would argue that if you're looking at your third level of defense and being like, we can directly attack that, not via pass,
well, it's not even necessarily third level. It's outside. Like when you get to the outside, you need that cornerback to at least maybe get up there, get their nose in there, maybe further string out the play, and
fall in front of him and just try and do something.
He doesn't want. He don't want that physicality.
He's a big fan of the feet dive tackle, right? Like I felt
he definitely did that in one of those plays.
Yeah, I saw that at least once, and I remember last year that was something I complained about, and I'll remain I get it. I would like him to be better at that. I remain steadfast in that Pro Football Focus he's not good at quarterback because he's not a good run defender. And I'm like, right, but like that's not really your primary job. I get it. I would like him to like give a crap when he tries to make a tackle, but but
that being said, when your guys in the middle actually were doing their job. We talk about getting run on yesterday. Most of the big plays came running at Diggs in that direction. So whatever that left side is needs to be fixed in some way, shape, or form. And that,
which is also on Quinn.
I don't want him getting hurt. I clearly don't want him getting hurt, but I need him to the opposing team to not go, hey, we recognize that this is a great way for us to pick up yards.
What Dion would do is he would dive at their feet to make them jump over them so it would stop the player's stride. And sometimes he would catch a cleat and it would trip them. So that is,
what Diggs does is he grabs an offensive lineman or a safety or something and says, hey, or a wide receiver and says, hey, stand here with me. And I'm just going to kind of be in the way maybe, but it doesn't, he becomes a blocking.
Sounds
dummy.
like in the 80s, Mark McGuire's defense. Hey, if I stand with you and I let you do whatever you want, will you do the same when I get the ball?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, which player debuting with a new NFL team most impressed you over the weekend? Plus, we will hear from Mike McCarthy. All of it next right here on the Fan.
All right, Tolos, if you're an adventure seeker, this month is for you. It's Jeep Adventure
by Texans Canned Cars for Kids. It's brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Think there'll be fewer big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again, and those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less, Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll hear from Mike McCarthy for his press conference at 10:30 or whenever he decides to show up. We'll see how that plays out. Is which player debuting with a new NFL team impressed you most over the weekend? I can tell you Pro Football Focus's thoughts, but remember, they thought Patrick Mahomes was the 9th best quarterback this weekend. So.
And then he got AFC Player of the Week.
Yes, Offensive Player of the Week.
Do rookies count here? Like, that would be a new team for them. Like,
I didn't factor in rookies, but
Tyler
that's
Smith.
a fair point. Tyler Smith was the most impressive.
No, he
of the
impressed
weekend.
me. He impressed me.
No, the most impressive.
Oh, okay, all right.
I lean towards Khalil Mack.
That makes sense. That does make a lot of sense.
From the 682, if you say Khalil Mack, then I'll tell you the Raiders O-line was terrible.
Okay.
Bosa took on the most double teams and one of Mack's sacks. Shouldn't have counted because he face masked Derek Carr.
But he still had 3 sacks, right? So
Did you say sacks?
yes.
Oh, okay. 3 sacks would be cool too.
I mean, if you, I think I will. This is my bold football
No
opinion.
order. I would like 3 sacks, please.
If you have 3 sacks in a football game and you're a defensive player, I think you hopefully get to have sex 3 times after the game.
That's what
I
you
think
would
you. I think you earned it, and hopefully you have some willing partner.
The
I don't know how that works.
The answer is Devontae Adams.
Yeah.
Kevin. That is the answer to your question.
They lost.
They did lose, but he was unstoppable, man.
You're unstoppable.
I hate. Oh, that's a nice compliment.
Thanks.
I know you said that's the answer.
What about AJ Brown?
Okay, that I was gonna say. Can I possibly suggest another one? AJ Brown.
In your face, Cowboys.
Had 155 yards on 10 catches. It was the most receiving yards for an Eagles player in their first game ever.
And think about it. He's catching punts most of the time.
No, I still say no.
Oh.
All right, so here's why.
Okay.
Devontae Adams had 141 yards on 10 catches.
That's less.
And a touchdown. How many touchdowns did A.J. Brown have?
Ooh.
0.
It's tough to catch punts for a touchdown.
Okay, and I will add, A.J. Brown's an Eagle, so
okay.
No, I won't acknowledge it.
G-L.
What are you doing right now?
Eagles.
Mike.
Stop that.
No.
877-881-1053 if you want to join
No.
Mike in that chant or if you're mad at him for it. I said you
Who
could be
wants
mad.
to join him in that chant?
I'm giving people options.
Okay. What about, and I know we have to go back a few days, but still part of the weekend. What about Von Miller?
Yeah, he was
good.
really good.
Yeah, and so much so that we had to ask Jerry, like, hey.
Kind of sad you didn't get that
Yeah,
guy.
you watched that play out, right? What do we think about that? All right. So, and I know we've been kind of joking about it just when it comes to the quarterbacks, because I just think it's really funny, especially because somebody from Pro Football Focus is like, now I didn't give him credit for that one touchdown because it's too easy, which I think is a weird quote. Is their top 4 highest graded players on a new team, because one of these will make people sad. A.J. Brown, Devontae Adams, they're only half a point apart, but A.J. Brown, 88.8.
He had a touchdown. Brown didn't.
I didn't make the
You
numbers.
really got that one wrong, Corey.
No, I didn't.
Jarvis Landry is 3rd, and Connor Williams is 4th. I just want to make sure we can all agree on something. Let's not redefine history about Connor Williams. No matter how much the Cowboys' offensive line struggles, I don't want people pretending like they thought Connor Williams was the best when he was here and that we needed to keep him. No, you
From
didn't.
Euless
Out of all
Trinity.
the people we
Isn't
let
he
go,
from
he was
Euless? Is that
Coppell,
right?
but,
Am I right about
it's
his
Coppell.
Coppell, dang it. I knew it from Coppell.
No.
and UT.
Mike said it, or just like he said it the whole time.
No, he did not.
I was like, we should be playing him at center. I said it never, but maybe in my head.
Actually, we had him at center, and then Kevin broke him. Remember, Kevin asked him about being afraid of snapping the ball, and then he couldn't snap the ball.
I thought it was a fair question. You don't know. You haven't played center up here. Are you nervous about snapping the ball? And he was like, no, not at all. And then he had problems snapping the
Lots
ball.
of
Because I would
problems.
think if you were the center, that was one of your primary thoughts is how do I snap the ball? Also, how do I snap the ball and immediately pop up in my stance fast enough to not let the guy run over me? Those feel like two essential basic questions of being a center.
Jarvis Landry was pretty good. 7 for 114. That's a pretty good day, too.
Who does he play for?
Saints.
He plays for the Saints.
Okay, thank you.
By the way, Jameis Winston and the Saints going up against Tom Brady. Do you know, since he joined with the Bucs, Tom Brady is 0-4 against the Saints.
What?
You should just pretend they're the Cowboys.
And he's 7-0 against the Cowboys and like 8-0 against Dan Quinn.
Oh, man.
It's something ridiculous. His numbers against Dan Quinn are insane.
Yeah.
I should pick the Saints and picking with Bassick.
Did you just forget the name of your own segment that's betting with Bassick?
Yeah.
Okay.
I did. I forgot.
Okay.
Tampa Bay by 2.5. I got the home dog in your face.
All right. So
Chris Olave time.
You're going to go. Are you going A.J. Brown then? Mike?
No, I said Khalil Mack.
Okay.
And I'm definitely going Devontae Adams. I also drafted him in the Station Fantasy Football League. So having him, this is the first time I've ever had him on my team. And so just reaping the benefits of it, I'll accept what they're doing.
I can't wait for tomorrow night when you have Khalil Mack and Bosa versus Kansas City. Herbert and Mahomes.
Yeah.
That's one of the best games of the year, and it's on Thursday Night Football on Amazon Prime. I got to download something or do something.
You don't have Amazon Prime on on your TV?
I don't think so.
Okay, well, if you have a smart TV, you should probably be able to get that going. Or if you have a Roku or Fire Stick or whatever else the case may be, and you might or Chromecast, you can just cast it right up to your TV.
You just hit Amazon Shopping on your phone, and then the game
if
comes
you just
on.
pull.
Look, it does. I hit Amazon, the app, and then it says tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern.
This is live coverage of Mike.
Starts playing a commercial.
Excited about. Okay, well,
31 hours, 29 minutes, and 10 seconds
This is
away.
great content.
Yeah, okay. So we get the idea. So yes,
Hit
you can
play.
watch it on there.
Okay, you just hit the play button.
I wanted to throw out one more option, if not only because of his game, but because of his post-game quote. You see Tyreek Hill.
I was just about to ask about Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek Hill, 8 catches for 94 yards.
Good day.
All right? Very good day. His post-game quote about Mike McDaniel, our guy, going for it on 4th and 7, he said, quote, McDaniels is going to need a wheelbarrow for his nuts to carry them around.
Oh my gosh! Because he's got a lot of a pecan tree farm, and he's going to have to carry around a bunch of.
I think it's just a figure of speech for what a heck of a call that was on 4th and 7.
As long as it's successful, right? If it's successful, you're always, man, the cojones on this one. That's why you hired that guy.
The double reverse.
Yeah, if it fails, then you're just like, what happened here? Why did it go wrong? But yeah, Dabes and him both made huge calls, huge decisions to win their game for them. You know?
I feel like since Dabes did win,
thank you, Mike,
that Corey can keep saying Dabes until he loses.
Mm-hmm. That's fact.
I agree with that.
Yeah, there you go.
I will not until he loses a game.
I mean, and then when he wins again against Tom Dabes, every time he wins, I call Dabes
that was
for a
not
week.
the deal.
They're at home against the Panthers, and they're at home against Cooper Rush. I think you got Dabes in your playbook for at least a couple more weeks.
Well, crap, because now I want to rethink this because I was going to ask who had the most disappointing debut. Was it Baker Mayfield? Was it Russell Wilson?
I will say Russell Wilson because I expected more. I really do think Seattle came out really amped up in that game. And, Baker's in front of his own home crowd. It's not like he went to Cleveland and lost. He stayed at home and lost.
Was it fair that his running backs fumbled on the goal line twice?
Times? Yeah.
Russell Wilson's?
Yeah, that's not his fault.
Oh, that's just his curse.
That's why he wanted to pass the ball in the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Because he knew that Marshawn Lynch couldn't get across.
Running backs fumble.
I'm still not 100% if I know about that, but I hear what you're saying. I was so Monday night was the evidence you needed to be
that Russ did the right thing.
So I was going to ask if it was Baker Mayfield because Baker Mayfield, putting aside the stats, he talks so much about, he had shirts where he's like, I'm unleashed.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, we're going to whip their ass. And then he was like, that's not exactly what I said, but I'm a confident guy. And I definitely think we're going to beat them down. But I didn't say that. And then they lost to a team that hadn't won in their last 17 openers.
Yeah,
that's pretty bad.
Yeah, it's, no, for sure. But that's Baker's style. I guarantee you this. If you walked into Jerry's office right now
oh my God.
and asked him the question you're asking right now to everybody, He's going to say Lyle Collins.
Man.
Based on yesterday's interview, he's going to be like, Lyle Collins was the worst. We all saw it.
You know, Reggie, for the rest of the week, can you just have that audio ready to go when they were talking about, like, Sean and RJ were talking about, like, players that left and stuff, and he was like, I don't know if you watched that Bengals game earlier in the day, but I watched every snap, and I'll let you judge that for yourself, man. Like, he stopped short of calling Lyle Collins a piece of trash on the football
joke I
field.
saw out there on Sunday? Because I watched every snap of it.
I thought that part was freaking amazing.
Jerry probably went back and rewatched the all 22. And just to say, you know what? Did my eyes deceive me the first time?
Ooh, because does all 22 come out Monday night?
Monday, sometimes Tuesday. It's like, it's random.
Joe Flacco threw the ball 59 times.
Yeah.
I was looking at other
That is
quarterbacks.
a recipe for success.
Yes.
Look how that
He's
worked
not
out
a
for
new
him.
quarterback for the Jets.
Hey,
but
to be fair, they did score 9 points.
59 attempts. Because I was looking at also Matt Ryan. He was 32 of 50 for 352. In the end, it's a tie, right? They didn't lose, but they also didn't win. And maybe I need to get this out of my head. Maybe Reggie is right. The Texans aren't that bad. I don't think they're going to be. Reggie, you don't think the Texans are going to be over 500, do you?
No.
Okay. But you're just saying they're not like the worst
Yeah,
team.
no, they're
like
not an
6,
abysmal football team.
7 wins, maybe. By the way, speaking of interesting decisions, did you see that it was just 1 year, but did you see the Stars gave a 1-year extension to Jim Nill? And they're like, hey, I know you had to just get rid of another coach.
Better than his last name. That means nothing.
Yeah, which is probably what you should do.
This dude architected one of the greatest dynasties in hockey.
But not
and
here.
Since then has not been able to do anything good except for get you to the Stanley Cup final.
Yeah.
Like you did get there.
Okay, but who's the coach who got us there?
He's fired.
He got fired.
Yeah,
it's not Dave.
He got a bonus, and then it was a bonus year.
That's his
That's
name.
what we call it. Is the
That's
bonus
his
year.
name. He got fired. I think it's a weird bit where they're like, I'm gonna fire another coach, even though he got us to the Stanley Cup final, and you're like, haven't you fired like a few coaches? And they're like, yeah, one of them wasn't my fault.
This was part of the 10-year plan.
We'll just give you another. Great. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we always show up on time. Coming up next, how about some baseball nuggets with Mike Bassett?
Chicks dig the long ball. Let's talk about it next. Great news from DFW Security. It's a Labor Day special. What are you talking about? Labor Day was last week. It's still going on, but only for this week. My guy at DFW Security.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental, buyersbarricades.com.
There's a swing and there's a long drive, left center field. This one way back. This one is history. It's a walk-off home run for Mark Mathias. His second home run of the ball game. And the Rangers have won it 8-7.
Woo! We did it!
Awesome.
Time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All Corys are excited.
This is a homer segment of Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick because the home run was in play last night. Obviously, you just heard the Rangers win on a walk-off home run in the bottom of the ninth. First batter up, Mark Mathias goes deep for the second time last night. And, man, is he having an impact on this team. And I don't know what to do with him in the future. He's not – if people forgot this about Andy Ibanez when they're like, where's Andy Ibanez? And then you look like, oh, he's close to 30 years old.
Right.
Mark Mathias is 28 years old. He's not young, right? He's not a prospect. Sometimes you see a guy for the first time, and you think, well, is he 22? Is he 25? Did he come out of high school? Did he come out of college? And I would say with Mathias, he is pushing his way into, hey, keep him on the 40-man, bring him back to big league spring training next year, and let's give him a real chance to make this team. That being said, I don't know what else he does besides first base. I'm sorry I don't know his whole defensive kind of portfolio. But when you look at Nate Lowe is fourth in the American League in batting average. Nate Lowe has put himself in a position he's going to be batting in the middle of the lineup to start next year.
And this feels like, I never talked about this before, I don't want to be too lazy with this take, but this feels like a good problem to have when you're like, hey, we actually have to have a competition for this spot. It can't just go to whoever. Not that Nate Lowe would be bounced, but like somebody else maybe.
Yeah, and that's where you look at, and I don't know exactly everything Mathias can do to help you defensively. I get offensively, he's a right-handed bat. You can use him in the DH first base role, but that feels like, and I don't know, but next year, right now, as we sit, you have Nate Lowe is going to be the main guy. But you can always move him to designated hitter. To be honest, I'm not opposed to moving him to designated hitter next year if you feel like you have a guy who can contribute tremendously offensively and be a really good defensive first baseman too.
Right.
But they're both in your lineup every day. But Mitch Garver, the plan was for him to play some first base this year, but he got hurt pretty quickly with his arm. He's coming back next year.
And Mathias, I believe, played second base prior to being with the Rangers. So I think he might just be like a general infielder kind of.
Okay, so second's tough, right? I mean, there's 10 games available. I mean, the great thing about Marcus Semien is he is a guy that stays healthy, plays every day.
Never have enough second base.
He doesn't want to, move. So Mathias, though, is having a good enough kind of, after trade deadline, traded for
Matt Bush.
Thank you very much. That he's doing enough here to go, hey, let's bring him back to spring training. Let's give him an opportunity to make this team. I just don't know exactly where. Josh Smith, by the way, talking about second baseman, he can play second base. He played shortstop for the first time for the Texas Rangers in the major leagues last night. He was really good defensively. Now, it's one game, but his range, his arm, he's a major league shortstop. Now, offensively, he has to do a lot more. But defensively, watching him yesterday, I've seen him play third. I've seen him play left, and he can do those things. He's one of these winning ball players that, honestly, on an analytic piece of paper makes no sense.
Right.
David Eckstein makes no sense on a piece of paper. You know, there's plenty of players that are major contributors to championship teams that make no sense on a piece of paper because you're like, well, what does he do? And you're like, well, he plays all these different positions for us. He sacrifices himself at the plate. He'll move runners over. He's a good base runner. He can steal a base for us. When we need something done, he's willing to do it. But when you just throw that on a piece of paper, that I can't put that on a piece of paper. And so I do like Josh Smith. It was interesting to see him play shortstop and really make two really nice defensive plays. It's one game. I know he's not going to get really much more opportunity. Corey Seager is there. He's going to play shortstop every day next year with, a few days off.
Is it a weird question to ask that just strictly defensively, Could Josh Smith be a better defender than Corey Seager at shortstop?
I think it's a good question. Just watching him one game, I was really impressed with his range. He had one play that, gosh, I don't know, 10 to 20% of major league shortstops make. He stopped the ball. It was still a base hit. It was almost impossible, but he went into the hole, dove backhand, and made a play that not many people can make. And so, to your point, I'm not trying to dog Corey Seager at all here. I don't think Corey Seager gets to that ball. That being said, it's a hit no matter what.
Right.
I think Francisco Lindor can get to that ball. I think it's a hit against Francisco Lindor. It's just that they can get to that ball. And if it's a really slow runner, if Albert Pujols, who I'll get to in a second, if he hit that ball, you can get him out. So if you can get to that ball, it is an out. But there's only a few guys. Corey Seager is not a guy in Major League Baseball that's considered a big range shortstop. He's a guy that's like, hey, if you hit it to him and it's a routine play, he's going to make that play for you. But if you're asking him to have tremendous range, and I'm not comparing him to him, Jeter, I know what you guys think of Jeter, but Jeter is unbelievable, one of the best shortstops of all time. But his range wasn't tremendous, right? It doesn't mean that Corey Seager can't be a good shortstop. It's just that he's not going to have the range of those really quick defensive guys. Watching Bo Bichette come in town the other day, I was like, wow, man, Bo Bichette, the range that he shows at shortstop is very impressive. Now, let me get to the next home run nugget.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go to cut number, I just call it cut number 56.
Swung on and drilled to deep right field. That ball is high. It is far. It is gone. Into the Boston bullpen. A Judgian blast. Aaron Judge drills into the right center field bullpen. As he rounds third, all rise. Here comes the Judge. Aaron Judge has hit his 56th home run, driven in his 122nd run, and the ball game is tied at 3.
Well, he wasn't done. Let's go
Aaron
to cut
Judge
number
is not done?
57.
The 1-1. Swung on, there it goes. Deep left field, it is high. It is far. It has gone out of the building. Over the high green monster. Over the monster seats. Out onto Lansbone. He is phenomenal. The second home run of the night for Judge, his 57th of the year.
So he's at 57, and as long as he doesn't get hurt, Corey, to me, there's no way he's not hitting number 61 through about 67 here in Texas. I'm not saying he's hitting 6 home runs, by the way, here. I'm saying that at some point he's coming into town with he has
26 games left, right?
Yeah, he's going to have home run number 61 or 60 already under his belt. So literally when he hits, and I do think he will hit a home run here. Whether it's 2 home runs, 4 home runs, 1, he's going to hit a home run here, and it's going to be very historic because it's going to set the American League record.
Yep.
And then it's just up to you. It's your opinion as a fan of baseball if that's, for you, the real single season record. The real single season record, or the record, is 73 from Barry Bonds. But if Judge ends up with 65 or 67, will you then go, that to me is the non-steroid real record of single season home runs?
I might just, I'll kind of wait till I get there and just look at it and go, okay, but it's just amazing that it's still kind of one of those things that's like 5th or 6th story on most, like ESPN today. I think I saw they said Aaron Rodgers and the Cowboys, we talk about too much. We really need, they said their show goes on hiatus, the first take or whatever it is, whenever that happens. My son, I told him, I said, sit down and watch this tonight. Watch this guy. And I said, this is historic. You're about to see this. And when he watched it, he was like, Dad, I want to hit a home run there. That's my dream, is to hit a home run there. And I was like, you probably can do it right now based on what I've heard about that stadium.
In Fenway?
Yeah.
he's a mammoth human too. I mean, the thing is, he's 6'7", 285, 290. When you see him in person, he just, I love that picture of him and Altuve at second base.
Right.
You just see the littlest guy and the biggest guy. Now, I do want to get to this. I only have a few minutes left here. Trout, unfortunately, did not hit his 8th home run. I shouldn't say 8th home run. His 8th straight game with a home run. So he falls a game short like so many others have, including our friend Kevin Mitch. And then the other baseball home run nugget, which I haven't talked about because of the weekend, because of the Cowboys and all this stuff, is Albert Pujols is trying to become the 4th player in Major League history to hit 700 home runs. He is at 697, so he has a great chance. I would have never guessed coming into this season. I would have said, no way he could do this. You've seen him the last 2 or 3 years in Major League Baseball. His career's over. He's hanging on. I get that he's close, but it's just going to fall short. I really hope he does. I'm not like a big Pujols fan. I don't hate him or anything. I'm not like, hey, man, Albert Pujols, I got to go get his cards, or I just really love him. But he is trying to enter the category of Barry Bonds with 762, Hank Aaron with 755, and Babe Ruth with 714, the only 3 guys to have 700-plus home runs in a career.
When all is said and done, will he be in that pantheon of like great discussions? Because in his first 10 years, it felt like he was on that track where like he was the Mike Trout. He was going to be one of the best players of all time.
You know what's interesting is because he's not much of a defensive player, he does have good hands at first base, but because his feet got so jacked up with plantar fasciitis that he really couldn't play defense. I think hitting-wise, when you rank the greatest hitters of all time, I think he's a top 10 great hitter of all time.
Okay.
With, your Ted Williams, Willie Mays. It's interesting. I think Barry Bonds is in there too. It's up to you. Once again, I put it up to you. It's all an opinion but I think Barry Bonds is arguably the greatest hitter of all time.
Right.
There is obviously extras that go with Barry Bonds, but I think that when you talk about the, let's say, 10 greatest hitters of all time, you have to put Albert Pujols there. When you talk about the 10 greatest baseball players of all time, that's where it gets a little bit tough because he really didn't contribute much on the base pass. He didn't contribute much defensively when it comes to that. But really fun kind of tracking these home runs here late in the season.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And at some point, Corey, I want to circle back to what you said about Aaron Judge because I'm with you on that. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, plus grading the sophomore class of quarterbacks. We'll do it all next right here in The Fan.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk with Mickey Spagnola in just 1 second. Wanted to throw this out there. I don't know how much you care about this. They dropped a trailer. Netflix, one of their next sports documentaries is going to be about the Redeem Team, the 2008 USA Olympic team. Because remember, they had just coming off their rookie season, Wade, Melo, LeBron, and they got a bronze, and everyone's like, what the crap in hell just happened? And they're like, all right, we're getting everybody. And we're bringing
Wade
Coach K, and hey, he's leaving TNT.
How much did they get paid that time? Did they get paid?
You just did it for love of country.
No, they did. They got
whatever
paid.
the Olympic stipend was,
No,
right?
I think they get paid. I think the NBA players do get paid more than the Olympic stipend.
I would be interested to know what that amount is. All right, right now, brought to you by Ford. Okay, do you think they'll tell us?
Probably so.
Okay, and if they don't, dear Netflix.
Gotcha. Yeah.
All right, right now, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you guys.
Can I ask you a quick question? You are on the show. Another question. You are on our show all the time. You have a time that you say you're going to be on the show, and you show up at that show. You show up at that time. Is that difficult for you? Because I've noticed that sometimes press conferences have a hard time getting started on time. Have you also noticed that?
Today was a little bit more delayed than usual, and I figured, he was making time to make sure he had a more thorough injury report than maybe we got on Monday.
Right.
And so I was imagining that might have had something to do with the delay. But, covering the Cowboys all these years, I'm used to being very flexible for the starting time of press conferences.
That is a good philosophy. So, I mean, I know everyone is focused on Dak's injury, and I do want to talk about that. But what were some of the timelines for him? Maybe McGuire, Curse? What did we learn?
Yeah, well, obviously those two guys, they're not playing this week, and I think originally, for both guys, for what they had, it was 2 to 4 weeks. Now, it sounded encouraging that maybe it wasn't as bad as initially thought, but still, when you have a sprained MCL and a high ankle sprain, you are talking 2 to 4 weeks, and it just depends on, how quickly you heal and, the severity of the injury. And, Mike could probably talk to this, but when you sprain an MCL, if you're not an athlete, it's probably 1 to 2 months. It's not 2 to 4 weeks. So we'll see where McGuire is, but I think that's problematic because they've got to make roster moves to make sure they get another offensive lineman on the 53-man roster, and they've got to find somebody, if Forniak's going to start at guard, to be the backup center guard on game day. And if he's not going to start, then who's going to start at guard? Is Jason Peters ready to step in and possibly do that? Or do they bring in, a guy like Shepley, and he's played center, maybe he's the backup, but they're going to have to get somebody on the game day roster, and they've got too many guys on the practice squad that have to be elevated to the game day roster more than you're allowed. You're only allowed 2, and I would imagine that's got to be a kicker and 1 quarterback, and you still got another quarterback to get on the game day roster. So, as Mike said, they'll push that back. They don't need to tell Cincinnati what they're doing until Friday. And so I would imagine, everybody will be keeping a close watch on practice.
I just saw that Basham is out for Sunday, and I'm kind of curious. We had Sam Williams for 6 defensive plays. Do you expect that? I don't know if he was good for those 6 defensive plays, or you expect more from Sam Williams now?
Yeah, I think more from Williams, more from Dante Fowler too. I think both of those guys will pick up the slack there. I don't recall how many snaps Basham had. I have that on my desk right now.
I'll look it up real quick.
Yeah, right. Can I run up there and grab him? But anyway, yeah, I think those two guys will absorb whatever Basham was doing, and there might be other guys like DeMarcus Lawrence has to play a little bit more, and there's a little less of a rotation going on. The same thing with Dorrance Armstrong.
Okay, really love to get your philosophy on this because I know people can be all over the board and you can interpret this however you want. But like Corey made reference to Sam Williams with the 6 snaps. Jalen Tolbert obviously wasn't going. We've talked about the lack of what you've gotten thus far from your second and third round picks last year at the cornerback spot. Are you concerned about like the hit rate on second and third round picks the last 2 years, or is it too early, or are you saying, or do you like the idea that we've been able to find talent elsewhere? Sorry, I know that's a lot of questions.
Yeah, that would be a serious overreaction, I think, after the first game because your second-round pick or your third-round pick didn't jump in there right away. Now, there's a reason, right? You had guys ahead of them other than Tolbert. And, with Tolbert, and I don't want to hear any more about, well, he doesn't play special teams, right? Because they need a receiver regardless of who's playing special teams. And I still think, other than, a couple things in preseason games, I still think he's pretty talented. And I still think they need him on the field. So, it's not like Simi Fehoko played a whole bunch of snaps, right?
Right.
I think Cavante Turpin played 2 snaps on offense, and both of them were decoys. So, yeah, get him out there. I think he's good enough to play. Everybody can say, well, he didn't get his feet in bounds. Okay, fine, but he caught the ball, right? And there was some balls that should have been caught that weren't on Sunday night. So, I would probably disagree with their decision there not to play him because I thought he was coming on during, and especially in practices, and I don't know what they saw in games that they didn't think he should play. And the same thing with Sam Williams. Sometimes guys just aren't ready for the transition. I understand that. I could remember, and I learned this lesson way back when the Cowboys spent a second-round pick on Ken Norton Jr. In his first 2 or 3 years, he was nothing, and it's like all of a sudden in 91, the light went on, and next thing you know, he was a Pro Bowl linebacker. So I understand this microwave age that everything's got to be in a hurry, but sometimes guys develop, and it's not because they're not any good. They just need some time to develop to get on the field and gain the trust of the coaching staff. Because I guarantee you, other than Micah Parsons, I don't know that any of the defensive ends stood out.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know about you guys, but...
No, we had that conversation off air. I think that is a very fair assertion.
So, you saw, when you see a team run left the way Tampa Bay did, and basically they were running student body left. They were pulling 2 offensive linemen. They already had one there, and they had a tight end there, right? And everybody wants to say, well, Diggs won't play the run. Well, you know what? What about a linebacker or a defensive end playing the run? And it's really hard when you got a 320-pound guy coming on a 200-pound guy to stand in there and hold up the whole show, right?
Mm-hmm.
And go make a tackle. You need some help. And that's one of the things I think, and I've always, I understand having that extra safety out there that can do things for you. But when they run the ball and they're pulling 300-pound linemen, I don't want a 210-pound, 15-pound skinny-ass safety trying to take them on in the run game. Woo! It's okay to play 3 linebackers once in a while. But if you're playing 2 linebackers and your best linebacker is over there on the left side playing defensive end, okay, you got 2 sacks. But what did you give up in the run game with him being neutralized when they run away from him all the time?
The booty.
Yeah.
He gave up the booty.
So all this talk about, well, he's got to play defensive end. Okay, fine. They can neutralize him more at defensive end than they can neutralize him at linebacker.
Man.
And I think you take away his best asset of being able to chase the ball. There was a couple times he chased the play down from the left defensive end spot where he had no right to be where he ended up getting. But by the time he chases it down, it's 10 yards down the field. So I just like him at linebacker and spot him rushing as a defensive end.
He's hot this morning. I
almost forgot what the beginning of the mission statement was, but that was a hell of an impassioned promo right there.
I like that a lot.
I think there was a question in there. I'm not sure I answered it, but we can talk about pass rush, but when you give up 151 yards rushing, you don't have to throw the ball very much. And that's what was happening. And it wasn't like it was because it was persistent. It was big chunks. They were getting 5, 10, 12 yards on those runs to their left side, to the Cowboys' right side. You got to fix that.
By the way, have you ever seen a commercial ad for a microwave, Kevin? Because he mentioned microwave earlier, and I was like, man, I don't think I've ever seen an ad for a microwave.
I don't think so
appliances.
either.
All right.
Unless it's a popcorn commercial.
yeah, probably
okay,
so.
That's a good point.
Mickey, with Cooper Rush at quarterback, are they going to I know not protect as an offensive line protect him, but are they going to try and protect him with the run game, or do they have to have a different approach with him?
Well, a lot of that depends on how the Cincinnati wants to play it, right? Because if they, and here's my thinking on that. What are you thinking? You're thinking, okay, Cooper Rush, the backup quarterback, we need to run the ball. Well, do you think the Cincinnati defensive coordinator hasn't figured that out too? And he's probably sitting there going, you know what? If I get beat, I'm not getting beat by Ezekiel Elliott. I'm going to make sure that doesn't happen. And I'll take my chances in the passing game. So I think you have to be very adaptable on how you approach it. Because if they want to do that, then you better be ready to throw the ball and get somewhere and make them pay if that's what they're doing. Now, the key thing is if they don't have to concentrate more personnel to stop the run and they stop it, then you're in trouble, right? Because now you can do what Tampa Bay did, right? You play all that zone, the linebackers dropping underneath in coverage, and when you throw the ball, you got to get it over the linebacker, but before the safety or the cornerback comes up to hit your receiver, and that's where they were having problems. And I've seen that happen before. I could remember that game that Tony Romo played in Buffalo, and I think the first half he had 5 interceptions. Well, they were doing the same thing. They were dropping the linebackers deep underneath and keeping the safeties over the top, and you had to get it over the linebacker, but before the safety got there. And it took him till the second half to quit being stubborn and realize what they were doing with the linebackers, right? And you need to go underneath the linebackers, not over the top of them. And they came back and won that game, by the way, by some miracle. The defense will somewhat dictate, you would like to say, well, I'll just dictate what, I want to do. Well, that's fine. If you want to load up on the run and you can do it, then, good, do it. But if they're stopping you, or if they're stopping you without loading up on the run, then you got a problem.
Man, all kinds of fire right there from Mickey Spagnola. Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
All right. Talk to you then.
Woo.
I just saw on the Twitch stream, a bunch of people were like, man, this is the best we've ever heard Mickey. Like he's so fired up and ready to go. It's great I'm glad that he was fired up like that, man.
No, I'm 100% with you, and sometimes I do wonder if he's in on the bits that we do and if he enjoys Masterpiece of the Week. I definitely wonder that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what TV show did you stick with too long because it started out so well? 877-881-1053 if you want to jump in on the conversation. Looking at you, True Blood, Westworld heroes. We'll do it all next right here on The Fan.
Cowboys.
plumbing, air, and electric, and is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Think there will be fewer big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less, Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Going to be asking the question, what TV show did you stick with too long? Because it started off so great. Maybe it was the first season. Maybe it was the first 2 seasons, whatever the case might be. 877-881-1053. But I also want to remind you, tomorrow. Corey, Reggie, Bobby are going to be hanging out at 407 Barbecue in Argyle from 4 to 7, which makes a lot of sense.
Makes sense.
They have barbecue up here today. It is freaking unbelievable. Those ribs, top notch.
Never seen so many tweets and likes telling me it's the best in the Metroplex. But Mike, right now, Twitter is going insane about 407.
And they made meatloaf.
Yeah, they did. They did.
It's good. I
Smoked
mixed it with their
meatloaf.
Wait, there was
macaroni and
meatloaf in
cheese.
there?
Yeah.
Meatloaf. Now,
Would you do anything for that meatloaf?
I don't know. I don't think I would do that.
Yeah.
Okay. What does he mean by that?
Well, it was
There's
under
a
the ribs,
song.
Reggie. That's why you missed it. It was underneath the ribs.
there's a song by Meatloaf.
That's true.
He would do anything for love, but he wouldn't do that.
Thank you for explaining it.
What's
Mike.
the that? That was off air. What's the that he wouldn't do?
Wash
Also,
the dishes.
Also,
That's right.
that same trio of Corey, Reggie, and Bobby will be at the Bartonville store and Jeter's Meat Shop 1 to 4 p.m. in Bartonville on Saturday. And thanks to Tolbert Garage, you could win a new grill and garage door opener. So chance to win things, eat amazing food, see guys from the Fan.
And we'll be watching the big games.
That's right.
As all the big games will be
Oh,
going
my
on during that Saturday as well.
Okay, that actually probably is a fair
Watch
usage.
people
Why do you think
toss, the,
that
toss the
actually-
pigskin
Yeah.
around.
Serious
you know?
question: did A&M get ranked out of the top 25?
They fell all the way to 24.
Okay, I didn't know.
I would have dropped them out of the top 25.
Is Texas in the top 25?
They are. The one I saw was they were 21. So they're up at 21, and A&M is at 24.
Your son's better than you.
I guess so. He's probably going to go to that game this weekend. All right. So here's our question, and we started on this conversation. I don't think Atlanta is a great example. Maybe last season wasn't their best season, but the final season of Atlanta starts tomorrow, and so one of the things we were kicking around is I would probably watch that show regardless of quality to like season 6, 7, 8 if it kept going. Just because the first 2 seasons were so good. And we started kicking this around is what's the show that you stuck with too long because it just started amazingly. Like my wife and I, for example, we've been at home a lot more with the baby and stuff. And so we watched the first seasons of Heroes and Westworld, both of which are opening seasons that I think are just top notch. And then she was asking me about Heroes and she was like, well, like what happens next? And I said, don't worry about it. Just pretend that's the end of the show, and we just moved on with our lives because it was awful. But I watched all the other seasons of Heroes. I watched that stupid reboot Heroes that they did, and they all sucked because I love the first season so much.
They had a reboot of Heroes?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Exactly. Neither did anybody else.
Wow.
I saw the rating.
I won't do that.
And so somebody brought up The Walking Dead. Here is
It's still on television somehow.
It is still on television.
Yes, it is.
And I still watch it because here's what they did.
What's
They
wrong
tricked
with
me,
you?
Reggie. They tricked me. Is the best way you can keep me locked in is I was ready to be done with True Blood. But then they were like, True Blood, the final season. I was like, well, son of a bitch. I watched like
You got me
7
back.
years of this. I need to watch this. That's what they did with The Walking Dead. They were like, Walking Dead, the final season. And then what they did to trick me was they didn't tell me at the time or else I would have bailed. Is they were like, so I started watching the final season. And then we got to like, they usually do the mid-season finale and then they come back like a couple months and they were like, this is part 1 of 3. And then we're going to take a break and then come back for part 2 and then take another break. And I was like, damn it.
I stopped watching
That was
in
a smart
season
decision.
10.
That was a smart decision.
I was like, it's the same thing every week.
It is.
Wait, of The Walking Dead?
Yeah.
They got to 10 seasons?
It's like, I don't know. I feel like we're on like 12 or 13 or I don't know.
It's supposed to be post-apocalyptic. How are we still going?
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
we're
'cause-
really good at this.
And how have we not killed all the zombies at this point?
You know what I mean?
Like, come on,
This
man.
show is getting longer than Frasier.
You're telling me we don't have napalm anymore?
Bring back Frasier too, by the way.
Telling
I
me
don't
we
know
don't
if I
have
want
any missiles?
No.
Any
No.
rockets we
By the
can
way-
go blow stuff up with?
By the way, Corey, if you look at the fan text, people agree that 407 is awesome and also agree that you should not watch the reboot of Heroes.
Good. I'm fine with that. I won't.
Go ahead,
Kevin. I do want to add this because of the advent of streaming and being able to binge. I am making a decision right now. I will not watch the Dragon Show until we are at least 2 to 3 seasons in.
That's a smart decision.
And then I will start I'll go ahead and binge it because I don't like anymore. I mean, I'm doing it with She-Hulk just because that's the way that Disney does this, and it's not.
I don't think that's a bad thing. I agree.
I'm sorry.
That would really, honestly, to satisfy She-Hulk would be tough.
That would be a different day for me. But man, how much? All right,
It is 11:29 a.m.
The point is, the Disney stuff. I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna. It's easy. It's 30 minutes, whatever. But with these other things that are that much of an effort to go through, I don't want to spend all that time and wait each week for the cliffhanger. The next cliffhanger. So I'm not watching the Dragon. I'm doing that with a lot of them. So I don't get caught in what you're going through. I feel like Umbrella Academy, I was almost ready to stop watching it.
Right.
And then I got back, they hooked me back in, but that's just because the content was actually good.
So I get people's, and this is a little bit of a tangent, I apologize. I get people's frustration with the weekly schedule, but that's how TV was for the longest time. And I think there's some beauty in that, being able to have the discussions that go along the way with your friends who are watching along as this goes.
Like we do with Atlanta each week, whenever we read the Ringer article and then we discuss some of it more. It is a lot of fun.
And I think that's a great point because we plowed through the wire in, I don't know what it was, 6, 8 months, whatever, 6 months. And so I appreciated the ebbs and flows and Marlowe's rise in the show and stuff, but it wasn't a 5 or 6 year journey. I was like, oh, what a neat few months that was. And it was interesting. I had a conversation with Corey about Lost because I see Lost come up several times throughout here. Corey had a different interpretation on Lost because when you watched it, it was streaming and you could just move to the next one.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we watched
I actually got the discs.
Yeah. When we watched it, because I remember I would talk with my cousin about this all the time. I was like, I waited the whole first season for that, and then you're like, and that's all you get to know. And then at the end of the third season, you're like, what?
Yeah.
And then they're like, we'll see in 9 months. And so I get when people say Lost is too slow, but if you live in the world of streaming, you're probably like, I'm fine with it. RJ complained about how long The Sopranos took to come back. Well, we watched it on HBO Max, and I was like, you know how long it took to come back? 15 seconds if we chose.
And that's Atlanta. Atlanta took what? How long?
3.5 years or something.
Weird.
Yeah, but you're going to get that feeling if you're streaming it. You're going to be like, what happened between these seasons?
Because it does, it is a very big, drastic change in approach.
Corey,
even the approach.
Our cohort in our barbecue excursions this week, Bobby Belt, he has offered The Blacklist. Has anybody here actually watched that show? Because I have no idea what it's actually about.
I know Tim Collins loves it.
That's the James Spader show, right?
Yeah. I never got into it, though. Just because I think it was on regular TV. And so I was like, oh, who wants to watch and sit through that for the entire time? Yeah. So I haven't seen it yet, but I want to, I guess.
All right. We're getting a
Dexter. What do you mean?
Oh my God.
All right. Hold on. Let's go through Dexter real quick.
He's still out here being a
Let's talk about
serial
Let's
killer
go
on
through
the lam?
Dexter real quick.
Well, be careful. Did you see the new season of Dexter?
No.
Okay. Just go to don't look up what happened.
I'm just going through the villains. I want to go through the Dexter villains because you had
it was over after season 4. But look on IMDb for the ratings of Dexter episodes.
I don't want to.
Just look at the very last episode that they did on the Showtime reboot or sequel or whatever the hell we're calling it.
Maybe who's my favorite actor?
Colin Hanks.
No, the other guy.
John Lithgow.
John Lithgow. Thank you.
Colin Hanks?
No, I said Colin Hanks.
They were in Orange County together. But but John Lithgow was probably the best villain.
He was awesome.
That was season 3?
4.
4? So that made 4 seasons, and the first 3 were really good.
No, and season 4 was awesome. I would listen to arguments that season 4 is the best season, and the way it ends, you're like, holy crap. I think it's the aftermath, and I wrote it out till season 8 when he becomes a lumberjack or whatever.
Pardon?
Yeah, it's true. And then they pick that storyline up.
What a great way to get me to not watch a television show.
Well, it ends with him becoming a lumberjack.
Thank
all right,
you.
There's your spoiler. And then they rebooted it for another season, and then they see that plot line through, kind of.
Yeah, and maybe that's the way we should approach this now. at what point in your favorite show do you start telling people don't watch it beyond this? Like, just your experience with it, let your imagination carry over beyond this, because you don't need to see the rest of them because it might ruin it for you.
Yeah, because we see Game of Thrones, Californication, Law and Order. Holy crap, Law and Order is so long. That's an amazing one. Is how many shows can you look at the entirety of it and you're like, I think it's worth your time? Like, you obviously love The Wire. Me personally, I know it is not as acclaimed, but people do love it. I think you can take all 5 seasons of Friday Night Lights, and I think they're all worth your time. But there's not a lot of shows like that. Even Game of Thrones, which people love, they'll argue heavily, not only against the last season, some people will argue about the season before that as well. And so, like, to your point, Corey, how many shows are there where you're like, start it and finish the whole show?
I
don't know.
I will say I wasn't a huge fan when Coach decided to go to be the Breakers coach in Florida. Like, that was different than Minnesota.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You know, like,
with Dauber as his assistant.
That was far after Troy Aikman
Didn't
had
Jerry
his baby.
Jones trade for the first pick in the draft and get Keyshawn Johnson in that show?
I don't remember the professional seasons of Coach anywhere near as much as the other ones.
I love that show, though.
That's when Jerry Jones was a risk taker.
And, of course, now, Mike, you joked about it on the other side, and then from the 903, I would definitely stop watching the Cowboys after the 96 season.
Stop it!
Now, I like that they gave the 96 season, because they're like, you have one season to celebrate being the defending Super Bowl champions from 95.
Then the Panthers take us out.
Yeah. Yes.
With Kerry Collins.
Now, I'm going to let you decide what you want to do with this. And don't read the fan text right now, Corey. I will just tell you, somebody goes, damn, on IMDb, they rated that last episode of Dexter a 4.6. And I
Out of
agree.
5?
No, out of 10. Out of 10.
Is that good?
It's
No.
They found out he couldn't read, but he did still graduate from
Are
Oklahoma
you talking
State.
about Dexter Manley? Dexter Coakley?
Dexter
Coakley?
Manley.
Okay, Manley.
Pretty sure Dexter Coakley could read.
Do you remember that one
Yeah,
day?
Dexter Coakley can read. I know.
I
that
know,
for
but
sure.
do you remember that one day where he was like, yeah, and you know he couldn't read, right? I felt like that came up like 4 different times in our show. From the 214 Freaks and Geeks Season 1.
That's the only season.
Yeah, well, I know, but it makes
was
it all
so
the way
good.
through.
Yeah.
Oh, that show with Chevy Chase, and they're at community college.
Community.
That show got horrible.
Yes, it did.
At the end.
Yeah,
I
ended
mean,
up
you're
on
just like,
YouTube or
this-
Yahoo Screen.
Yes, and they made me subscribe to Yahoo Screen, and they're like,
That
you want to
season
try a
was
trial?
terrible.
And I was like, yes, I do. Let's see how much of this community we could knock out before this trial's over. So,
Man.
yeah.
I can't remember what season it was, but it was over.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where the plot thickens for Favre. Plus, hold up, that elf is real? We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When the time comes to sell your vehicle, Classic Chevrolet will buy it for full market value and not a penny less. That's pricing true to their Texas values. It's the right way to do things. So find new roads and visit Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Meatloaf now.
Oh my gosh.
407 makes meatloaf.
It's so good.
I have not tried the meatloaf yet. I thought the
Are you a meatloaf guy?
It's okay.
All right.
But I love the
You're
brisket
okay.
and the ribs. Thanks, Mike. I accept. You brought up Mahomes earlier. Mahomes was the AFC Offensive Player of the Week. Saquon Barkley was named the NFC Offensive Player of
Charles
the Week.
Barkley.
I think, not Charles Barkley. I think
Gnarly
both of those y'all are stupid, seem like worthy selections right there. So well done.
I love it. I have a question for you. Mike asked all the football questions.
Okay.
Didn't get to this one yesterday. Do you now believe that Saquon Barkley is going to have a big year because of his first big game, or he's going to get hurt within the next 3 weeks and we're not even going to face him?
Unfortunately, it was kind of like the Michael Thomas discussion that we had, as I'm kind of like, hit me back after like week 6, because I'm not rooting for injury or anything like that, but unfortunately, I think history tells you something will happen. So we'll see about that.
Corey?
What was the question?
Saquon Barkley, do you believe that he's going to be great
No.
this year, or just going to get hurt here in the next couple weeks?
Yeah, I think he'll get hurt at some point.
Now, Corey, I got a huge story for you. It's huge. Are you prepared?
Is it about a wall?
I am now.
No, it's not about a wall. Dan Campbell is in full effect. For the first time in 24 games, the Detroit Lions are not underdogs. I repeat, they are not underdogs.
That's man Campbell to you.
We did it, yeah.
The Detroit Lions are favored by a robust 1.5 points over the Commanders of Washington this weekend. At no point last year.
Washington's no joke, man. They beat Jacksonville.
That's a good point. At no point last year were they a favorite. You have to go all the way back to a season before. So for the first time in 24 games, the Detroit Lions are not an underdog.
Why doesn't he have a Campbell's Chunky Soup commercial? Like, it seems like he's the perfect candidate for
Great
it.
question.
Right?
It's a great question.
Like, come on, man. Campbell's, y'all are missing out. His name is Campbell.
What kind of soup do you think he enjoys?
Chunky! Meat.
Oh, sorry. I thought
Meat soup.
that's what we were doing.
Just make meat soup, and I'm sure he's just like, let's get it.
Is that broth? Is that what you mean?
No, I mean, there's meat in it too.
Oh.
But it tastes like meat.
Like beef stew.
I'm betting there's not a vegetable in it. It's just raw meat.
I make
Boiled
a good
in
beef stew.
beef broth.
Once you boil them raw meat, it's no longer raw meat.
Right. That's how you make it.
Okay.
Just pointing out without vegetables.
Fantastic.
It's good, though, if you take the meat and you, like, grill it first.
Okay.
Brown it hard, and then you put in the broth and your vegetables and everything, because then it kind of sears that meat and has it nice and tenderized.
Let's go from that. I didn't expect all
I'm a
that. That was
cook.
lovely. Let's
I'm
go
good
from
at
that
Cooking's
to
art.
not a surprise. Or is it a science? Is that joke for 3 people? You should be ashamed of that, and so should I. Is the NFL is a hit across every platform. We talked about highest Sunday night opener in 7 years. We talked about CBS, third highest ratings they've had for their season open doubleheader since 1998. ESPN, Broncos Seahawks was the most watched Monday Night Football game since 2009. and the most watched season opening Monday Night Football game since 2006.
Wow, in your face, Cowboys.
So it still had less than the Cowboys game by a pretty good amount.
Well, we're in great shape. Don't change anything.
Yeah. You know what? Actually, I kind of do wonder about that philosophy sometimes. But yeah, so you see CBS, ESPN, NBC setting all kinds of records. So if you had any doubt, the NFL's doing just fine. Now, who's not doing just fine? Brett Favre.
Yeah.
This
Things are getting bad, Mike.
story continues to grow.
Those armor pieces he's wearing playing football
I don't know
in
if
Mississippi.
a copper bracelet's going to get him out of this one.
I mean, he needs a certain pair of metal bracelets.
Yeah, that is a great
I was just
transition.
about to ask how he's still around in
That
public.
is a great transition. All
Because,
right.
I mean, he cooperated with the state to make this fraud happen.
So
he sent pictures of his junk.
Now, and
that is also true.
Yeah, that is also true. Here's how it goes, because there's a lot that goes into this story. So you have to go all the way back to, I believe, 2019 is when the fraud started, although it could have gone back even further than that. It all started with this thing where it was like, hey, they got these funds for these speeches he didn't do. And you're like, oh, that's not good. And he's like, nah, I swear I'll pay the money back. But then it takes a big step further in terms of, well, the money was actually supposed to be misallocated or illegally allocated welfare funds. And you're like, oh, that's not good. And then it takes a step out further in that Brett Favre hadn't paid the money back, and now people wanted some interest as well. And then it takes a step further where he paid some of that money back, but not the interest. Now you take another step further where there are text messages that show that Brett Favre was working with the former governor to push the institution of this volleyball arena, or the reinvestment in the volleyball arena.
For the University of Mississippi, correct?
And yes. And he said,
Missouri?
Oh, I think it's Mississippi.
Okay.
He said, oh, I had no idea that these were ill-gotten gains, and I definitely didn't know that they were welfare funds. And the problem for Brett Favre is this has become about something bigger than just like that 1.2 million or 2.4 million, depending on whose version of the story you believe. It's part of a $77 million welfare fraud issue in Mississippi, which not that $1 million or $2 million is not a lot, but clearly 77 million catches the attention of, like we talked about last week, the FBI. And guess what? The FBI has a lot of resources, and they're investigating these text messages where Brett Favre is going back and forth with this politician, and they're like, yeah, you need to push the money here. And he's like, well, I just thought we were just doing regular talking.
To quote The Wire, are you taking notes on a criminal bleeping conspiracy?
Okay, so I have a serious question. It's not going to sound serious, but is the political person he's talking to a Democrat or a Republican?
Honestly, I don't know. My guess based on just trends would be Republican, but I don't happen to know that often.
And thanks to Jared Sandler for reminding me it was Southern Miss, I believe.
I feel like in Hattiesburg. I feel like if right now you're on the Republican side, they're going to go after you harder. And I'm not Democrat, Republican in this. I just think that when something like this is happening, they're like, bury him.
Yeah.
And then if it was your side, if let's just say this is a Democrat person he's dealing with, then I think they'd be like, hey, go easy on him. Let's just try to sweep it under. We don't need this type of deal.
And here's
really expose this if it's the other side.
And so here's just an example of the text is they had a new agency director, and they were like, hey, is this going to affect our ability to fund the volleyball stadium? It says, quote, I will handle that. Long story, but had to make a change. I'll call Nancy and see what it will take. Well, does it take a genius when you link all these things together? It's not see what it will take, like, can I make you some of that soup that Mike was talking about?
Meat soup.
Yes, and so there's
Beef
text
stew.
on top of text on top of text, which this is becoming more and more problematic, not only for the state, but obviously from a sports perspective for Brett Favre. Now, you just look this up.
I did?
No, Mike did.
Oh.
I think you already knew about it, but I want to get your opinion as well.
I got opinions.
I seriously, when Field Yates sent this out yesterday, I thought he was joking about the giant, ridiculous-looking elf in the middle of the Cleveland Browns field. What are our thoughts about the character that Art Modell once said was too childish?
It looks weird. And
does.
I didn't know this was part of the Browns' history at all.
Yeah. And Art Modell's like, too childish. Get rid of it.
I've seen it on, like, whenever I go to Cleveland to take Lucy. I'm going next week. I've seen it before just on, because you go, any of the airport shops are going to have tons of Cleveland gear, like Browns gear. They don't have Guardians gear. I don't know why, but they have all the Browns gear you can find.
Because they change it.
And that's when I saw it, and I was like, I've never seen this before up until, I was up there. So I saw it. I was not surprised by it.
Right.
Because I'd already seen it.
Right.
But I guess, that's a big thing that they really love. They wanted back, Kevin. This is like Bodie McBoatface, right? You let the people talk, and what are they going to do? Crack jokes on you.
That thing is ginormous, man.
Well, I mean, it's got to go in midfield. What do you expect? How are you going to do it?
I don't know.
You want to try? You want to go out there and draw a little Christmas tree logo out there? Like, what are you doing here?
Why not put like a dog bone out there or something for their dog?
Big
pound
old
or
dog
something?
bone. I get it.
Like that would be better. Or I don't know. That just doesn't seem footballish at all.
I think it looks odd, but to your point, if people in Cleveland love it, then probably the right decision. Now, we talked about Patrick Mahomes just a second ago. He says he does not have any concern about his wrist, because I know people were concerned about
he was
wrist
handing it
injury.
off.
Yeah.
It's like he was not handing off with his left hand, which was during the game. I'm like, oh crap! Like, is he going to be okay? I hope nothing happens to the Cowboys.
He said it. Mahomes said it was a little sore, and he's like, he's taking care of it, but he's like, he has no concerns. He said, I'll be good to go.
I can't wait for tomorrow night's game.
Yeah?
I just...
You lean in one way or another already?
I'm rooting for Cleveland. I'm rooting for Kansas City. But I don't know. The spread right now is Kansas City by 4. It's in Kansas City.
Wow.
I know betting on Thursday night games is not the best.
Yeah.
Learning from people that bet it's really tough. Early in the year, maybe it's not as bad, but you just don't get the most consistent best football on Thursday night because of the 3-day rest. Are you leaning a certain way?
I'm really excited about this one.
I'd probably still go with the Chiefs, but I mean, I want to talk about the Chargers a little bit more tomorrow. I was intrigued by the way the season opened. By the way, sad news, as long as we were talking about the Browns, did you see that the Browns, even though they won their Super Bowl odds, got worse?
How?
Is they went from 30-1 to 40-1. And one of the guys who sets the odds told the New York Post, if Deshaun Watson comes back and they keep up with this level, he thinks it'll drop to 20-1. But he's like, that's not a good Carolina team they beat. So, we're not.
No.
We're not going to up.
I need them to start losing. I bet Derek Holland $100 on 6-5 in their first 11 games.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, do fans already take Dan Quinn and Micah Parsons for granted? Talk about it next right here on The Fan.
All right, before we do that, let's talk about Men's T Clinic, guys. It's one of the best decisions I made, and really a lot of Tolo men have made too. Go get your numbers checked from Men's T Clinic. If you're feeling tired right now, if you're feeling like, hey,
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got a couple of things for you. Do Cowboys fans already take Micah and Dan Quinn for granted? Also, do you want people to stop suggesting certain quarterbacks, and do you feel like these are bit quarterbacks for the Cowboys? Like, for example, Drew Pearson, we all know.
Heard of him.
And love. One of my favorite.
Drew Pearson's not a quarterback.
No. But,
he's an 88.
But he made a suggestion. One of my favorite moments, I don't care how long I work here, will always be all these people. Like, I got here right when Drew Pearson was getting here, and we were bringing him up, and all these people were like fawning over him, rightfully so. Right after he'd officially been announced to the Hall of Fame, we get in the elevator, the door shut, and he goes, "That's what happens when you make the Hall of Fame." I laughed so hard. And also when
he was living it, man.
Yeah,
he was living it.
Also when he was at Jared's charity event, he's like, "It's okay that it took," I hope this is okay to say, he goes, "It's okay that it took so long for me to get into the Hall of Fame. I've never been a first choice. Even my wife was widowed." Hut hut. And like everybody just died laughing. But like Drew Pearson is like, "Yeah, maybe we should go get Cam Newton or Colin Kaepernick or whoever." And like, are these bit quarterbacks we're suggesting, or are these names that people are like, "Yeah, let's take a look"?
I think so.
That was an open-ended question.
Yeah, and that's my open-ended answer.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay.
These are bad quarterbacks.
Yeah, and so I was just curious if anyone's like, "No, I think we should." I knew we were in trouble when somebody was like, "Can we bring Drew Brees back?" And that's when I was like, "That's what we're gonna do."
All right, who would you rather have, him or Romo? One guy's arm fell off. The other guy.
I guess I'd rather have Brees because he's played more recently, but
guarantee you, I'd rather have Cooper Rush, which then those two at this in 2022. I don't want that to get misconstrued as, "Oh, you think Cooper Rush is better than prime Tony Romo?" No. Just for right now, I would guess I would go with Cooper.
I guess
Rush.
I'm biased. I'd rather have like Shane Buechele, and I'm not like making a joke. Like I feel like at least he's a 23-year-old who's from SMU. There's a little bit of a story there, and maybe like he could become Dak Prescott. I'm not saying he is. He's probably going to be a third-string backup guy his whole career. But at least there's kind of that hope of, I don't have any hope that Cooper Rush or Will Greer are going to do anything in these next 4 to 5 to 6 weeks that we're going to go, "Hey, like this guy might have something." I mean, I think we're going to get to it and go, "Have we scored a touchdown yet?"
Now, on the point about Micah Parsons and Dan Quinn, this was something that I thought of from a text we got yesterday. Is we got a text and then another one and then another one, but those are the only 3, specifically saying they wouldn't watch the Cowboys until Dak came back. And I thought that was kind of wild because we brought up the stat yesterday and the Cowboys were listening and they used it too, is Micah, no player's ever gotten to 15 sacks faster than Micah Parsons. He's matched by Aldon Smith, Javon Curse, Joey Bosa, and John Abraham as the fastest players in NFL history to get to 15 sacks. He's the first Cowboys player ever to have 4 multi-sack games in his first 2 seasons. And I just thought, like, Micah Parsons is a reason to watch. I get he doesn't play like an offensive skill position, but man, I feel like he's a reason to not bail on this team, even if, like, I don't necessarily mean that they're going to win a bunch of games.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if Diggs is going to be able to replicate what he did last year, but he was definitely a reason to watch coming in.
Yeah.
But Micah is, man. Like you I guess this kind of goes to y'all's world of cards, though, is Micah's card value is not going to exceed Justin Herbert's at all.
Sure.
No
chance.
Will it exceed Dak?
10 years from now, I mean, I hate to say this, probably Micah Parsons cards are not going to be worth very much at all.
So he can win 5 consecutive defensive player of the years. If Justin Herbert is good.
Just to give you an idea, Justin Herbert's main rookie card's $100. Aaron Donald's main rookie card is $10.
So like that does kind of connect and make sense with the idea that guys or the general fan wants to see touchdowns, and they could really care less about sacks, except that it helps them get their offense back on the field to get touchdowns.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the as a football purist here, no, I really do. It's a lot of fun to watch him progress. But again, all my desires for what his future are is how it's going to help our offense score the points to be what Mike says, score more points than you give up. Like, that's all that it matters to me. I'm not going to stop watching them until Dak comes back by any means. But that is certainly one of the reasons to keep an eye on this team for sure, and to continue to acknowledge what Dan Quinn can put out there. Like Mickey was talking about that. If you want to talk lack of creativity on the offensive side, Dan Quinn's creativity on the defensive side, and the complete skill set of tools.
Yeah,
right. It's like you look at the offensive side, and for years, Kellen Moore or whoever was calling the offense had every tool they could at their disposal. You want a first-round offensive line? You got it. You want a group of wide receivers that can go make plays? Amari Cooper, CeeDee Lamb, Michael Gallup, you got it. You want running backs? We got them. You want an elite quarterback? Well, you're going to have to settle for this because we have a lot of offense. But your defense isn't going to be that good. And that's what you were dealing with. Dan Quinn comes in, and they're like, let's give you everything. And he even went and hunted for some of them. He hunted for Jaron Kearse. He hunted for, honestly, he hunted for Micah.
Yeah.
He went and watched Micah. You saw him at the workouts and everything. So they put that thing together so that would complement the offense. And now the offense has fallen far below what the defense can offer. I think, man, you're not going to be able to maximize the years of Quinn and Parsons if you can't get your offense better, which has been the lopsided version of this Cowboys for the last 3 years.
Now, from the 915, the general fan wants to see wins, not stats. I so want to believe that is the case. But I'm asking you a serious question. I know it's going to sound like a crazy question. Do you think people would prefer a 12-5 Cowboys season where they win the vast majority of their games, 13-7 or something like that, or an 11-6 season where they win most of their games 42-35? It's only one.
What was the first
12-5.
Uh-huh.
Versus
one game
11-6.
I mean, if they're gonna lose in the first round, you'd rather have offense.
Well, no,
if you're gonna defensively,
don't take that into account. I'm just saying.
I would not
just
believe
the record.
I wouldn't believe all season. If you were sitting there and winning games 13-7, 13-6, 12 to whatever, I would be like, nah, this isn't a real thing. My defense might be legit, but I don't believe that this whole thing can make it that far. You're winning, you're blowing teams out like that. I'm believing that my team can go on and score enough points in the playoffs and Super Bowl.
And from the 469, because people are pretty divided about the Micah element of it. Micah's incredible, but in football with a bad quarterback, every single game feels unwatchable. From the 817, though, Micah's Aaron Donald Jr. He may not have the W column going for him, but it's a level of wreck every time. And so they're for it. From the 918, 11 is the silver lining of a terrible offense. He's can't miss TV. But then to go along with it, from the 903, Micah's great, but I'm not watching a bad team just to see if Micah has a good game. And so, but I know I've said on the flip side probably too many times, I feel like people will watch a bad team that's got a great quarterback as opposed to just a great running back, even if your record is the same, because you enjoy that offensive nature, because you are more likely to get it on more plays. Like if Micah has an incredible game, like he had 2 sacks and everyone was like losing their effing minds. Mm-hmm. But like if you're an offensive player, obviously a quarterback, you're talking about putting up 300 yards.
And that's interesting because I'm watching Derrick Henry. If I'm a Titans fan, I'm like, yes, run the ball.
Yeah.
More. I'm more. Give me more running. Because I don't think Tannehill can throw me to a win, but I think Derrick Henry can give me the opportunity to win a game. So, but if I'm as a Cowboys fan or as a fan of general football, I watch Derrick Henry a lot, or I watch the Titans. I'm like, that is a boring football game because today's game is airing it out. So yeah, I think that the quarterback has such a huge factor that you do kind of take for granted some of the other skills that come along with the other parts of football, which because in Cleveland, Baker wasn't chucking it around great, but no. Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt could run all day.
Now, to go along with that, it's Dan Quinn. As you brought up the stats to me that I thought was amazing, is the Cowboys committed 10 penalties for 73 yards against Tampa. all of them except for one were against the offense, but that one was on special teams.
Yeah.
So
that's how clean they play. Their defense played, man.
And that is incredible. But whenever Mike or whoever else talks about, Mike, you, talks about Sean Payton being the coach next year, that doesn't come along with Dan Quinn. Like, at least I don't think so, would come along with Dan Quinn. And so Dan Quinn would probably be gone. Like, if he didn't get really?
Mostly because, did you hear that interview he did with Kay Adams? Which, I'm a huge fan of Up and Adams.
Yes. Good name.
In that interview where he said that he had the Cowboys win it, he liked them to win that game. He gushed over Dan Quinn.
Yeah.
And I do believe Broadus made mention that he likes Dan Quinn a lot, having played against him with the Falcons. Now, I guess your question then is, did he come in and want a whole new staff? Or did he look at Dan Quinn and say, no, that's absolutely the defensive coordinator I would go get?
I don't know why you would come in and ask for a whole new staff, or at least defensively.
I think Sean would want Dan Quinn.
I do too. Yeah, I definitely believe that.
Do you think Dan Quinn, because we're told, I don't personally believe this, but we were told that Dan Quinn turned down or had a head coaching opportunity, so they say,
every job
to stay here. If the Cowboys have another top-notch defensive outing, don't you think, I agree with y'all about wanting to keep Dan Quinn, but don't you think that he would then get a head coaching job?
A little bit, no.
Okay.
Because I think most coaching jobs now are offensive head coaching jobs.
Until it switches, right?
Yeah, but I just don't think right now a lot of teams will be looking for the defensive coach for their head coach. So I wonder if he starts falling into, now he had way more opportunity, is Wade Phillips. Great defensive coordinator. Not so sure I want him as my head coach. And
eventually he got pigeonholed.
Right. And so I just think if the whole Sean Payton thing comes about, I think that Sean Payton, as long as Dan Quinn wants to, will say, Dan, you're pretty much assistant head coach. You're going to run the defense. I ain't messing with you. I'm going to want your input on head coaching, stuff. Obviously, I'm the head coach. He's not going to Mike McCarthy it type of deal, but I do think that will be Sean Payton's plan when he interviews for the head coaching job in the offseason for the Dallas Cowboys.
I would also add to that, and I see what you did there, Mike. I think ultimately, Kevin, money comes down to the big answer a lot of times. And he's had his opportunity to head coach. And right now he's like, I don't need to. Because I got paid. I got a lot of money. Jerry Jones offered me a lot of money to stick around as the defensive coordinator. And Mike McCarthy wanted me to be back, but Jerry Jones paid me a lot of money. I went out and said, hey, I got offers. And Jerry Jones said, don't leave, please. Here's your money to stick around.
Okay.
And so I think that with I don't know what his current contract is. It might be 5 years. So that doesn't matter unless you want to say something. Yeah. So I think that, I think you would. Now, obviously, a lot of this is in the world of Are you hypothesizing? Hypothesizing, because I don't know. There's no reality of Sean Payton right now.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Does Denver already regret not hiring Dan Quinn after Hackett's we probably should have gone for it? Coming up next, we will get the lunch rush going on the expressway. We will kick that off with Rangers interim manager Tony Beasley. All of it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. And it's brought to you by Texans Car for Kids. But remember, Frankel and Frankel, you think there will be fewer big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less, Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Got to talk with Rangers General Manager Tony Beasley in just 1 second. But before we get to that, we didn't get a chance to hit this in the midst of Mickey's fiery rant, which was awesome. If you missed it, is CBS Sports graded the next generation of quarterbacks, but these are essentially all the sophomore quarterbacks. What grades do they get for week one? Mike, what does your brain and what does your heart give Trevor Lawrence as a grade for week one?
B-.
Okay. Ooh. He got a D+.
D+. Right.
From CBS Sports, but they hate all of these quarterbacks, I'm pretty sure.
You know what, Mike? That's just because you've been a Cowboys fan so long. You're used to whenever you care about something, you think it's better than it actually is, and that's where
Well, I figured I gave him that going below. I guess I feel like B-. I guess it's not below average. Maybe I should have gone C+. I feel like C+ is a below average grade because I feel like B is a average. Do you feel like B's average?
No.
What is average?
B's better
C
than average.
plus is probably actually what I was thinking of average. All right, we will circle back around to the rest of the quarterbacks in just 1 second. But right now, it's time to talk with Texas Rangers interim manager Tony Beasley. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How y'all doing today?
We're doing good, doing even better with that walk-off last night. Can you walk us through the excitement of seeing that all go down?
Yeah, it was awesome. I mean, first of all, to get down in that game like we were and just continue to fight and just not give up, especially if you look at the travel that we had the last couple of days, going to Miami for a day-night doubleheader and then coming back and having to play played last night. So it was just one of those days where, you could easily understand if your team didn't have energy and didn't have passion for that one particular game. But, we got down early and we continued to fight. And Taylor Hearn and Brock Burke did a nice job to really keep the score at bay and allowed the offense to get going. Simeon had a big night, and obviously Matthias, with the home run that tied and then the walk-off home run. So I was shocked when he actually hit that home run because we saw it go up and we didn't know if it was going to have enough distance. And so we were like, stay in the air, stay in the air, stay in the air. And it did. We got out of the ballpark. So for him to hit that in that situation was huge. Gave us a big energy boost that we needed. And hopefully we can carry that momentum into today.
Now, this might have been part of it because you talked about the travel and potential for lack of energy and everything like that. But some buzz was matriculating across social media that perhaps Corey Seager was not as excited as everybody else for that walk-off home run. Do you think that is a fair assessment? And what is your take on that situation?
Yeah, I don't know where it came from. Seager was there with the rest of us, so I don't know. I would think that Corey Seager is just as excited as anybody else. He wants to win. He had yesterday off, and he enjoyed that. And we got a victory on top of it in a walk-off fashion. So as far as I know, everyone celebrated that.
All right, you get one option, Tony Beasley. It is a walk-off home run or a 1-2-3 third strikeout inning to end the game. Which one do you like more?
Well, the walk-off home run is way more exciting. It's always a little, there's some stuff involved in that 1-2-3 strikeout to end a ball game, and a lot of nerve-wracking moments in that. So the anticipation of that is that the other team has a chance to do something against us. So, at least with a walk-off home run scenario, it does control the narrative.
How excited were you yesterday, Bees, to see one of your former players, Drew Robinson, at the stadium?
It was awesome. I hadn't talked to him in a while. We spoke right after everything had happened. It's probably been at least a year and a half since we had contacted each other. So to see him yesterday, he came in early and we sat down and talked a little bit. And then he came back late after the game. And we probably sat there till almost midnight and just caught up and talked. And a few of us in there. We just had a good time. So it was really good to see him doing well. And he's really on a mission right now to help and have an impact on people that are dealing with depression and issues of that nature. So, it just was great to see him doing well.
Do you get the sense with that in mind, because we had the opportunity to talk with Dak just a couple weeks ago kind of about that same subject, that more and more people, not just athletes, but like people with bigger positions and megaphones and everything, are using their platform to talk about mental health and depression issues?
Yeah, I think, it's important in any aspect, whether it's, me dealing with cancer or an alcoholic that's been through something and came out of it. Anyone that's dealt with any scenario in life that can put you in a life altering scenario, and you've been through something like that, and you came out on the other side of it, you should be an advocate, because people are hurting, people are going through things daily in their lives, and whether it's an athlete or that's just the everyday 9-to-5 working individual, we all have things in our life that we sometimes suppress, and we build dungeons for ourselves, and things build up over time, and before you know it, you can't handle the situation. So it's good to have someone that's been there and done that and come through it to be able to give you some type of, positive outlook on the scenario that you may be going through. So, I think it's huge that we have to use the platforms that we have to impact people and help change lives.
Rangers manager Tony Beasley joining us right now. Bees, when it comes to after the Drew Robinson situation, and, I think it was a surprise to all of us when he tried to take his life, and luckily it didn't work out for him. Did you think to yourself, gosh, how many guys do I need to reach out to now just to make sure they're doing okay? Because I remember listening to Drew's story, and I had one of those careers where it was up and down in the majors, and it's kind of, as much as it's like, hey, you were successful, you made the major leagues, I feel really disappointed that I didn't do better, that I had bigger expectations for my career. And luckily, I never got to the point where Drew Robinson got to a few years ago, but maybe after that happened, how many guys you just wanted to say, man, maybe I need to make a phone call here and there and make sure some of my former guys are doing all right?
No, you're exactly right. I mean, because the fact in Drew's scenario, I was on the major league staff, and Drew was a part of the team, and so I actually had interaction with Drew on a daily basis, and I would have never known that he was dealing with anything. And his teammates would have never known that he was dealing with anything. So, he masked what he was going through really, really well. So only he knew. And so, yes, the thing about this game of baseball that is everyone is judged by the performance. And so if you're not performing, then you're constantly, being told that you're no good and that you're not worthy and that you don't have value. So those things wear on you. I mean, you take that home and you try to sleep with that or not sleep with it because you can't go to sleep. And so your mind just goes to places that you probably shouldn't go. And before you know it, it's 162 games in a Major League Baseball season. You play every single night. If you scuffle for a month, that's 30 days of your life where you feel like you're not important, you have no value. You read what people are saying, you read social media, you read the daily press, and you listen to talk shows. You hear your name constantly coming up in a negative light. And if you're not strong enough to deal with that, or even if you are strong, at some point it gets to you. If you don't have an outlet to where you can release those feelings and those thoughts, and before you know it, you never know what type of situation you can spiral into. And so, that's the thing about this game and all sports and in all walks of life. You're right. We should check in with those that we love and care for and just make sure that people are in a good headspace.
Just love this. This is why I love talking to Tony Beasley right here, man. Great stuff. Interim manager Tony Beasley here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, as he is every Wednesday. I was at the game on Friday, Tony, and two things I wanted to see if you could comment on. One, the roof was open, and it was gorgeous. Like, it's gorgeous inside that stadium. And then there was a moment where maybe I wasn't paying as much attention as I should be, and I hear everybody going nuts. They're all clapping and cheering, and I was like, why is it? And when I look down, Josh Young's walking to the plate for the first time, and he gets his opportunity to hit that home run, and it was a great moment.
Yeah, I mean, first thing, the roof being open is awesome here. Early in the season, we have opportunities to do that, and then late we used to do it. So, when the weather breaks a little bit. So it is. I love walking out and the roof is open. It's kind of a different vibe.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good atmosphere. It's a beautiful thing when that roof is open. It just adds another dimension to the whole ballpark. And yes, with Josh Young, the excitement around him. I mean, people have been talking about him prior to getting here. So it was highly anticipated, his arrival, and they really cheered hard. And we didn't even have a huge crowd that night because I think it was Friday Night Football. A lot of things going on in Texas on Friday night that kind of trump baseball sometimes. So, but we had a decent crowd, not a great crowd, but they were really excited when they announced Josh, and then for him to step up hit the home run, first major league hit was outstanding. So he kind of lived up to the moment and gave the fans something great that they'll never forget.
Now, speaking of home runs, I know you have your own team and your own focuses, and I certainly understand that. But since the Yankees come to town to finish the season, do you have an elevated interest level in what Aaron Judge is doing and how history could be made in y'all's ballpark?
Yeah, I mean, hit two last night, so it's either he does some things before getting here, or he'll be in the midst of something while he's here. So I do anticipate, these being highly, I guess, baseball moments, if you will, or where everyone's watching. The world could be watching because something great could be on the horizon. So I anticipate that series being fun. Hopefully that is in play because it'll give us a big crowd and a lot of anticipation of things to come. So it should be a great atmosphere to play in. So it could benefit us as well. So I welcome that, and I hope that scenario is in place when it comes.
And the last thing I'm really curious about, do you guys have anybody on the roster whose arm is good enough to also come throw a football and help the Cowboys out a little bit?
Yeah, we got Bubba Thompson. I'm a Cowboys fan. So
yeah, I know. I heard. Yeah.
I'm a big-time Cowboys fan. So I'm hoping that we bounce back fine. I understand that Dak's not going to be out long-term now, so that's good news. But, hopefully we can just have a good week of practice and have a good showing. But Bubba Thompson has told me that if I needed him to go across the street, he could handle that.
Well, if you could let us borrow him in a pinch, we probably could appreciate that.
Totally in on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, he'd be tough outside the pocket, too.
Oh, that's a good point.
And he has a good connection with Jalen Tolbert, too. Like, they played high school ball together.
That's right. They played high school together. Exactly.
All right. Well, we're going to have to talk to Bo Jackson about multi-sport contractual agreements and see if we can get that going. Man, thank you very much, not only for the baseball stuff, but for diving in further with mental health discussions. That's something we talk about a lot on the show, and really appreciate you also using your platform for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
There you go. Tony Beasley, interim manager for your Texas Rangers. Talk with him every Wednesday right here on 105 through the Fan. We'll catch up with him again next week. Now,
I'm going to go get some more of this 407 barbecue.
Okay, well,
Kevin.
we don't know. There's no break,
I got a break
in the lunch break.
What?
There is no break in the
kidding?
lunch break or the expressway. I will tell you, this might make you feel a little bit better, Mike, is CBS Sports hated most of the sophomore quarterbacks this week. I told you.
Why are you guys? T-Law, man. He's going to be okay.
You got a D+, dude. That's a plus. That's positive.
No.
Mac Jones also got a D+.
Yeah. Look at that.
Justin Fields, feel like this is unfair, got a C-, playing in a monsoon. Trey Lance also got a C-, which is where
So Zach Wilson was the best.
Have questions. No. Tied for also the best was Davis Mills, who also got a C-.
Zach Wilson got a no grade.
Yeah,
so that's
no,
Mike's considering that
no
the best
grade. So harsh happenings with the sophomore quarterback class from CBS Sports. They did not care for what they did. And then just one more quick note for you. Did you see that the LIV Golf Tour, their season-ending championship is going to include a match play head-to-head tournament with a $50 million purse?
$50 million.
$50 million. So it's going to be
in one purse.
It's the richest. Well, I mean, okay, purse as a concept of prize money. It's not going to be in a literal purse if that helps you out.
As a kid, I can't be the only one.
No.
As a kid, when they would say this, $2 million purse, I'd be like, wow.
Here's why I'm not going to judge you, Corey. I'm not going to judge you at all. Is because whenever I would sell candy bars, you would see signs that would say no soliciting. And whenever they would say so-and-so got picked up for solicitation, I was like, hold up, you get arrested for going up to someone's door to sell a candy bar? I thought that seemed too harsh. And
fund your own after-school program,
okay,
kids.
well, I learned later that was not the same exact type of solicitation.
So you understand where I'm coming from.
So I'm not here to judge you whatsoever. They're going to have 12 4-man teams that will compete, and the first place team will win $16 million. And so they're doing all kinds of fun stuff, and they're going to have the richest purse in the history of golf. As I heard one PGA golfer, he was like, I mean, money part is nice because PGA is clearly upping their money in a certain level to try to keep up with LIV.
You think the Queen had the richest purse? Like the most expensive purse?
Gotta be. No question.
I mean, she had a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, some of it's stolen, obviously, but she had a lot of it,
What time is that segment?
It's a podcast.
Okay.
Our new podcast called Queen.
Okay.
That's the whole name?
Mm-hmm. I really thought something like amazing.
Reggie, I'll let you
was
come
about
up
to
with the
happen.
names of our podcasts.
Okay. I thought it was going to be like the Crown Jewels or something I thought we were about to hit on. But we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, how about some Mike Likes It?
All right, let's talk a little bit of basketball. As our guy, in about an hour, a little less than an hour, Luka Doncic is going to play, I believe it's Poland, right?
Yes. They're 14-point favorites.
So I'm excited about this, but I'm not as excited anymore. So when the bracket came out of Eurobasket, it looked like once Luka wins today, which I thought was going to be easy, but maybe it's not because everybody's lost, is after this one, you'd be in the semifinals. And the semifinals was supposed to be Serbia versus Slovenia, which is pretty much Luka versus Jokic. So I was just like, oh my God, this is amazing. Because let's face it, I know people don't want to hear this, especially Americans, but the best basketball players are Europeans. They're not Americans right now. The majority of best basketball players are Americans, but when we're talking about who are the MVP candidates, it's Luka, it's Giannis, it's Jokic, it's Embiid.
Brunson.
And not Brunson. He's from America.
All right.
And also not an MVP candidate.
I'm suggesting next year it's finally the year that he puts it all together.
This Eurobasket has all the best players. The MVP candidates for NBA guys are in this tournament. And so I thought this is going to be amazing. After Luka beats Poland, he's going to play Jokic. And we've seen it already in the non-bracket part of it, but we hadn't seen Giannis versus Luka. It was like, okay, so if he beats Jokic, he is going to play Greece in the championship, and you get to play, the Greek pervert / freak.
No,
right?
stop saying that.
Okay.
Okay, in case you don't know what that means, because I don't want to inside joke people out of the show, is Mike one day, like right when we were coming back from break, and he goes, isn't it weird how like if you just switched out one word, like what if instead of freak, it was pervert? Because sometimes you call Giannis the Greek pervert. And I was like, no.
Yeah, it just sometimes that word means the same thing, but sometimes it doesn't.
Yes.
Like a lady in the street, but a freak in the bed, right? And so that's kind of...
That it could mean this,
Well,
right.
now,
That's a great
if
point.
you didn't know this, Giannis lost yesterday and got ejected from the game. Now, they were down by 14 points with 4 minutes to go. So, it was pretty much over. Did I say something?
Nope, you didn't, Mike. That was off air. Keep going.
Fantastic. Okay, so
you're doing great being a professional.
So, anyways, I'm not as excited, if that makes sense.
Okay.
I'm excited. If Luka wins this, great. But I wanted Luka to win it somewhat Corey style, and maybe because it's not the championship. I don't care how the Mavericks win the championship. They can beat the Sacramento Kings 73 different times, and I'll be happy. But in this year one, in Eurobasket, I wanted Slovenia / Luka to play Jokic and him beat Jokic. And then I wanted Luka / Slovenia to play the Greek Freak and beat the Greek Freak.
Going
and
up
then
the pyramid. Gotcha.
all of a sudden, you're like, out of all the best players in the world representing their country, that the United States isn't part of because they're not part of Europe, if you didn't know that.
That makes sense.
Since when?
MapQuest.
I guess I was going to say since always.
Since Pangea.
1776. I don't really know.
That's also a good point.
So I just wanted it to be that way. So now if he wins it, great. It won't be the same, though, as beating those
But would
guys.
you still be like watching it live? Because a bunch of these games have taken place like during the show. And like I know you get distracted and stuff.
Today it's 1:30, by the way, is tip.
But you've been pretty like locked in on watching these. I got a fun Luka fact for you.
Tell me.
You know he's the first Eurobasket player in 30 years to have 3 straight 30-plus games.
Oh, I did see that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yes, I did. I didn't know that, but then you just said it, and I was like, oh, yeah, I remember seeing that. Did you see where, obviously, his teammate Goran Dragic, who is a Chicago Bull and not a Dallas Maverick. I know, look, they're buddies and
Maybe
everything.
not washed up.
But he's saying, hey, I think that he could be the greatest player in basketball history when it's all said and done. And look, that's really hard to do with Michael Jordan and LeBron and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Magic. I mean, the list goes on and on of all the people he has to overcome to get to that status of really being in that conversation of, is he the greatest basketball player we've ever seen? Here's another Dallas Maverick note. By the way, did you know we're 21 days away from their first preseason basketball game?
Can I ask you a question about that?
Uh-huh.
Do you think, so we're going to move forward 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Do you think you're going to be at a headspace or a competitive balance space where that takes priority for you?
Probably not the first preseason game, but I am looking very forward
Let's say
to
5 weeks by the time we get to the start of the regular season.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, when it is, I believe October 18th, if I have my date right in my head, I believe that's at Phoenix. That's the first game. I am all in. Like, I'm locked in.
Well, and I definitely understand that, but I feel like if the Cowboys were still like 4-1, you would be like, okay, but the Cowboys are rocking along.
If the Cowboys were playing the same night as the Mavericks opening night and it was the game against the Rams, I would watch the Rams and Cowboys over Phoenix and Dallas live. But if they're 1-4, which I think is very likely, then I'm probably like, hey, this is our team. We have, I say it again and again and again. We have our Michael Jordan. We have LeBron James. We have Larry Bird. We have Magic Johnson. He's in our town, and hopefully he's in our town for a lot longer. But, I mean, we do have the piece of the NBA. We have where everybody's like, who's the NBA? Luka's part of that conversation, and hopefully he becomes the conversation out of it. Real quick with not getting Goran Dragic. I think the Mavs look like they're going to settle, and I'm not crazy about this because I don't think they wanted Dennis Schroeder at all. I don't think the Mavericks have ever wanted Dennis Schroeder for 1 second of his career. I've just heard from too many people that, yes, he's German, and so is Dirk, but there's not really a relationship there.
Okay.
They've never been fond of his game. They're not really fond of his attitude. But from what we hear, the Mavericks, because he's doing great for Team Germany, who are still in it, they're the ones that beat Giannis, by the way, if you didn't see that, I just think it's like this, and maybe it works out the way Monte Ellis kind of worked out. The Mavericks wanted nothing to do with Monte Ellis.
Yeah.
They were just like, look, we want nothing to do with him. We don't think he's a good basketball player. I heard from everybody who's part of the Mavericks organization how they did not like Monte Ellis. And then they got done with free agents. They're like, son of a B. The only person left is Monte Ellis. Just sign him and let's deal with it. And it ended up being pretty good for a short amount of time. And I feel like if they sign Schroeder, they're saying, look, we thought other point guard situations were going to work out for us, but we're screwed, and we're going to take a guy we didn't want, and he's going to be on the team, and we hope that he can fill in and fit in, and we'll work very hard during the season to do better than what we had to sign.
Corey, do you ever think that is the vernacular that they use in the room where they're like, okay, we're screwed?
No.
So I was curious, man.
There's so many times
I do
where
think
Mike...
that. I think that I think that when I think honestly, when Dak went down, did you see Mike McCarthy's real reaction when they told him on the field? He's like,
we got this.
I'm screwed.
Oh.
I am totally screwed.
He didn't say that.
I'll pull down my pants right now and show you how screwed I am.
He did not say that.
That was his body. His body language was, I am screwed. I have no chance. It wasn't like, oh, we'll deal with it and we're going to be just fine. His reaction was, we are screwed. And then they all get on a microphone and say they're going to be just fine.
Corey, retort.
Mike, I do want to know how many times in your career in a professional baseball game.
That's a great question.
Because you've said this before that you were like, we knew we weren't going to win that day. We should just go home. How did y'all really just quit that day and go, you know what? We can't compete.
I'll say this.
How many times?
I'm going to answer it, but in a different way. I'm going to maybe Jerry Jones answer this thing.
Oh, no.
Jason Simitachi was one of my teammates with the Washington Nationals. He had come from the St. Louis Cardinals, good organization. I had come from the Cleveland Indians, good organization. And we beat, and I think it was the Colorado Rockies who made the World Series that year, 2 out of 3. I actually threw 7 shutout innings, one of my better starts of my career against them. And we looked at each other as the series ended, and we took 2 out of 3, and we both looked at each other and go, they suck. Like, we just beat them in a series. Do you know how bad we are and that they couldn't win? Like, me and Jason Simon-Tachi were like, if we beat a team in a series, in a 3 or 4 game series, and we win the series 3 out of 4 or 2 out of 3, that team sucks because we are horrible.
We're screwed.
Tremendous.
So that's kind of the way that we'd look at it. There was another one. It's very funny, but not funny. I can remember being in Ottawa. Tim Raines Jr. and some other little fart got 2 little hits off of me to start a game. It might have been last name Roberts, like Brian Roberts or something like that. And then a guy got like a ground ball base hit to left field, knocked them both in, and I'm losing 2-0, and I'm having a tough year. And I just threw my glove in the dugout and just yelled in the dugout, "It's official. God hates me."
Oh, my gosh. Okay, so there was a time, at least once, where he thought he was screwed on that day.
Yeah.
All right.
Wow.
Okay.
By the way, somebody says that you're insane and you need to be drug tested for saying that the Mavs have their Michael Jordan and LBJ. And then they said you have to be great for several years. This show is laughable.
I won't say what I really believe. I'm just going to be honest. I won't say what I really believe. They don't watch the NBA or understand. The dude's made first-team All-NBA 3 years in a row at age 20, 21, and 22. He just turned 23. You could say 21, 22, 23 because it's never happened in the history of basketball. Ask Michael Jordan. Like, hey, dumbass. Ask LeBron James, dumbass. Ask Michael Jordan, you super dumbass. Ask Larry Bird, you dumbass. Ask Dirk Nowitzki, you dumbass.
That's a royal dumbass is kind of what that is. Ooh, that's a good podcast name, royal dumbass.
You stop listening to our show and go listen to whoever else you want to listen to.
Just stick around.
Listen to really stupid people, and then you can be really smart. I'm sorry, I'm way smarter than you.
You could keep listening to our show, though. That'd be great.
All right. Did you have? Were you going? Sorry, I didn't mean to read that.
No. It's just dumb people like that. That's like I get Michael Jordan has 6 rings. I get he's the greatest player in basketball history. I get LeBron James is arguably the greatest basketball player in NBA history. I get it's going to be very tough to get in that conversation because he's going to have to win 5 NBA championships to truly get into that conversation with Magic Johnson and Kobe Bryant and kind of all the guards. Right? I think there's almost 2 conversations. Those guys can't be in conversations with Wilt and Kareem and Bill Russell or Hakeem Olajuwon, and I know he falls just short of that. Tim Duncan should be in that conversation of greatest big man of all time. It's kind of 2 different things. The ball handlers that play this sport and the big men that play that sport. And I know how hard it is to get into that conversation. He's going to have to win 3 minimum, if not 5, to truly be in, is he the greatest basketball player of all time? But you're a complete dumbass. And I'd like to tell you how stupid you are as a human being in watching sports if you can't watch sports and listen to the greatest players of that sport say he's great at it. You would be stupid enough to believe that Mike Trout isn't good in baseball. Because you'd be like, well, what has he won? What has he done? And you're like, no. Listen to people who actually played the sport, who's played against him, who played it before, and go, this is amazing. The other day when CeCe Sabathia, Sean Casey, and Jake Peavy were watching the Angels and Guardians game, they were talking and having a great time while watching the game and talking about the game, talking about their history and fun conversations. When Mike Trout came up to the plate, they shut up and they just watched. It wasn't like they said, hey, we need to be quiet. They all, in the respect of like, this is a guy we watch. And this is what Charles Barkley, Shaquille O'Neal, Kenny the Jet Smith, this is what all these guys do when Luka gets the ball in game 7s and stuff. They're like, we don't talk. We shut up and watch because we know we're watching greatness. It might not be exactly like Jordan or exactly like Kobe, but if you're stupid enough to believe that the greatest basketball players that ever played this game aren't in just like, this is really fun to watch Luka. And then when they talk about Luka, they're not going, oh man, he's a chicken head. Mm-hmm. No, that's you who thinks he's a chicken head. But I can't.
And Draymond,
I just can't stand humans like this. I know you brought it up. I can't stand human beings. I can't talk to you as a human being. Please never text in again while I'm doing this show.
But keep listening.
Or
keep listening and just,
It's just tough. I get it. I mean, look, I'm like a stupid political person.
Oh, no.
Like I might have a political opinion, but it's as stupid as you can get because I don't really follow politics. I'm not following like Inflation Reduction Act. Yay. I don't know if it's good or bad.
Right.
But if I had a dumbass opinion and just started spouting it out, you might want to get an education on that before you start spouting out on Inflation Reduction Act and if it's good or not.
I don't know if you follow the world of politics. You can make pretty far if you don't pay attention to politics.
And this person doesn't pay attention to sports and he acts like he knows what he's talking about.
Shout out to everyone who is texting in and going, oh my God, I did not know I was going to get an impromptu Coach Ballsack. Yeah, neither did I. I will show you the run sheet if you will like. Nowhere on here. It does say that Tony Beasley is brought to you by Bio Advanced and TXU Energy, but it doesn't say impromptu Coach Ballsack.
I feel bad that you have to watch sports with your brain.
Oh, my good God almighty. Somehow that feels like the worst thing of all of the things. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'm setting up the over-under dumbass quotient at 0.5, and I'm praying to God that we hit the under in the C block with Corey Majors.
We got some Cowboys discussion, and maybe we roll out our new Queen podcast, Quentin Tarantino. What do you think?
Oh, I love it. All right. That's a great name.
That barbecue deliciousness is happening.
105.3 The Fan, where if you missed the lunch rush as part of the Expressway, feel like you missed a whole lot of stuff. But you're here now, and lucky for you, because it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Just want to point out that the guy that texted that in originally, Mike, has not responded yet. So,
okay.
So we'll see where it goes from there. Maybe he was maybe he's scared. Maybe he's like, you know what? I need to reassess everything. Maybe Mike's right. And I need to check.
Maybe Michael Jordan's right. Maybe LeBron James is right. Maybe all the people that don't trust me. I didn't play a second of NBA basketball. Trust all the people who vote for first team All NBA. Trust that he made it to the Western Conference Finals. Trust a whole bunch of things. You don't even have to trust me. Just look at the history of the NBA and look what he's doing. In 1988, Michael Jordan wasn't Michael Jordan, but everybody's like, damn, I got to go watch this kid play. 2004, 2005, LeBron James wasn't LeBron James. Like, damn, I got to watch this kid play. He's freaking unbelievable at basketball.
And everybody's like that with Luka right now. I do, Mike, do you want to be happy about something?
Yes.
Kevin? I think this might make you happy as well.
Great.
This is not Cowboys related, but it is Dirk related. Dwayne Wade will not return to TNT.
This was awesome.
That.
I immediately turned it off. Anytime he had any type of broadcast, I didn't care what the game was, who was in it. If he was on the television, it was done.
But he still gets to go in the Hall of Fame with Dirk, which makes me sad.
And Kevin, I also don't know if you knew this or not, but Micah Parsons has
Don't do it.
It only took him 15 games to get to 17 games to get to 15 sacks. Nobody's ever done it fast.
Yes,
I'm not sure if you heard this or not. I wanted to point that out.
In your face, LT.
Thank you for doing that, Micah, for America, mostly.
Just to show you how much the game changes, like I went back, because clearly I was like, I don't know, 1 or 2, and Lawrence Taylor was like Defensive Player of the Year and MVP at 9.5 sacks, and I was like, oh, that didn't seem that great. But like, I have no idea the rest of the impact he made on this season.
Stats live forever. Videos don't.
Well, stats actually do get broken at some point. Not all of them. Like DiMaggio's probably never going to get broken. I don't know.
Yeah.
I was looking at this the other day. I don't know. Mahomes might be the only one right now that I believe can. Maybe Herbert. But Tom Brady's all-time touchdown record is insane, dude.
Yeah.
Nobody even has 600. He's got 652. He might get 700 touchdowns.
Holy moly.
And like Mahomes, because I was trying to see what trajectory. Mahomes right now in what, year 4 or 5? He has 180. He's like 85th on the list. He has so far to go before he can get to where Tom Brady is. It's insane.
This is his 5th year quarterbacking, 6th year in the NFL.
Okay, yeah. So like it's just Tom Brady he's done something that, and I know we played him last week, but he's just done something with all of his accolades throughout his entire career, team related and personal, individual related. He's set the standard too far.
I love what you're talking about, and I do have a serious question based off of Tom Brady and the Sunday Night Football telecast. And Dak Prescott said he's working a lot harder on his flexibility rather than, weightlifting. Do you think that this is going to be a major change in quarterback development, that they're like, we probably shouldn't be lifting so many weights. We should probably we're doing strength stuff, but we're doing more, body weight strength, not pushing the weights like linebackers, defensive linemen, offensive linemen have to do. This isn't maybe the best for a quarterback's development.
Do you think, and I'm asking this as a baseball player.
Yeah.
Do you think that lifting weights helped you throw harder or farther? Or was it more about your just, long toss?
So in a way, I think so. I think it contributes, but it probably isn't the biggest contributing factor now that, because remember,
a lot of guys just have natural ability to throw hard.
Nolan Ryan in the 80s, he was like the only pitcher lifting weights. It was a no-no to do. And then as the 80s keep progressing, then this like, hey, maybe lifting weights, like Nolan Ryan's throwing 100 miles an hour and he's 40 years old. Maybe this lifting weights is a thing. And then I think weightlifting became more and more a thing. I remember talking to Roger Staubach about steroids. I got to meet him in 2007 and sit down at his office and talk to him about this. And I said, hey, did you ever think about doing steroids? Because steroids were rampant in the 70s in football. I mean, everybody's doing them. And he's like, yeah, everybody was doing them, but quarterbacks weren't. And it didn't make sense for a quarterback to do steroids because we didn't need to get as big and strong as the other positions. And none of the people that he was playing against, he never knew of any quarterbacks at the time in the 70s doing steroids. So he just thought steroids are more for the offensive and defensive lineman type of guy, not for the quarterback type of guy. And I think there's a combination of both. I think there needs to be a little bit of weightlifting, but I get once you get to a certain age, 35-ish or so, maybe there doesn't need to be any more weightlifting. It's really about just kind of flexibility and strength through doing more body stuff like push-ups and bands and stuff that Tom Brady does. I just wonder that the dude is doing this at 45, throwing rockets. Peyton Manning couldn't do it. Drew Brees couldn't do it. No human being has ever been able to do this or really come close to this. I'm just wondering if he changes the game the way that Nolan changed the game in weightlifting for pitchers, if he changes the game for quarterbacks of like, hey, weightlifting is maybe not your position is not what we do.
I always remember like El Caballo, Ruben Sierra.
Yeah.
When he was young, had a cannon. And then he got huge, like real big. And because he was lifting weights and eating lots of food. And I just remember his arm was different. Like he didn't have that flexibility that you're talking about. And you could see the difference in his arm out in the outfield whenever he got that bulky. There was something different. That's why with my kid, like that's what I'm trying to teach him is I just want you to be strong. You don't need to be massive unless that's a goal that you want. But for the game, you just need to be strong for that. And so that was just a little aside on the conversation of that because, again, Tom Brady, the longevity that he's having, and then on top of that, again, the individual records, he's made the standard almost unattainable for any other guy that tries in the future.
Can I ask you one more quick Brady question? Are you...
Marsha.
Okay. That's a good answer. Are you caught up in the more and more discussion about this being Brady's last season? They talk about him being emotional and stuff, or do you just look at the way last year played out and he retired for like 5 seconds and then came right back and be like, I don't buy it?
I don't buy it.
Okay.
I don't buy it at all, but I think I'm starting to become more in awe of just how difficult it's going to be for any quarterback to ever be close to him.
Yeah.
Like with Michael Jordan, 6 rings is very difficult, especially 3 and then 3. That's very difficult to attain. It's because
especially going 6 for 6.
Yeah, keeping a team together and like Joe Montana was undefeated in Super Bowls.
Yeah.
But like you can't. It's almost incomparable with all the other stats Brady has. I know we talk about Frank Gore and he was in the league forever. Tom Brady has amassed a lot of these career stats because he's in the league so long, but he was breaking individual single season records as he was doing it too.
Yeah, and was great along the way. Like that's the biggest issue. Not to I don't want to turn this segment into something it's not, but that was one of the issues. And that's why when people bring up is Eli a Hall of Famer? I think Eli will make the Hall of Fame because of the credentials of the 2 Super Bowls. But to me, hell no, because there was never a time in the normal run of football where people thought he was consistently the best. And that's the same way I feel about Frank Gore. Whereas Montana, Brady, you can take those Super Bowls, but they were also the best. Like Dan Marino, I know he didn't win his Super Bowl.
Dan.
You can point to, that's Dan Marley. You can point to a time where he was definitely the best or one of the best.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's weird that Tom Brady there was a time, but it also was most of the time, he was the best.
Yeah, no, it definitely was.
And we keep trying to turn this. And I look, there's science behind everything everybody's trying to do, whether it's drive line in baseball, whether it's, the football. Like, we're going to get quarterbacks to play till they're 40 and be premier till they're 40. No, you're not. I hate to tell all of you people trying to do this, hey, if we limit how many games they play from age 20 to 30, then they're going to play till they're 42 years old. No, they're not. It takes this just special, God-gifted ability to do that. And yes, they do certain training, like for Dirk, the diet that he had, the workouts that he did, the yoga and flexible stuff that he did. But too bad you're not going to be able to do that with a lot of people.
Caught up with him too.
Most people, no matter what you do, no matter how many games you limit them to, no matter how many minutes you limit them to, at somewhere between age 30 and 35, their body's going to go out on them, and it's going to be over.
Yeah.
From the 512, I am a quarterback coach, and lower leg lifting is key. Some shoulder work is good, but it's mostly lower body, which is very similar to pitching. Nolan Ryan, like you talk about him on the squats, he lifted the curls. He did that part of it too, but he also, he spent a lot of times, he had lower leg
to the
power.
point though, I get what he's saying because that is very common. What he's saying is the common way.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Brady doesn't do that.
Yeah.
And he still throws the ball 1,000 miles an hour at 45 years old. And he's not doing any weightlifting with his legs.
His mechanics are perfect too. You know, like I don't know if you heard the Bill Parcells list of things a quarterback needs to do from snap to release, but there's like a list of 10 things you have to accomplish in your mechanics to make sure that you're set up right. And that's how, detailed Bill Parcells was with it.
Yeah.
And then Bill Belichick passed it on to Tom Brady, and they use it. So, hey, man, that was a fun little off of what I was planning on doing, but I like the conversation. That's what, organic conversation is what it's all about. Kevin, will you find out how often was Troy Aikman the best? Because somebody said it's BS. Troy Aikman was never the best quarterback.
I think that is a maddening point of view and if you caught that closely, I said the best or considered one of the best. Like, I can find you a discernible run of time from 1991 or at worst 1992 to 1995 or 1996 where he was generally appreciated as one of the best quarterbacks in the game.
He was never an All-Pro.
Sure, because
That's fascinating.
Yeah, and I actually knew that, and because I remember we did the study like a really long time ago about who made All-Pro and who didn't. Making All-Pro at quarterback is exceedingly difficult compared to other positions just because of the one-off nature of it, but that is true.
But he was Super Bowl MVP.
I'm pulling this up, and you could say he wasn't the best. If I look at QBR rating, in 1993, Steve Young had a 101.5 and Troy Aikman was second with a 99. In third was John Elway with a 92.8. Now, I get if you just want to go off of counting numbers where Troy Aikman was on a great team. He did benefit from that, so he didn't have to throw 40 touchdowns and have a lot of comeback wins because it was usually something like watching the game 24-13 going into the fourth quarter, and you just need to hold on to the lead. Tom Brady against the Cowboys last game was 2 for 4 for 13 yards in the fourth quarter. Well, did he need to do anything
Not
more?
really.
No, I'm not saying he had a good game because I don't want to get – he didn't have a good game. But, I mean, there are games where when you're winning 19-3, how much do I need to put up numbers and put up touchdowns in this situation?
Yeah, I did want to get into this, Kevin, because this is the meat of the schedule of this topic. Mike McCarthy did speak this morning, and he spoke about Dak.
Yeah.
He said Dak Prescott's surgery, at the conclusion of surgery, the doctor was optimistic.
Yeah.
He says 8 to 10 days of recovery. So
what?
Yeah, hold on. Yeah. Does that sound like a long time?
No.
So he's playing against New York.
It's 8. No, Mike, I don't think it's recovery.
That's what I thought too.
It's 8 to 10 days of recovery from the surgery, not recovery from the injury. So they'll continue to build. He is in the building. He wants Dak to be on the headset during the game so that I hate that Dak has to watch a game from the sideline and that's going to help him or whatever. Like, I think he needs to practice throwing a football, but he can't right now. But he wants him to be on the headset since he's not on IR.
Right.
He will be able to be around practice,
and stuff,
be on the sidelines during the game, and actually be part of it. So hopefully that's helpful. Hopefully, like, there's some nugget that he sees in the middle of a game that he can pass on to Cooper Rush, and that Cooper Rush can do it. He did say, McCarthy also did say that Cooper Rush is like coach smart. So like he might be the next head coach of the Cowboys as a former backup quarterback that ends up coaching the Cowboys. Yeah. And he has a great disposition to be the team's number 2 and get in there and run the offense. So he's hopeful for him, but there's obviously they're very you got to get a lot of work done fast.
Just for 1 week because today is Wednesday.
No. I will
By
go
next
ahead and go
Friday,
out on a limb and say
he's
that.
recovered. They just said it. I heard Corey. He said it's an 8 to 10
from
day
the surgery,
recovery.
from the
not
from the
Monday.
injury.
So he's next Wednesday.
And then
I was wrong. I was late. By
Actually, Slater went back and fixed that. She said 7 to 10 days of recovery. And
So
to
on
be clear, that's
Tuesday.
just the first step post-surgery.
You know what? I'll go ahead and go out on a limb and say he will not play next week either. I feel like I'm pretty confident about that.
I'd say bet on the Cowboys. They're +4 at the Giants, and Dak is playing. Maybe.
No, he's not going to play. And also, Corey knows how I feel about this. It's the same way as when people are like, oh, they're in the best shape of their life. Is they're like, oh, yeah, the surgery went great. You're like, yeah, no, I know.
Remember how much zip Dak had on his ball according to one human being on the team?
And from @JohnBPollard 1990 on Twitter, I want to thank In the Majors for making my day better by ticking off his coworker today. You're welcome.
Well done. We're the
You
KNC.
didn't do it. You just read that thing from the person.
But didn't he?
Like I didn't have a clue what I was doing.
He knew exactly what he was doing and laughed all the way. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, power ranking, the Cowboys power rankings. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Baker Brothers Plumbing, Air, and Electric, and is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. You think there will be fewer big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less, Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan. The NFL announcing that concussions among NFL players that wore the Guardian cap dropped 50% this summer compared to the previous 3-year average. So I know they're digging that and digging the safety adjustments that they have made.
They're winning the division and everything. Go Guardians.
Not the Cleveland Guardians. The Guardian cap for football. All right. It's time for our Wednesday staple. Always about this time, we power rank the power rankings. And since we started doing this might be the least I've ever looked forward to it because I feel like it's going to go poorly.
Well, I think you're right.
No.
Would you like to first talk about the Cowboys power rankings or CBS Sports quarterback power rankings?
Ooh, let's go power rankings. Let's go team first.
Okay. Team.
Okay. The team.
Okay.
The team.
I have ESPN.
Got it.
I have NFL.com. I have Pro Football Talk. I have CBS, and I have Sports Illustrated. I have 5 different power rankings.
Just real quick, I feel like he usually has less. Why do you think he has more this time?
I tried to find one.
Mike's putting in the requisite work to make sure he is prepared for the segment.
What about the part where you just said I tried to find one? Does that mean these are all bad?
Oh, no.
What is the highest rank? I'll ask you this. Out of the 5, if you were to say this is the highest ranking they are and the lowest ranking they are on a power ranking, what would be the highest power ranking you could put the Cowboys at in the NFL right now?
18.
Okay, good guess.
23.
Is the highest? Oh, no.
Right.
My lowest was going to be 24. So I could be
So you're at 18 to 24?
Yeah, I may be in trouble here.
And Corey, you're at 23 to what?
23 to 25.
Sure.
Okay.
Gave yourself a great window there.
There you go. The price is wrong.
Okay, 1 to 32. How about that,
I think
Reggie?
you did a great job.
Corey's on Price is Right.
God.
Somebody already bid $3 and he goes $2.
I will start you off with the 3 in the middle. At number 24 overall on SportsIllustrated.com.
That's in your window.
Are the Dallas Cowboys.
That's the middle? Oh, crap.
CBS Sports agrees with Sports Illustrated.
Okay.
They have the Cowboys as the 24th ranked team in the NFL.
My apologies, Corey.
Another one
Corey's
that did not
spot on.
finish the best and did not finish the worst. ESPN has the Cowboys ranked 26th in their power rankings,
Oh, no.
and that's not the worst.
That's not the worst. That's already lower than the lowest one I have. Oh, my
Hey,
jeez.
you guys like Pro Football Talk, right?
No.
Just say you like
Oh,
it. Just say
yes.
they're the best.
Yeah, I definitely don't think Mike Florio's a hack.
Because, well, you might really like him.
Okay.
Because he, or ProFootballTalk.com, has the Cowboys ranked as the 17th best team in the NFL, and that is the best by far.
That's another reason I know he's a hack, is because I thought anything with the Cowboys not in the 20s is dumb. But I figured
you said 18.
I know, because I figured there'd be one.
That
Mike
is the
Florio's there to
You didn't-
save the
but
day.
you didn't know Florio
I
would
didn't
be
know it was Florio.
And NFL.com has the Cowboys the worst ranked out of the power rankings at 27. Not 32.
Oh, my
They're not
God, I
32.
was about to
But
say.
out of them, you have 2 24s, a 26, a 27, and a 17. So one of them is kind of out there. And that would be the
Yeah.
I did find a 17, though.
That's
So
true.
if we took,
I wanted,
That's
to, find
why
the,
he had
wanted to
5.
try to find the Jason Garrett of the power rankings.
what is it? The mean or the median, the mode? It's the one where you take the top and the bottom out.
rise and the run.
All right,
is what
mode
it
and range. Yeah, you just take the top and bottom out, and most of those were 24, which
Yeah.
is right in my wheelhouse of 23 to 25.
Do you guys care about the top 5 power ranked teams in the NFL? Or just the Cowboys?
Yeah, I would imagine the Bills would.
Well, let me
carry
ask you
the
this.
day.
Out of your websites, ESPN, NFL, CBS, Sports Illustrated, and Pro Football Talk, which one would you like for me to concentrate on?
Obviously,
ESPN.
Pro Football.
No.
Okay,
No.
ESPN.
ESPN. I'm on ESPN.
Well, whichever one says I'm right, but I said the Bills.
Bills are number one.
Number
Bills should be
one, Buffalo Bills. Previous ranking, number 1.
Could you make an argument that the Chiefs are 1?
Yeah, I think you could, but I bet that would be based on what you thought like going into it, right?
So I came in, a lot of people came in thinking the Bills were number 1 and the Chiefs, it's weird, had to make up for it, even though they beat them in the playoffs, but I guess the revenge factor.
So let me help you out here, guys. The Chiefs were ranked number 4 coming into the season, according to ESPN, and now they are taking a number 2.
Okay, that's not the way that you should have said that, but
in the power rankings.
Somebody asked if it was the Pythagorean theorem. Is that what? I don't know. That could be right. I'm curious about
upset stomachs number 4.
Do the what?
On the commercial.
Do the Chargers get into the top 5?
The Chargers jump from number 8 to number 4.
Oh.
Upset stomach is number 4.
Okay. I don't.
You guys are missing number 3.
I think.
That's indigestion.
I think.
It can't be
and they
the
played
Eagles.
poorly. No, I don't think it's the Eagles. But I think a lot of people had expectations of Tom Brady coming in and being Tom Brady again. And I think that they're in the top 5.
They dropped their number 2 and went to number 3. It is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Oh, my God.
They're number 3.
Does that make
Chargers
you feel
are
bad?
number 4. Can you guys guess number 5? Would you like a hint?
No.
It's not New Orleans.
I'm going Ravens.
The Ravens?
That's right.
That's close. They jumped from number 9 to number 6. So they have 6. They're 6 now. They were 9.
Okay, can't be the Bengals because they lost. The Eagles.
Bengals are number 7. Man, you're all over this. They were number 5.
Where were the Rams to start the season?
The Rams to start the season.
Oh, man, they got hammered.
We're number 3.
No
See,
way.
would you drop them? How far would you drop them?
The Rams are number 5. Corey
I was asking
just
questions.
stuck it to you.
What?
Oh, my God.
The Rams
like
are
that.
number 5. So your top 5 power rankings are the Bills, the Chiefs, the Bucks, the Chargers, and the Rams, and just outside the Ravens and the Bengals. Who's worse than the Dallas Cowboys, according to ESPN.com? Number 32, the Jets. Number
That makes
31,
sense.
screw you guys. The Jacksonville Jaguars. You just wait and you watch how they rise up this year.
They're underdog.
Number 30, the Houston Texans. Number 29, the Atlanta Falcons. Number 28, the Carolina Panthers. Number 27, the Detroit Lions. And then number 26, the Dallas Cowboys, dropping from number 10 in the power rankings.
What number were the Texans?
30?
They didn't
30.
lose.
They went from 31.
Yeah, but nobody thinks they're good.
They tied.
They also didn't win.
Let me ask you this. This week, if the Cowboys were playing the New York Jets, would the Cowboys win?
Yes.
If they were playing the Jacksonville Jaguars,
with Flacco, yeah, they
would the Cowboys win?
Yes.
No.
If they were playing the Houston Texans, would they win?
Tie.
Yes. No, yes to winning, not to tie.
Yes to tie.
If they're playing the Atlanta Falcons, would they win?
Yes.
No.
If they were playing the Carolina Panthers, would they win?
No.
Yes.
Yes.
If they were playing the Detroit Lions, would they win?
Yes. Well, that's going to be a close one. It's a lot of points they scored,
Kevin,
dude.
we're going to win 12 games this year. I think we play all these teams.
But I stopped at the Lions.
And we can beat them with Cooper Rush. You just said we could beat them all with Cooper Rush right now.
I think you might have hit the number. Like, I think you might have hit the wall of places where I'm like, no, I don't think we win that game.
Okay.
But you just picked the worst teams. I think
I
we
know.
can beat the worst.
And they're all on our schedule.
Oh, well, we can win some of those games.
All right.
We can win
Unfortunately,
some of these games.
Because Dak Prescott did not finish the game and will not be the quarterback next week, but probably in week 3 after his thumb is healed.
No! This is your fault, Corey.
Why?
Because you're like, he says recovery is 8 to 10 days.
Dak
you
Prescott,
knew he was going to do this.
Post-surgery. Jerry said that it could be any
Sooner.
time in the next 4 weeks.
I wouldn't. Maybe he puts it. Maybe he straps it on and plays on Sunday.
For the love of freaking
like
goodness.
an ace bandage or something?
Like his jock strap and his pads.
Will he be playing without any tape on his hand when he comes back?
Yes, in week 6 or 7.
Just throw left-handed. It's about the same.
Okay, so somebody told you to just pitch right-handed. You'd have been like, that's the same.
Well, I was more accurate. Cooper Rush is the 32nd rate quarterback in the NFL.
Are you kidding?
He's a
He's behind
backup
quarterback. He's a backup.
Number 31,
No.
Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah.
Number 30, Joe Flacco. Would you rather have Joe Flacco here for the next 4 to 5 games? All right.
Okay, give me Cooper Rush over those two.
Number 29, Marcus Mariota.
Yeah. Okay.
Number 28, Daniel Jones.
Yeah, he's bad.
No, I'm taking Cooper Rush.
Wow, you are a homer. But I love it.
I agree with him. I would take Cooper Rush over Daniel Jones.
I've got Cooper Rush all the way up to 29.
Number 27, Jared Goff.
Yeah,
I'm not going to take.
I'll take Jared Goff.
Yeah,
They look pretty solid.
Who have I not named, Reggie, on this bottom 5?
Oh, man.
Geno Smith.
Number 26,
Stupid
Geno
jerks.
Smith.
They hating.
Moving up from 29 to 26.
Reggie, can we be friends if I said I might take Geno Smith over Cooper Rush?
Sure.
Okay.
Because you understand.
Understand.
That this is the
No.
year.
No.
That Geno Smith.
No.
If you had to
Puts it all
guess
together.
after this week, on Wednesday next week, will Cooper Rush still be number 32?
I think he'll be number 30.
Who's going to follow behind?
I think Flacco and Brissett make sense.
Okay. Quarterback rankings, real quick, because we're out of time. Number 1, Patrick Mahomes. Number 2,
Allen.
Flexibility, Tommy Brady.
Wow. In your face, Kevin. In your face.
TB12 had a pedestrian game.
Ready for number 3? You want to argue again?
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers, number 3.
What?
I didn't make the rankings. These aren't Mike Bassett's rankings.
They must be old because he had 3 fantasy points for me this week.
You saw 2021, right? Rodgers was actually much better compared to last year's week 1. And he's still one of the best precision throwers. He just has no reliable help downfield. So that's what they wrote about him.
Take that, Josh Allen.
Number
MVP
4,
favorite for nothing.
Josh Allen. There's no reason he shouldn't be neck and neck with Mahomes. But they say,
except for their rankings, that's the reason.
Yeah, well, I didn't make it. And number 5, Justin Herbert. Those are your top 5 quarterback rankings after the first week of the season. If your quarterback isn't in it, deal with it. Number 6 is Lamar Jackson.
There we go. I was waiting.
Number
All right.
7.
He was throwing no-look passes and
I'll
everything.
tell you what. Number 7, he ain't going to be number 7 after this week when Dak shows him how to throw a football. Joe Burrow. and all those-
Mr. Turnover, Joe Burrow is okay. That's fine.
Dude, he didn't have a deep snapper. Come on, man.
Tomorrow-
Mr. Turnover.
Yeah, he would have won the game.
Jeez, bro.
Okay, but no, I do not think that first thing that you said were related to
None
all
of those
his
turnovers count if they make the extra point.
Yeah, he wins the game.
What?
We don't even
They
talk
all-
about the
They
turnovers.
all still count.
Not
You
really.
make quarterback rankings.
Okay, I'll work on that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right
Really
here
not
on
hard.
105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. We'll do that next right here on the Fan.
Hello, this is Eric Thomason from Blue Nail.
Esiason joins the Fan to give you his insights on Sunday's action with his new show, Kickoff, Sunday morning at 7 on your home for the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental, buyersbarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of Dean Emily singing his time. For our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
I am doing great. What leads you to be amazing today?
The weather's perfect. We got a full show full of entertaining stuff. And, I've kind of recovered totally now from the Cowboys' loss. I'm in the state of mourning that involves acceptance on where we are.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to a brighter future.
All right.
We're one day closer to Mavs opening day as well.
That
21 days away from preseason basketball.
And Luka's in the quarterfinals against Slovenia today.
They're playing right now.
Are they going to win?
They're winning. They're losing.
Oh
they're losing.
Are they winning or are they losing, Mike? Which are they doing?
they're losing 29-23. Luka just shot a 3 and missed it. He stinks.
Now,
I was wrong. He is a bum. Release his ass.
You need to call that person up and tell them that you were wrong if that's what happened. So
no, I'm not.
We asked this question earlier in the show, kind of pop culture-ish, is what TV show did you stick with way too long because it just started out awesome? And you're like, God, this show's good. And then you forgave a bunch of their sins and just kept riding with them.
The Walking Dead.
Oh,
yep, that's the one.
there it is.
Yeah.
That's the winner.
10 seasons.
I still watch that
bad.
stupid show.
I still do too, because I have a problem where if I start it, I can't not just finish. Like I've got to see it all the way through, and I really don't like it. I don't enjoy
Me
it.
neither.
I force myself to just watch it, and I think it's a bad product, and I haven't watched any of the spinoffs. I'm like, screw this Walking Dead universe. My dad does. My dad said some of these spinoff shows have actually been pretty good. Like, Dad, I don't care. There's enough good television on. The Walking Dead's gone on way too long. It hasn't been good since, season 4 maybe?
Yeah.
And
I would even listen to 6, but then
maybe, sure.
Yeah.
I just wish they would end that.
Yeah, The Walking Dead's really good. I don't know if I can beat that.
They tricked me because they said it was the last season. I was like, I'll keep watching, and I didn't know the last season was split up into 3 different parts.
Are Rick and Carl still alive?
No. Rick just went away because they were going to make Walking Dead movies, and then they decided against that, and Carl is dead.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Did
I saw that.
Tough one.
Sleeper person? Did a zombie person kill him?
Spoiler alert, that happened like 5 years ago.
Did the zombie kill him, or how did he die?
I honestly don't even remember.
He got bit by a zombie.
He died in a sewer.
He got bit by a zombie. Rick had to kill him.
Of course he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Game of Thrones went on way too long, but they did such a fantastic job of building up that winter was coming that you kind of had to stick with it. And I actually never watched the final episode because I just got so frustrated with how things were going.
Don't worry about it. Anyway. Just pretend it ended whatever way you want it to end. And that was the thing, is at the end of the first season, right? Didn't they have like one of the ice zombies come up and you're like, all right, well, they're like right there, so it'll probably be fine. And they're like, hey, guess what, idiot? It's still going to take like 6 years for any of that to come to fruition. All right, what do you got?
Prison Break.
Oh, that's a good one.
The first season of Prison Break is probably one of the my favorite shows ever, honestly. Season 2 was watchable, and then it became a bit disastrous.
How'd they break out of prison again? Like they broke out
go back
and they went back in and broke out again.
It was,
they should
it
have
was a Colombian
better.
prison the second time, though.
Oh, okay.
But I liked the Colombian prison one. That was watchable, and the Colombian prison was difficult to get out of. But you're right. Afterwards, it was just too prolonged.
I think I know Broadus's, the all 22. You just can't.
I can't. Yeah.
After 96,
you know
the
what?
Cowboys,
I didn't finish Better Call Saul.
Oh, you should have. And I get why, because it was so slow, but the payoff was magical.
As long as we are having an honest conversation, because every episode where they're like, acting.
Yes.
Hey, what happened in an hour and 20 minutes? Nothing. No, but not really nothing. No, literally nothing. We talked about that stupid metal blanket for like 27 minutes. And they're like, oh, it's a masterpiece. And
As
you're like,
soon as brother dies,
yeah,
show gets amazing.
Sometimes you should be able to admit that show is kind of boring. And that's why they brought in all the people from Breaking Bad, because they're like, oh my God, we need to do something because this show is kind of boring. It's a really good show. But we all need to be able to admit that there's a bunch of episodes where like literally nothing happened.
Kim Wexler's the bomb, though, huh?
That's
she the lawyer.
That's the love interest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like
That's
to
the
see her
exact
turn
opposite
the
of what
show.
you're talking about. It started so
Whipped cream
horribly.
bikini?
I
Ali
bailed like
Larter style?
mid-season 2.
Okay.
I'm standing by
This
for
was
it to
so
go
slow.
Breaking Bad,
Yeah.
and it was just too boring that I didn't get to the good parts.
I did my best to try and hang with it. I was so late to the party on a lot of these things. Like the Ozark thing to me was fascinating. Breaking Bad was fascinating. I love Peaky Blinders. That was one of my favorite ones to watch. But Better Call Saul, I tried, and I just said it got to the point where I didn't even care it was on anymore.
Yeah.
I lost interest in that real quick.
Do you ever come to that realization in the middle of a show? I can't remember what show it was, but it was like the season 2 premiere. I got 15 minutes in. I was like, you know what? I don't care about this or any of these people. And I just deleted it and moved on with my life. So much so I can't even remember what show it was. I was like, I just don't care.
I don't think I saw the last 2 episodes of The Leftovers. I watched all of it and still the last two I was like, I'm just quitting. And I don't typically do that. I mean, True Blood I stuck with, and it was terrible at the end.
Yeah, it's because they said it's the last season, and I was like, all right.
Did you guys quit Ted Lasso?
Hell no. I never quit Ted
Never quit
Lasso.
Ted.
Gavin?
About to.
Oh my God. Hold on, is there a season 3? Is it already out?
Yeah,
or?
well, season 3's coming
Season
in the
3's
next
going to
6
be the
months
end,
or
too.
so.
Like, that's a show that realized, hey, we need to end this thing before it gets bad.
It's getting too heavy. It's too much life lesson-y, self-improvement, and not enough like soccer jokes.
And he's a terrible dad. Like, we probably need to have that conversation. He's a terrible dad. He sees his kid once a season, and that's only on the computer screen. And that's the only time they ever talk.
You don't know what he does outside of that.
Well, he's
I
a
hate
great
saying
dad.
this.
Give me a couple more computer
Not
shots.
that I know every coach. It's tough to be a good dad as a professional coach.
Because you're a dad to everybody but your own kids. That's the thing. Yeah.
But you saw your kids, or at least talked to them on the phone. Did you at least talk to them on the phone?
College football to me was, man, those poor families. I mean, I felt so sad for the wives and the kids and stuff because their husbands were out like recruiting and trying to get, kids to come there, and then they were like their kids.
Is that a harder life than NFL then, you think? That perspective?
I think the NFL though to me, what's gotten harder about college now is all the transfer portal stuff and all the things you have to deal with now. But the NFL life is really, really long. I mean, long hours. And so, you get the time off though, it really the month of June. That's it. Other than that, you're working basically full time.
A lot of fishing during that time is what you need to do.
Ooh, that's good bonding time.
Mm-hmm.
Ted Lasso would be like, I'm just going to stay in England.
Oh my, why do you keep saying that? You don't see what he does in the
I just
offseason.
think that's a weird side note that we should bring up when they talk about how much he's a great dad and stuff. And I was like he literally never talks or thinks or anything.
Isn't like
all the couple of FaceTimes
the ex-wife though? Isn't the ex-wife kind of interfering with that?
Yeah, she's worse.
Yeah.
He had something else he was going to say about her.
I think I do know what he was about to say. I
think she's making it difficult.
appreciate you censoring yourself.
Very good.
For
Very
that.
good. Have y'all watched the Welcome to Wrexham at all?
Yeah, I'm 2 in.
Two in?
Really
I'm
enjoying
all caught
it.
up.
Yeah, I'm caught up too.
I'm
Fantastic.
tracking how they're doing in real life.
Yeah.
They're coming up. Yeah, they'll be moving up, and we found out yesterday they buy that thing for just $3 million. So I know a lot of people have ideas like maybe we should try to do the same thing. It'll be really interesting. American celebrities buying up soccer teams.
It's funny because Rob McElhenney seems like he's super into it, and then Ryan Reynolds just like a fun bit for him.
Yeah.
He's just like, I just drink a lot. This is cool, whatever. I'm funny. Haha, let me push my gin. Rob McElhenney's like, what the bleep? What is going on? Get these lawyers on the phone.
He's a real Eagles fan.
Yeah, he's the Philly guy. Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
He's a real Eagles fan, and Ryan Reynolds is Canadian. So there's no allegiance anywhere.
We were kicking this around earlier in the show. I'm curious for you guys as well. NFL player with a new team that maybe impressed you most, because we had kind of the Khalil Mack debate, A.J. Brown in the mix, Devontae Adams. Like, where do you guys, somebody entirely different, where do you guys fall?
It was Tyreek Hill for me with the shades on and the lines about his coach after the game.
Yes.
I thought that was an amazing performance.
It really was.
On and off the field.
Okay.
Tyreek.
That's a good answer.
Off the field for sure, Tyreek wins. That was a great
He's gonna
line.
need a wheelbarrow.
all those wide receivers, A.J. Brown, Devontae Adams stepping in day one, and it kind of felt like a little bit Amari Cooper-esque whenever he showed up to Dallas, and it's like, oh, we really don't need that much time. We can just get kind of rocking and rolling here. And theirs was probably to a whole other level because their stats and numbers were crazy this week for A.J. Brown and for Devontae Adams. But both of those dudes, it was like, oh, crap, okay, here we go. These guys are freaks.
Von Miller
came up as well, along with Khalil Mack.
Yeah, Khalil Mack, 3 sacks against his old team. But A.J. Brown, I really wasn't sure how well he'd do in Philly, mainly because I don't respect that quarterback, but a fantastic debut for him.
Tyler Smith coming from Tulsa, new team, Cowboys. Thought that was impressive.
I like it.
Tulsa, how about that?
It's amazing that a kid from Tulsa could play well.
It's amazing a kid from Tulsa could block anybody in the NFL.
Nobody thought that could happen. Man. Everybody said it couldn't.
Just ask Ross Tucker.
Him and Chichi Gonzalez.
Those are your 2 standouts. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
We got Pure Gold as always. Hagee, thanks for asking. How about Josh Young, 320? Would you like that?
I do like that. Tell him to strike out last. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here. Is that not fair?
No, it's not fair.
How do you phrase that in a question?
Yeah, give us a question.
What do you think is the best way to strike out last?
Ask them how much better are Major League pitchers than AAA pitchers.
Is it bad if you strike out a lot?
Yeah, does the spreadsheet care if you strike out a lot? That's my question.
It's the spreadsheet from the baseball sky? Is that what you titled it? Okay,
the great
beautiful.
spreadsheet in the baseball sky. That's absolutely right. All right, roll home with the G-Bag Nation. They got Josh Young on the show. Come back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. KNC right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say Dwayne Wade's no longer with the TNT broadcast, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Text away your MyFitnessStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. Hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a nice little Wednesday. General at your service. At ease. There's Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander, Wolchuk, Giafalo. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm feeling good today. I am. I'm feeling good, ready to rock, ready to start looking at what happens with the Cowboys next, and that is what we open with right here on your home of the Cowboys. Michael Gelkin in the Morning News spoke to a specialist. There's like a growing consensus that it's not just Jerry Jones being optimistic with Dak returning in 4 weeks. I bet Dak is going to be back, especially because of what kind of a competitor he is and what kind of a hard worker he is. I think it's just a matter of, will it be too early? Will he have his hand strength? Is it going to look like Russell Wilson last year where it's obvious he came back too early? But I fully expect it after watching this news cycle over the last couple of days, guys.
Yeah, it seems, and I heard you guys yesterday. I thought it was brilliant, Eric, when you talked about Jerry talking to the doctor. He's like, yeah, I think he's going to be out for, 4 weeks?
Yeah, he stopped the doctor.
4 weeks.
Yeah.
All right, perfect.
Yeah.
But no,
I heard 4.
To your point about Gelkin, he did talk to a hand specialist, and he said typically because this injury, it was suffered on the outside of the joint. So this type of fracture occurred above the wrist joint and doesn't extend into the joint itself. So it does typically carry a 4 to 6 week recovery time. So the specialist said 4 weeks, it might be a little bit early, but, we know the work that Dak puts in. If he's a fast healer, maybe. It's not unrealistic to expect that it could be 4. But we also know Mike McCarthy likes to take care of his guys. Coach Mack might be thinking, I want to make sure Dak's good to go. We don't want to rush him back. So maybe that's closer to the 6. Maybe they meet in the middle and it's 5 weeks. But I do think, especially if this thing doesn't go well and Cooper Rush can't navigate to maybe 500 through that 4 weeks, they're going to be trying to get Dak Prescott on the field as soon as possible.
Yeah, no doubt, and they should. I do think they're going to have some success, though, particularly against, the division, and there's plenty of teams like that. I think they're going to be able to defend and run the football and, get Dak back. And I do think at some point we're going to be talking about, will they still win the division? That's what I think is in our future here over the next 4 to 6 weeks.
That's a beautiful thing. That's a beautiful thing to hear. I'm glad you're confident in that. Now, do we think that Dak Prescott is ready to outwork Russell Wilson? Because Russell Wilson claimed that when he hurt his finger last year, he was putting in 19 to 20 hours a day of finger rehab, okay? And that got him back onto the field quick. 19 hours a day. So it's basically Russell Wilson was doing a little, like a touch of sleep here or there, and then it was just working that finger for 19 straight hours. It got him onto the field quick. Hopefully, Dak's ready to – can Dak give me 22, 23 finger hours?
I don't know what's going on with this Russell Wilson deal. You got to sleep to recover. 19 hours, that's not a positive.
Not when you're Mr. Unlimited.
Okay, yeah.
Mr. Unlimited.
I guess.
He puts in unlimited hours.
I think Dak is willing to do whatever it takes, though. We've seen him, and he's actually been known as an overworker.
To the point where he'll have to get another surgery when he overworks it, that kind of thing. But, yeah, this is all going to be about if they could get flexibility in the thumb, and then they also be able to grip strength. That's it. Once they determine those two things, then he'll be on the practice field and start throwing this football. I think McCarthy said something that was interesting today about in the media. He's looking for the 7 days here. So they're going to look at the 7-day healing period, and then they're going to turn around and say, okay, when now can we start on the things I was just talking about, flexibility and grip strength. And once they determine those two things, then I think that it's just a matter of time. Start the clock then. But if they're in a situation where they're potentially going to put him in harm's way, they're not going to do that. They're just not. But you have a very aggressive therapist in Brett Brown, and you have a willing participant in Dak Prescott. Like I said, to the point last time when they were doing this, working together, they overworked it where Dak had to get another surgery.
Oh yeah, he's right.
So that's those two are going to find a way to make it go as fast as they can. But
we know Dak is going to try to get on the field as quickly as possible, and I can't double source this, but I'm pretty confident he was on the sidelines trying to get them to amputate that thumb the other night and go four fingers out there.
He said
he
Ronnie
wanted
Lott
to come back.
Just do the Ronnie Lott right now. Chop this sucker off.
Take the damn hand if you have to. I'll throw left. I don't care what it is.
Latch it to me off.
That's the kind of spirit our quarterback
if
has.
you said it was his pinky, I would believe you. But I think you need your thumb and your index finger, the two things.
Not my quarterback.
I've been told thumbs are overrated these days.
Tape a couple of pop sticks up there, Brian.
That's
know
all
what
you
I'm saying?
need. There
Just
you
get
go.
leverage on
Get
it
me
like
back
that.
on the dang field.
214 Dallas go get Drew Brees. I love that. I love those kind of storylines. There's obviously nothing doing there. And
I was waiting for your Romo storyline to come back, bro.
That one died 2 years ago, unfortunately, when Dak went down.
Resurrect this thing.
This Sunday, he's in action.
Hey,
He's
we
gonna
need
be
you
in the
for
booth.
4 weeks, baby. That's all we need. We don't need you
Comeback
for 6 to
season.
8. We need you for 4.
I think Romo would come back if there was a great offensive line. I don't think he's coming back to guess where Terrence Steele is going to be on any given play. Flipping Matt Farniok there at left guard.
Can you imagine how much you'd have to pay somebody like Drew Brees or Tony Romo to come play with this team right now? Like if they said, okay, like here's my number.
Well, you already
what
paid
is
a guy
that
$40
number?
million to do that.
Yeah, but like to get out of the booth or for Drew Brees to get out of whatever it is he's doing to go play with these guys, like, hey, we have an opportunity for you to have Farniok protect you and Noah Brown catch your passes. Okay, like we got to
picking on the wrong
I'm
guy.
gonna need $1 million a game and then double it once I go in for surgery because I need pain and suffering settlement as well. You know that's
collarbone.
coming.
Yeah, that collarbone.
I do think Drew Brees is he was washed up there right there at the end. I don't think there's any football left in that body. But I'm up for fun talks about that. Michael Gallup did more today. Maybe even team stuff is what I saw. He was going to do group stuff. Not sure if team stuff. Have you heard anything new, Brian?
Nothing new yet. I did put in a call for that one, so hopefully within the show we'll get some updates on that. Maybe at Krusty's Corner we'll have an update. But yeah, this Gallup is, I think Bobby Belt was absolutely right. This thing's pointing towards the Giants game next week.
Okay, conditioning still a factor for Peters. Gave no indication that he would play this weekend as of now.
Yeah, but I was also talking to Bobby Belt, who was on the field, and when he went out there, he said Peters was working in right-handed stances like he was going to play right tackle. Just
That's interesting.
Practicing. So
because that Duke Manyweather today was saying there's no way he can play right tackle, and that's an offensive line like coach and trainer and scout.
Duke is really, really good at his job.
Fantastic.
Yeah, Duke is really good at his job. And to me personally, if I'm going to move a guy, I'm going to move. I might even look, like I say, you could think about putting Smith back at guard, over there at left guard, or you can maybe move him over to the right tackle spot. He's a young guy. I mean, the flexibility part of it is what I would worry about with Peters over there on the right side and having to, get in a right-handed stance and the way the kick, the slides, all those things. That really does affect the way the guys block.
Who is worse, Steele or Farniok?
Steele.
He was worse after watching the All 22 yesterday. Steele had a worse game than Farniok did.
And it wasn't just the pre-snap stuff and things like that. But I mean, it's a thing where I would consider even, let's go. At that situation. Yeah,
sure.
Because
he's an athlete.
If you want to play Peters at left, tackle, Smith at left guard, and then let's go at right tackle. I mean, let's go had no reps in training camp and played better than Ball at right tackle with no reps. So I just kind of feel like if you're interested in shuffling things around, you got to look at all possibilities.
I'm watching it and I'm thinking, man, if you remove those penalties, and I know it's a big if, because if this is a perpetual thing, then Terrence Steele, you are a massive problem, sir.
Mm-hmm.
But if you remove those false start penalties, I watch him. I don't think the pass blocking is great, but I didn't think it was egregious. And I thought in the run game, looking back at it, I thought he blocked pretty well.
We've talked about this. He is a much better run blocker than he is a pass blocker.
Especially when they get him on the move.
Exactly.
And we're talking about running the ball. Everybody wants to run the ball in here. I think Terrence Steele's the guy you want on your offensive line if you want to run the football.
Well, I actually want Martin and Smith to play next to each other. Now you got some serious power running that ball on the right side.
I'm on board with you there. I just want to keep Tyler at tackle now.
Okay.
I don't want to keep messing with the guard stuff. And I'm on board with playing your best 5, but at this point, I think where you are after what happened with the Dak injury and kind of the uncertainty about the trajectory of where the season's going to go, I think you're just better suited. Let's keep Tyler at tackle. If it's better to play Jason Peters at left and you swing him over to right, we've seen that work with the development of a young Tyron Smith, where he started at right tackle in his career and had a successful transition to left. So we know that formula works. I got no issue if you want to kick Tyler over to right, but I don't see a massive benefit in playing him in at guard and then kicking him back out to tackle.
If you want to keep him on the left side, though, if you just want to keep him on the left side.
That's where I would lean. I would rather keep him on the left side. All these Zach Martins, everybody says going from one side to the other is harder than anything. And so I'm like,
that's why I wouldn't want to do it Jason Peters.
Yeah, I guess
Peters
that in
is
the
such
now
a veteran. I just think that he can do it.
And
why couldn't now? If you don't think that physically he's got the capability, but you'd also think playing on the right side, you're going up against a lesser pass rusher. But in today's game, everybody's moving around, so it doesn't matter matchup wise. They can scheme whoever they want over on that side.
I'm just not worried about being like one or the other with Peters going back and forth. I'm not worried about his long-term development. I'm thinking, man, if we can get 17 games out of Tyler Smith at left tackle right now, we're going to have a plus player for year 2.
Sure.
And that's what matters right now.
I'm in agreement there from a big picture standpoint.
And I was preaching that Monday.
Okay, Mike said for CeeDee Lamb, this is the world he's in now, and he's got to get used to the attention. If I'm CeeDee Lamb, I go in there and I say, I don't know what this is all about. The defense is begging you to run. I'm trying to catch passes against 3 flipping guys in the secondary. Can somebody run the ball and quit pretending like this is all on me? Yes, I could be better at my job. I'm a kind of wide receiver. Get me in space, get me the football. I can't get into space out there. I don't know if Justin Jefferson would get into space out there. Why are Stephen Jones and Mike McCarthy talking about me? I set the Cowboys record for most receptions in the first 2 seasons. I came ready to play. Give me the damn football. Now, CeeDee Lamb's not perfect, and sure, there are things he could get better at to try to get good at attacking triple coverage. Sure, run crisper routes, but can I get a football actually inside my body? Can I get a pass that's somewhere legit for me to catch it, right? Now, maybe I'm not the player that you guys thought I was, but I'm not enjoying hearing my name every time I wake up like I got to do this, we got to do this. Turn on the damn film. Why aren't we running the ball? Why aren't we getting the defense up closer to the line of scrimmage so when I do beat my man one-on-one off the line, there's actual space back there? The entire linebacking crew has joined the safeties now in the middle of the field. Dak ain't going to pass into that. Can we run the effing football and quit blaming it on who might be your second or third best player on offense right now? My name's CeeDee Lamb. Okay, you gave me the 88. Who's better than me on the offense right now? Zach Martin? Who else is better than me on the offense right now? We're blaming me. Find a quarterback that can put the ball on target and find an offensive coordinator that knows how to run against a 5-man box with damn Ezekiel Elliott. And then maybe after all those things are accounted for, we can come back to how I could get better at my job. I would be livid if I was CeeDee Lamb's agent right now if I'm reading all this stuff.
And hearing it. I mean, Steven comes on and he says CeeDee Lamb by name, got to be better, which is fair. CeeDee Lamb does have to be better, but that's sort of the overarching problem when we talk about the Cowboys offense for many years now is there is plenty of blame to go around. You don't feel confident that the players are being set up for success from a coaching standpoint. And then also the players compound the problem themselves by oftentimes not like you show up, you got a bunch of targets on Sunday night, CeeDee Lamb, and you came up with about nothing. I think for his last 2 games, he's got 16 targets, 3 catches, and 50 yards. The last 2 CeeDee Lamb games. It's like, we're giving you 16 opportunities. How good are those opportunities? Not really sure, but there's equal blame to go around for all these guys.
We saw the film, though. How many were, like, all the Cooper Rush passes were not catchable?
At least half of those were not catchable targets.
And one of those could have been a 75-yard touchdown play if Cooper Rush is actually putting the ball where it needs to be. So, and then we could have a completely different perspective if that's on the stat sheet. So I get what you're saying.
And at 3 o'clock, we'll get to how some of these other offenses are doing an excellent job when it comes to why Justin Jefferson and Cooper Kupp and some of these other elite receivers, while they're so dominant, maybe CeeDee Lamb could benefit from some of what they're doing to scheme them open.
Yeah, you got two-man routes running 3-man coverages. It's a tough thing to deal.
Yankee slugger Aaron Judge is 4 home runs shy of Roger Maris' AL record. So we got some fun happening in baseball. I love a good home run chase. Like the late 90s, early 2000s were an incredible time to be a baseball fan. And he's got 20 games to go. It's not like he's going to track down Bonds or anything, but he could set the AL record. Needs 4 home runs for the tie there. Rangers beat the A's 8-7. Dane Dunning on the hill tonight, 6:30 pregame. Both Pulisic and McKinney, an FCD, he's a local guy, they're on the roster for a series of World Cup warm-up matches in the next couple of weeks. USA is going to play Japan and Germany September 23rd, then Saudi Arabia and Spain 4 days later, and they'll be in Cologne for the first day of training camp September 19th. So it's World Cup time. That's what we're in right now. We're in the final countdown to Copa Mundial. Here we go. Nation, we got G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30. Brett Favre and more hot water. We'll give you the details on that story coming up next year, G-Bag Nation.
But first, let me tell you about the delicious folks over.
Nation, segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Hurt in an accident, not your fault. Call the Frankels, 214-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Couple of other things from Mike before we get to Brett Favre. J-Ron Curson, sorry. Oh, that's right. I'll just refer
8 of them flapjacks. I said, Mom, I'll take away 5 of them flapjacks. I want to stay hungry for the Crimson Tide.
Does that cover me, though?
No. Rules are rules, man. Every time that name gets said, I mean, unless we want to adjust the rules, that's up to you guys. That's up to the team. I mean, the majority rules here.
I like the
generally speaking, every time that particular name, first and last combined, get mentioned.
Okay, first and last combined, though.
Correct.
Okay.
If I just say Brett, you're good.
Okay, cool.
I can talk about the Favres as a family all day.
Okay.
Good to know.
But first and last combined. I'll keep a lookout.
But I can't say Brett Favre.
Can I say Brett Favre?
You can.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Old Chuck.
Mama gave me 8 of them flapjacks. I said, Mom, I'll take away 5 of them flapjacks. I want to stay hungry for the Crimson Tide.
Flapjacks. It's fun.
It
you like that,
really
Brian?
Fun.
Yeah, thumbs up.
That was funny. I was thinking how many times I could say Brett Favre to see you do this.
Stop it, Brian.
Mama gave me 8 of them flapjacks. I said, Mom, I'll take away 5 of them flapjacks. I want to stay hungry for the Crimson Tide.
That actually worked in your favor. That was a good redemption by you.
That was. Thank
Nice
you.
work,
All right,
Broadus.
Mike McCarthy, what did he have to say?
Well, they're feeling better about J-Ron Curse and Connor McGovern's injuries. That's good, but they're both going to be out this week,
Yeah.
and same with Basham.
Yeah.
He said they need to be aggressive and open things up with Cooper Rush. So that sounds fun. I'm up for a high run, few play actions, chunk the thing down the road, down the
Open
field.
it up with high run.
Yeah, high run, and then be aggressive.
We get Simi Fehoko on one side, CD on the other, and we just play YOLO ball.
Yes, Simi, and actually get it to Simi this time. That should have been a touchdown as well.
Okay, so what would you like? Let's say they're running the ball about as well as they were the other night. They
30
go.
runs.
You go, okay, but I'm just thinking about like first down because that's like the big thing right there. Like first down, they had 23 first down opportunities. They ran 12 and they passed on 11.
About right.
Okay, so you think that's cool.
Yeah.
Like one more run than pass on first down.
Yeah.
You're chill there? Okay.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Well, then on first down, I guess they did plenty for you. And then unfortunately, with the penalties, they found themselves in so many first and longs or second and longs, or like their average third down was 3rd and 8.3 yards.
Yeah.
Not going to get much going there.
They need to take their shots near midfield. Like as soon as Donovan Wilson intercepted Tom Brady, that first play should have been a deep shot. Don't you think? I mean, that's where you need to try and get your momentum and take your shot. You just got a turnover. You're at midfield. Now let's go ahead and try and make them pay off of it. And their first play off of it, I think, was a pass out into the flats that was incomplete.
Yeah, they gained 3 yards, I think. On,
it might have been to Dalton Schultz.
Yeah.
It was just a horrible, and then the rest, I mean, they go 3 and out and have to punt.
But this is what we were making fun of Jason Garrett for last week. The reason that you run it a bunch is to make the defense just come up and think you're running again and again and again, because that is the only way you're going to have success passing into the secondary. The defenses have adjusted, starting with Denver last year. What we saw Sunday was Tampa just do that game plan with better personnel.
Drop 7.
It's insane. So you got to keep running it, even if you have a bunch of 2nd and 8s. And then you hit them with a bunch of play actions, so hopefully you can catch them on that first down for a touchdown. You got to do that twice. You got to kick 2 field goals. Now you're at 20 points. That's got to be your plan. And your plan's going to include some 3 and outs and some punts. But you got to soften up that secondary a little bit. Dak Prescott couldn't have success against it. There's no way in HE doubles. Cooper Rush does. I actually think it's possible they have more success because maybe they respect Cooper Rush less and they just play run. And I like Cooper Rush against man better than I do Dak trying to pass against 6 defensive backs.
Or the fact that the receivers you're playing with Simi and then also Noah Brown had really good training camps. A lot of that had to go with Cooper Rush playing. So
like
maybe there's a little bit of continuity there with that.
Okay, so our quarterback from Mississippi. He's from Mississippi.
Yes, Mississippi.
He's in hot water. His biographer burnt his jersey and told people to not read his book. The new info is that he and the governor conspired to get their hands on $5 million in state welfare funds to build a volleyball stadium at Southern Miss, where Mr. BF's daughter was playing between 2017 and 2019.
That's the single worst usage of $5 million anywhere in the history of money being spent, right?
Amen.
Like that, there can't be a worse usage of $5 million. I
don't think
so. We could probably just flush $5 million and we'd be in a better situation.
What if your daughters played volleyball?
What if I went to Baby Dolls?
Not gonna.
I'm asking
I think that'd be more productive.
Wait a minute.
You're going to get a lot of rents paid that month, Walchuk.
What are you doing there? What if your daughters played volleyball?
If my daughters played volleyball, it would not matter one iota. I'm kind of skewing them. I'm going to be one of those. I'm going to be steering them away from volleyball. By the way,
They're playing
just
football.
for the record.
I'm just asking because he's trying to build a volleyball stadium, right?
He's building. He's upgrading some type of.
Yeah. They
Okay.
probably had one already.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sure.
But he wanted one named after his daughter.
I'm sure
probably, yeah.
hungry people around the state could have used that $5 million a little bit more than his daughter could have used a slightly better gymnasium.
You haven't spent much time down in Louisiana or Mississippi or those places, right?
No, I have not.
You saying they're not hungry?
much.
No, they're never hungry down there.
Okay, all right.
Never hungry down there.
Lane Kiffin saw that firsthand when he went from South Florida to
did you see the sweatshirt Lane Kiffin was wearing the other day? It had the transfer portal on it.
Did it?
He was like encouraging,
like a QR code you could scan to transfer?
Transfer portal. Like he's wearing,
The smoking gun is a text Favre sent to the governor.
Oh, imagine that.
If you were to pay me, is there any way the media can find out where it came from and how much? So I guess he was kind of getting credit for donating the money to build the arena and then getting it actually. It started to unravel for him. It's the fallout from the story of him getting the $600,000 for speeches he never made. So he didn't pay back $100 of that grand, and a bunch of people started, investigating, including news agencies. That's when they got access to the text messages. And I don't know. It is against the law. Will he actually be held accountable? We shall see. It is time now for the G Bag of the Day, curated by Lucius.
Yeah, that is filthy of you, Mr. Favre. Yeah. Filthy.
Horrible.
You're a rich ass taking money straight out of poor folks' mouths.
Yeah.
And,
hungry kids.
And lying about it. I don't know. Can I get away with this?
Yeah.
Are you needing money for it? What's going on, bro? Yeah, that's filthy, man. So nasty. Media needs to hang them out like they do everybody else.
You're right about that.
CBD American Shaman Shop, TexasCBD.com brings you G Bag of the Day. Our winner is Jake Paul. Said he's going to knock out Anderson Silva on the October 29th. Olo.
Are you in the right headspace to prepare for the Spider?
100%. It all has to do with my previous opponents all being heads. Anderson Silva is the nicest guy in the world, and we love him. If my opponent is a head, I'm going to treat him like a head and beat his ass. And I think people have seen that side of me. But I respect this man. I'm still going to knock him out, but respectfully knock him out.
Maybe not.
You respectfully knock someone out.
Yeah.
Well, it's part of sport, I guess. Yeah, I don't know.
Gut punch him, I guess, Don't punch him in the face. Yeah.
Catch him before he falls.
Yeah. Don't let his head hit on something.
Hey, hold on. Whoa, I got you.
Yeah.
That's what Floyd Mayweather did to one of them Pauls. He respectfully knocked him out.
Sure did.
Caught him.
Lean on his shoulder, man.
Caught him as he
I got
knocked
you,
him
buddy.
out. Yeah.
I got you, Logs.
Yeah.
Not sure which Paul that was, but
it was Logan. Logan's the likable one. Jake is. I hope that Anderson treats Jake the way that Jake's describing the other guys that he fought. Because Jake is an annoying bit. I mean, he keeps just fighting these retread old and washed up UFC like Anderson
and
Silva,
pretending like he's super tough.
He's not good at all. Anderson Silva's 40 plus years old.
He's got to be close to 50.
He hasn't been good for 5+ years. I think he lost his last 6 fights in the UFC.
Wow.
It's horrible. I mean, it's bad.
Can he get one punch in though?
He might be able to get a punch in, but this is ones where it's like, I'd take Jake Paul to win this fight. I don't think Anderson Silva's got anything left.
Oh, jeez. That's a shame.
Yeah. Up next, Ryan
47 years old.
Fitzpatrick.
Sorry, Lucius.
No, you go ahead. He's 47.
He's 47 years old. Paul's up here at 24 talking tough to a guy twice.
Holla at me when Paul fights a real boxer, bro.
Amen, Lucius.
A real boxer. Ryan Fitzpatrick clearing up rumors. Came from a Washington, D.C. sports radio caller. Check out Fitzpatrick.
Brian, so there were several reports last year. Now, granted, these reports came from callers into a Washington, D.C. sports radio station that you had hurt yourself last year before the season on a water slide. And I think that's like, listen, you probably shouldn't be doing that right before the NFL season if indeed these rumors are true. And so I just want to either find out if they're true or put the rumors to bed. Were you indeed? Did your career end on a water slide?
No, I got hurt in a game. I think everybody saw that, but I mean, I don't know. That's, I'm now part of it. I'm now part of the media, but I think we all, and you probably already knew the answer to that question. So I know it's funny and light, but now, you give a rumor some some more breath, but it's silly and it doesn't make sense. And no, that never happened.
How does Ryan Fitzpatrick attack a water slide? Is it
feet first, head first?
Head first on the belly. How's this one working?
We can move on to something else.
Oh,
yeah, it's a build-up. It's one of those wait for it situations right there.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought Ryan Fitzpatrick was cooler than that, man. He seemed a little uptight.
Sound like he got hurt on a water slide.
Yeah, no
Yeah.
doubt. Yeah, a little defensive.
Yeah.
Maybe he was doing that Milwaukee Brewers slide like our little reporter was a few weeks ago.
It's
just pinballing down.
You know it's time to retire if you get hurt on a water slide, though.
Yeah.
You should not be getting hurt on them.
I don't want to talk about this.
Let's go from one fighter to another. Nate Diaz had a funny response when asked about Conor McGregor. They want to know if Conor McGregor called him on the phone to set up their trilogy.
Did he reach out to you personally outside of that tweet?
We supposed to fight, dog. I ain't talking to that mother. What you talking about? Hey, how you doing? Want to fight, Andre? You mother. You call my phone. Who gave you my number? That's how the call would go. Huh? What about you? You ever set up a fight with a guy on the phone?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe,
you never have?
Maybe he emailed you. I don't know.
I don't know how to read no email.
I don't know how to read no email.
I believe that too.
I 100% believe it.
Yeah.
That is so good. Did y'all see him at the doping place where he had to like give his pee a couple weeks ago? And he's just that's exactly right.
Is the gift that keeps on giving, and I would love to see him fight Jake Paul. He won't do that, but Nate's gonna go and hopefully have a very good boxing
You see Nate
career.
like do a twitch at somebody at a boxing match, like he was walking by just in the audience. Did like a little flinch, and old dude threw popcorn, juice, everything up in the sky. Cops ran over there like, whoa. Nate was just playing with my man. That would have scared me too. Nate did that. Like, hey, what you doing, dog?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's impressive that he and his brother have stuck around so long, being so rude to people, and abrasive. But there's something captivating about it and entertaining.
I love it.
There's like a homeless energy to him too, right? Like, I'm too much math in the 20s, but I'm still badass. I'll fight you all, but don't call me. That's right. He sounds all methy, but obviously he's not.
No.
To hold up as a pro athlete.
Careful, man.
For this long. You're right about that.
He's from a tough area.
Aren't they in
Texas
here?
podcast.
Yeah. Well, watch out. They be around in Dallas a lot.
Respectfully.
Yeah.
With the meth voice. Yes.
That'll get you far. Hey, Mike Bassett got triggered about the Mavs.
Okay.
By the way, somebody says that you're insane and you need to be drug tested for saying that the Mavs have their Michael Jordan and LBJ. And then they said you have to be great for several years. The show is laughable.
I won't say what I really believe. I'm just going to be honest. I won't say what I really believe.
But
they don't watch the NBA or understand. The dude's made first team All-NBA 3 years in a row at age 20, 21, and 22. He just turned 23. You could say 21, 22, 23 because it's never happened in the history of basketball. Ask Michael Jordan. Like, hey, dumbass. Ask LeBron James, dumbass. Ask Michael Jordan, you super dumbass. Ask Larry Bird, you dumbass. Ask Dirk Nowitzki, you dumbass.
That's a royal dumbass is kind of what that is.
Ooh, that's a good podcast name. Royal dumbass.
You stop listening to our show and go listen to whoever else you want to listen to.
Stick around.
Listen to really stupid people, and then you can be really smart. I'm sorry, I'm way smarter than you.
Wow. Mike absolutely triggered this morning with KNC Masterpiece. I heard about that on Twitter, and he was bragging about it in the hall. He was like, I dunked all over a texter. It was great. All righty, it is time to vote for the G-Bag of the day. Is it Jake Paul getting ready for Anderson Silva, Ryan Fitzpatrick clearing up the rumors, Nate Diaz, funny response to a question about Conor McGregor, or is it Mike Bassick triggered about the Mavs? Let me go with, he is one of my favorite fighters. Let me go with Nate Diaz. You follow?
Oh, I'll ride with my guy Baskey.
Tied at 1, Lucius.
Yeah, I'm going to do the people a favor and go ahead and vote for it. I know they want to hear it again.
Which one's that?
The Mike Bassett.
Mike Bassett.
The ball sack.
Yeah.
3-1.
It's so hard. I'm going to go with Nate.
We're tied at 2, Brian.
I'm voting for the dumbass.
By a score of 3-2, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it is Mike Bassick from the KNC Masterpiece, formerly of the G-Bag Nation for several years. Okay, Brian, it's Krusty's Corner next. Where are we going with it?
Yeah, let's talk about these Bengals. We'll do that next.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, it's a color.
And Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why we created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Time now for Krusty's Corner with Brian Broaddus. Here he is. Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. I was curious what this Euro basket thing is on ESPN Plus, right? So, yeah, okay, we're going to figure that out.
Yeah, I got you a login if you need one.
Okay, well, I might have to figure that thing out.
I'll hook it up for you.
And also, I found out as well, Michael Gallup did get some teamwork today, not just individual stuff like that. So, Michael,
nice.
The plan is to continue to working him into some things, is what I was told. So, keep an eye on that one for you.
Nice.
Michael Gallup. That'd be good to have him back. We'll see. We'll see. All right. I told you. I talk about these Cincinnati Bengals. Any questions about the Bengals before you guys?
Yeah, I wonder what you actually think of their offensive line after week one.
Same for me.
You know what? Great question, because I think they've got some issues up front. I think one of the advantages that you can take are on this offensive line, and they tried to go and buy some pieces and draft some pieces with Ted Karras playing center from New England, Alex Kappa from playing guard from the Buccaneers, Lyle Collins, who they picked up, after he was released, and then Cordell Volson is a kid that they drafted. Jonah Williams is really the only one. He was a first-round pick in 2019. And Lyle Collins, I didn't recognize Lyle Collins playing in that football game.
Slovenia's within 4. They're on like a 19-2 run.
Trying to claw their way back into this thing. Huh?
Yeah.
I like that. Luka probably doing a lot to help that too.
I think so.
But yeah, Lyle Collins, when you watched him play last week, he looked exactly like a guy that had no training camp. That had, when you start to talk about the bend, the lateral slide, and he didn't even look like an offensive tackle we've seen. We've seen Lyle Collins play very well.
The perfect storm of no training camp and TJ Watt and that collision course has to be one of the most just nightmare moments in a person's life.
I give the Steelers a lot of credit. They will move Watt around and find matchups. They will move him around, and they had a fish in this one, and it was Lyle Collins in this one. And, trouble moving, trouble bending, trouble extending. So Tank, we'll have Tank on tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Tank Lawrence show. Have him on and be interested to see. They know this guy. They know what they're up against as far as a pass rusher.
Well, the Cowboys would probably say that's part of the reason we moved on. There's just a lack of round-the-calendar preparation.
And when we had Micah on the first day of training camp, he talked about how, LC was one of his best buddies on the team.
Right.
And he was still talking to him. He knows LC very well.
Yeah.
And I wonder if Dan Quinn's looking at the way that TJ Watt was used in that game and thinking, man, maybe I can utilize Micah in a similar fashion.
I think you have to give it a go. I really, really do. I don't feel like, and I love Lyle Collins. I think we all do. We all love Lyle Collins. He just does not, maybe he gets in game shape at some point in time, but man, after week one, he did not look like he was in game shape at all. I think they got a weakness with that rookie left guard, though, too. I think Volson is a kid that, he was a tackle in college. We've seen that now, but, these tackles having to play guard and because of, they don't have enough depth. So keep an eye on 67 at left guard. That's another spot where I think they could probably do some good winning. Right tackle, left guard. Jonah Williams. He's the first-round pick I mentioned from Alabama. He is a guy that I think is a really good foot athlete. The problem with him is, though, he sets really, really wide, and the Steelers did a good job at taking their rush inside on him. So if you're watching tape of this Bengal offensive line, they got problems throughout this thing. And, and Joe Burrow suffers for it at times. And I'll tell you another thing about Joe Burrow. As much as I love Joe Burrow, if you hit him, the ball will come out of his hand. He doesn't protect the football like he needs to. So you see turnovers, you see, he's a slippery type player. So you got to make sure you get him on the ground. But I'll tell you what, I'd keep an eye on that one right there. You get to him in the pocket, that ball might be coming loose. They've got outstanding wide receivers. Do you have something? You have a question?
I mean, it just sounds like their attempt to invest in the offensive line failed.
It's not working.
At least
well.
as of now.
As
Maybe
of
Lyle
now.
gets in shape and the rookie figures it out, but I wouldn't be surprised if Burrow takes even the same amount of sacks as last year, which was record-setting. Yeah. And I don't know if they're a playoff team after making the Super Bowl. There's a long trend of that happening. The Super Bowl loser doesn't even make the playoffs.
I'll tell you what, though, you're running into maybe getting him hurt the way they're pass blocking for him right now.
So, Eric, you gave the nugget about Burrow running into sacks.
Yeah.
Is that something you saw?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
He
tries to get away. He
right.
tries to get away because he's got a slipperiness to his game.
Yeah.
But he will move into sacks. Which, that is a problem.
It's the boomer bust aspect of the way they do it, because he also, by buying time, creates a lot of big plays for his wide receivers. Jamar Chase is the one that comes to mind, but you're able to create big chunk plays out of that as well.
Sure.
And one of the things that stood out was how bad they couldn't run the ball. And I think one thing that we got to consider is the Steelers got a damn good defense.
They do.
Like, we have to respect that fact as well. But like they couldn't run the ball at all. They finished Sunday with under 3 yards in terms of like adjusted line yards. That was second worst in the sport. Like all of the success rates, like last in the league. Pittsburgh shut them down with their front seven. Yeah. Next gen stats say that Joe Mixon faced the third lowest rate of 8 or more defenders in the box, and they still couldn't run the ball.
Yeah,
like that's a good sign for the Cowboys. Defend the deep passing play.
Mixon was brilliant, though, in the passing game. I think he had like 9 catches.
That's the thing about it. Their skill is for real. The skill with Chase. We'll see what happens with T. Higgins this week because he had a concussion in this game.
Ocho Cinco's trying to replace him.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah. Tyler Boyd's a good player, and then they got Mike Thomas, who played quite a bit here. You're right about Mixon, and you're right about Pirine. Those backs can catch the ball. They got skill. Their offensive line, and keep an eye on Hayden Hurst, the tight end that they got from Atlanta. Hayden Hurst is a legitimate player here. Okay, I'm going to flip it over to the defense. I think the thing you need to worry about the most is with Trey Hendrickson, the rusher. He's number 91. He's going to primarily play on the right side, so him and Tyler Smith are going to go at it most of every one of these snaps. They have a linebacker named Jermaine Pratt. That's a good player. He was a third-round pick for them. He's their middle linebacker. He runs all over the place. Their corners are guys that we're familiar with. Eli Apple, remember him from back in the day?
Yeah.
And
Awuzie. So Cheeto is those are the two corners. So Apple, Awuzie. Bates, the safety with Von Bell, I think is a pretty good combination there.
Love Bates.
Bates is outstanding. He's always around the ball. But you got to find a way to make sure Sam Hubbard rushes on the other side. I wasn't a huge fan of his coming out. I think Hendrickson is the best player that they got over on that pass rush side. So that's the one that they're going to have to account for in this game.
Do you feel like they can get pressure with 4? Because that's what we keep seeing. It's just four rushers, drop everybody into coverage. We'll see with Cooper Rush if they change things. But
the best pressure player they got is Hendrickson. That's the best. So if they try that, if they drop 7 on that, it's like I say, it's a different quarterback right now.
Right. Yeah. So who knows how they're going to
play
it.
that?
Right.
Yeah.
And the Steelers seem to struggle to run the football, but was that more so the Steelers' offensive line, or do you think Cincinnati does have a pretty good run defense?
I think Cincinnati's run defense could play pretty well, but again, I think it's more about because the linebacker Pratt was the one that kept showing up for me when you were watching, when they were trying to run the ball. So now it's a matter about getting hats on hats there and making that work.
All righty, Brian. Anything else?
No, that's it. Like I said, it's the offensive skill is what you really have to be aware of. Defensively, we know the corners, and you got to handle that defensive end. That's the one I think that's could potentially be a problem. If Smith is going to need some help, it's going to need some help on Hendrickson for sure.
24 seconds to go in this third quarter. The Slovenia rally stalled as they committed 4 turnovers in a row, 3 of them by Luka. I don't know if there was ever a worse stretch of basketball that a Mavericks fan has seen than what you witnessed over the last 3 minutes there from number 77. I think he might be gassed. Might need a break early in the fourth quarter, something like that. Anyway, it's 64-60 Slovenia with 10 seconds to go in the third quarter as we're taking this baby in. And kind of pulling for Luke and all that in Slovenia, I think. Okay, 64-63. He assists on a three-point shot in the corner. So Slovenia down 1 in this quarterfinal Eurobasket matchup as they head to the final period. Terrific NFL content led by Zach Wolchuk. How wide receivers are becoming the new workhorse running backs in the modern game and what the Cowboys could learn from it. That's coming up next in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat about the Frankels before we do anything else, though. If you are hurt in an accident, that's not your fault. Call the Frankels immediately.
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. The Slovenia run continued to start the fourth. They now lead Poland 71-67 with just under 8 minutes to play as they attempt to qualify for the semifinals here of this Eurobasket tournament. We're going to get some excellent football content from Zach Wolchuk here in about 30 seconds. General, at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander, Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo. You have Carter Freeman coordinating your video. Real quick, Micah Parsons on not appearing on the TV show. I didn't think it was appropriate to be on the show at that point. We just lost our starting quarterback. I think I need to be a leader, and that is not on television. Okay, so there is his response to why he goes to those guys over there at Undisputed, Skip Bayless, Shannon Sharp. It is time now for Zach Wolchuk and some sports. Here he is, Wooly Bully.
Thank you. Ted Nguyen of The Athletic put together a golden article.
Oh, he's so good.
Oh, my gosh. This is absolutely fantastic, and it came out at a perfect time, fellas, because it's what we've been talking about. What are the Cowboys doing when it comes to, oh, man, they can't figure out what Dick, a.k.a. Vic Fangio, did with the Broncos coming to town, and now Dak Prescott and Kellen Moore can't adjust. And also, Justin Jefferson, Cooper Kupp, some of these elite wide receivers, they're getting schemed open. They're catching 10 to 15 balls a game, it seems. And yet CeeDee Lamb, Cowboys aren't able to replicate this. Well, Ted Nguyen diagnoses it up for us, and I just want to read some of this for you, and we can kick it around and break it down. So before the NFL became a pass-happy league, we knew it was all about the star running back. We had the best, in my opinion, in Emmitt Smith, the all-time leading rusher. He was getting fed the ball 25 to 30 times a game. The Cowboys wanted to do it with Zeke. Well, now we don't have as many workhorse running backs, and it's kind of trending into the workhorse wide receiver. 10 different wide receivers had at least a dozen targets in week 1, including 3 who received 15 or more. Now compare that to last season when, according to Football Outsiders, Aaron Schatz.
Shots.
Two
everybody.
shots.
Man, Broaddus gets turned up in the club when that song comes on. Man.
According to
Very old
Shatsy,
school.
oh man, it's a great song. A given week featured an average of 7.6 players with at least 12 targets and just over 1 player with 15-plus targets. Those averages are even lower if you don't include tight ends and running backs. So defensive schemes now are trending towards the softer coverages and an increased emphasis on illegal contact downfield. So it's becoming easier to get these number 1 wide receivers the ball. These touches, and we've talked about this, it's more valuable than running back carries because obviously it's down the field or the receiver has space to work if the ball is thrown short. So last year in week 1, the NFL's 5 highest paid receivers, or I should say this year in week 1. Now, DeAndre Hopkins is not included in this. He's got a 6-game suspension. But they combined for 66 targets, 49 catches, 640 yards, 3 touchdowns. That doesn't include Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase, by the way, because they're still on rookie deals. The ways in which offenses are making sure defenses don't neutralize their number 1 receivers aren't new or revolutionary. But offensive coordinators are using all the tools at their disposal to make sure their guy touches the ball. So let's look at some of those guys. Tyreek Hill, 8 catches, 94 yards, 12 targets. Devontae Adams, 10 catches, 141 yards and a touchdown, 17 targets. Cooper Kupp, 13 catches, 128 yards and a touchdown, 15 targets. A.J. Brown, 10 receptions on 15 targets, 155 yards. Stephon Diggs, 8 catches, 122 yards, a touchdown, 9 targets. Kevin O'Connell of the Vikings, he put on a clinic against the Packers in week 1. He moved Justin Jefferson into different positions and created matchups and defensive ruling problems for the Packers secondary. Quote, the Vikings do a nice job of putting Jefferson in different positions, whether it's in the slot, whether it's motioning, according to Packers head coach Matt LaFleur. It seemed like he was in motion quite a bit, just moving him all over the place, and you got to give him credit. They put him in premier spots and attacked our coverage well, and certainly we had a couple of blown coverages as well when you're cutting them loose, and if there's anybody you don't want to cut loose, it's number 18, Justin Jefferson. So according to Kevin Seifert of ESPN, or Seifert, the biggest difference between last season and week 1 this season with the Vikings, they lined up in 11 personnel. It's 1 running back, 1 tight end, 3 wide receivers. The Vikings lined up with 3 receivers 67% of the time compared to just 42% of the time last season. They spread the defense out, makes it harder to set double teams, and it forces defenses to play coverages like cover 4, a 4-deep zone that can feature mismatches benefiting the offense. So the Packers had to play a quarter coverage, cover 4, right? Quarter safety. They have to take the number 2 in a man coverage if it goes vertical, for people to understand. So the theory is that a safety should be able to hold up with the underneath help and a huge cushion. If the quarterback has time for the slot receiver to get vertical, then the safety's on his own. It's man-to-man. That's how they get Justin Jefferson wide open. So one of the things that makes him so unique is his ability to serve cuts right after faking into the opposite direction. Also, Kirk Cousins deserves some credit, but all week, Jair Alexander's like, just man me up on Justin Jefferson.
Yeah.
This moving him around, it negates that. You can't just put Jair Alexander man-to-man.
Well, the bigger problem is, though, when you play star coverage, it affects how everybody else has to play, especially if the receiver goes in motion from one side of the field to the other. So now you're trying to check coverages based on movement of the wide receiver. So that presents communication problems for your defense. Ball snapped, all of a sudden, defense not sure of the coverage they're playing because of the movement of the wide receiver.
Right.
Especially in star coverage.
100%. So number 1 receivers force opponents to change the structure of their defenses.
There you go, yeah.
And it's not as simple as basically you just load up the box against a strong running game. So you look at the Rams. We talk about the Rams a lot with Cooper Kupp. And Cooper Kupp and Sean McVay, probably the best of the sport at this. Kupp remains a viable option despite everyone in the world knows Cooper Kupp's going to get the football. It's like, how does Cooper Kupp still have success? So this is possible in part because Kupp gets a lot of his targets on choice routes from a stack alignment. All right? So Kupp gets lined up in a close proximity with the outside receiver, so defenses can't press him. They're not able to get their hands on Cooper Kupp. So without press, he's got the clear vision of the entire secondary, and he's one of the best at the sport in finding spaces in zone. He also runs these choice routes after being put in what? Pre-snap motion, which is another way a lot of play callers create advantages for their top receivers. How much did we see CeeDee Lamb utilized in pre-snap motion?
I was looking for the numbers on that and play action last night. I couldn't find them, so I figured I got to chart this stuff myself. But those are huge, simple things to me.
It's very simple.
Yeah. Just give the defenders a chance to bite on something, as you're trying to create space.
It's not, and this is all talking about like it's not revolutionary. We're not doing like any kind of breakthrough football here.
Was there any talk about the route combinations and stuff like that?
It's mainly just the stack, the bunch formations.
Yeah, because you can't
isolate Cooper Kupp
exactly,
or Justin Jefferson.
Yeah.
But then there's also the aspect too of confusing the defense where you're building off of it, and you can see it with a Rams offense, and you're probably going to see it with O'Connell and like a Kyle Shanahan, where they have a foundational formation that they like, and they continue to hit you with it, but they're doing so many different things after the snap in terms of, okay, we're going to show you the same thing, but we got a million different things we can do out of this same look. Yeah. And so the defense gets up there and goes, okay, crap, I see this formation, and there's 100 different things they could hit me with right here.
Yeah, you do different things out of the same look and the same thing from different looks.
Boom.
That's another thing that great play designers are doing.
Yeah, that's what Joe Gibbs back in the day ran a play called Counter Tray, where they just ran it with John Riggins, where you pull the backside tight end, the tackles and stuff. It's the same play, but they gave different looks the way they ran it at a different formation.
Right.
It's the same play, just with different formational looks.
No doubt. And that's the thing. Like, it's you can keep doing the same thing. It's just we're going to show you something different, but the same thing's coming. Until you prove you can stop it, we're going to keep running it. And it's easy. The other issue here is,
it's a huge edge too for your efficiency.
Absolutely.
It's sending things through the roof. And I don't know how the Cowboys got stuck in this, like, RIP Don Coryell mode.
It's weird.
Where we got to run offense like it's the 90s still.
Ted Nguyen, I thought, another brilliant thing that he pointed out, and it fits perfectly for the Cowboys, is, Vic Fangio and that soft shell defense, that when the Broncos came in and we thought, man, the Cowboys offense just looks like a shell of itself ever since the Broncos came in here. Maybe they showed the blueprint. Well, that's taken over the league. Offenses have more opportunities to throw to receivers underneath, let them create after the catch. So in week 1, star receivers were thrown several tunnel screens or got put in motion and thrown passes in the flats before the defenses could adjust. So for instance, the Bills, they threw the second most two deep safety defenses behind only to the Chiefs. They faced the second most behind only the Chiefs. So Stephon Diggs had to work underneath, catch several passes on slants against the Rams. Another tool offenses have against off coverage to get the ball in their best receivers' hands is to have them run a speed out. Yeah. So, I mean, these are all things Kellen Moore can try and do when it comes to CeeDee Lamb, when you get Michael Gallup back. But these are all
They did try and run the
adjustments.
slants, though.
They attempted to run the slants,
Yeah.
and maybe that is, hey, we don't have the personnel that can win off the ball.
Yeah. But running slants into too deep coverage is a hospital pass.
Yeah.
Because you're taking that receiver and you're running him inside to a safety, and maybe that's why some of the things Dak didn't look particularly comfortable with the ball placement with some of those passes. If you go back and watch the way Lamb, maybe Lamb's catch radius isn't very big either, too.
Dak also looked a little bit hesitant, like he wasn't trusting.
Yes, he was not trusting things. Like
He
that,
wasn't.
the play to CeeDee Lamb that everybody's giving him hell for.
Well,
where
the ball was late.
The ball was late for
Yeah,
sure. I mean,
100%.
you'd like CeeDee Lamb to catch that, but Dak has a double pump situation go on there where he sees it and he
overthinking.
needs to rip it, and then he pulls it back for a second and then throws it.
Yeah.
And it was just like a really good picture of just like, okay, he's not confident in anything that he's seeing right now, because that was a no-brainer. Boom, CeeDee Lamb's open, hit him in stride, let's rock and roll. Before he even turns around, that's the open guy, and he just didn't trust it. And so, there's something psychologically going on with Dak, especially when you rewatch the game and you get the different angles. It's like, okay, he doesn't trust anything that he's seeing.
I saw the exact same thing you did.
I think it's because so many linebackers are dropping into coverage. He's like, if I let this go, is a linebacker going to emerge that I'm not seeing at this very second?
Well, he's also a little bit late, I think, at reading. He's not, and we talked about that at training camp, where you kind of almost need to believe that your receiver is going to be in this spot, trust the play, and you got to just let it rip. He's almost a little bit late, and he's waiting to see that the receiver's there.
Yeah.
Instead of just throwing it. And by the time he sees the receivers there, you're right. The linebacker's now caught on to it.
Yeah.
And so it's like, well, now it's too late. I can't throw the ball.
Yeah, it's really frustrating to watch. So much of it comes down to the ability to run and really punish them for doing that with their linebackers. And the Cowboys have, I believe, so far been uninterested or incompetent at times last year when it comes to getting that done. The idea of CeeDee Lamb's catch radius is a really interesting topic to me, Brian. I'd love to know more about what you see there. Because when he goes up, or like the one where he's falling back from 2 years ago and he makes the one-hander in the end, it seems like vertically he's got a big catch radius, but the ones behind him are almost impossible for him to send an arm back and bring that up to where he's running.
Yeah, I wonder, because every time when you watched him at Oklahoma and ball in front, catch, run, but ball behind, is he able to get back? And to me, I maybe myself misevaluated, because I saw so many times of him getting the ball in front of him and just taking off and running.
Yeah.
But when he's been bad, it's when he's having to go back. I can't remember any, maybe people out there will tell me on the text, whatever, that
he's horrible.
Give me a game where I could see him like reach behind him. Everything in front or at chest seems to be okay. Anything behind him seems to be a bigger problem.
It'd be
for
a
him.
huge emphasis if I was Robert Prince with him right now. Like, we got to get better at this, man. You're not going to get perfect footballs throughout your entire career.
Yeah, I just went back. You're talking about not seeing, and there was one time on a play, and I started this play. It was a ball that David, the linebacker, tipped when the ball was behind CD when he was open, but the ball got tipped and it wasn't a completion. Tampa rushed 3, dropped 8 on that play. I made a note to myself like, okay, we were talking about seeing linebackers. So he's trying to fit the ball over the top of a linebacker, ball gets tipped, but that's the problem right there. Rush 3, drop 8.
Yeah.
Is he confident? Are teams now making him with all this drop? Because when he's blitzed, he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league. Mm-hmm. The metrics tell you that. Last year, his quarterback rating when he was blitzed was unbelievable. But now that teams are dropping, they're creating this, maybe like I would say, ghosts. What are you seeing? Are you seeing ghosts? And are you thinking, well, wait, man, I don't know where that linebacker is. Yeah. I'm not sure if I need to throw this, or I'm not. It's like we talk about the Holcomb throw he made in the game against Commanders last year. He never saw Holcomb. I mean, he throws the ball and it's right to him in his chest. And you're going, wait a minute, he never saw him.
Even against regular coverage, he wants the guy to be wide open, and what allows him to keep his picks low. Now you put extra guys back there,
and he's not sure where the extra guys are.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
It's tough. It's a huge problem, and whether going back to the article, you take care of that with more play action and punish them. You find ways to get the ball right in the middle of the field as those linebackers are dropping and take 8 yards at a time. But if they're going to keep calling this game plan, Dak has to run it. Right when you see the linebackers turn to go get their arms up, that's when you make them pay. And it's 8. If you make a tackler miss, you could get 20 yards at a time like this. Dak doesn't want to do it. And what we're seeing right now is, the league throws something at them that Kellen Moore can't scheme around. And Dak Prescott, I think, is at a stage in his career with the injuries that have happened over the last 2 years. He doesn't want to risk another big injury. You can't blame him for it. He's proven right now he's too injury prone to run it the 12 times per game that it would take to run defenses out of this coverage. And for whatever reason, Kellen Moore can't design an actual running game to run them out of the coverage.
Yeah,
it's maddening.
The option that they ran, I thought, with Turpin was a creative play. But Dak, he got down. He got the first and then he got down. But I thought it was a creative play the way he ran it. But, that's that. I think you're kind of probably going to need a little bit more of that.
Okay, we got to go. Josh Young is coming up, the Rangers rookie, third baseman. Look at this, 84-78, pulling away. Luka on the bench. They played him too long. I don't know if he fouled out or something, but yeah, they got exhausted, and now Pullen's taken over. We got Rangers third baseman Josh Young with us next in the nation. I want to chat Frankels with you. G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 4 o'clock, we're going to talk with former morning news reporter currently covering the Bengals up there in Cincinnati. It's Ben Baby coming up at 4 o'clock right here on your home of the Cowboys. But joining us now is a Texas Rangers rookie that put a charge into the fan base in his first at-bat. He hit a home run on Friday. The first-round pick out of Tech had another hit and an RBI last night as the Rangers got the win. It's Josh Young with you on 105.3 The Fan. Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Good. How you guys doing?
Doing good, thank you. Hey, congrats on getting up this year. How's that feel? I mean, when you were hurt, did you think it would come together this quick?
Not at all. I mean, it's a blessing, honestly. I mean, back in February, it didn't even look like I was going to play baseball this season. So it was one of those things we were going to do it the right way. Not rush it at all. Probably take stuff into the off season, get some at bats in the off season. But to go through all that, crush rehab, and be able to get some actual at bats in AAA, and then making my debut, it's just unreal.
Josh, that debut was pretty special. I'm sure you could feel the electricity in the crowd. You certainly got a big ovation for that first at bat. What was that like for you, and how surreal was it that you literally spoke it into existence by hitting a home run in that first at bat?
I mean, that's just crazy. Honestly, it was just crazy. Speaking that into existence when I was, 11 years old. I think it's what my dad said. That was a long time ago. So it was just crazy. But yeah, the ovation just sent chills down my spine. And it was just one of those things. It was like, oof, okay, breathe. Like, you're here, you're doing it. You gotta breathe. You gotta be locked into the moment, and let's go.
Well, we certainly were all excited to see you. We knew offensively you'd be fantastic. I think defensively you've looked really good but you seem super comfortable at the plate. What's been the biggest adjustment for you getting used to this big league pitching?
So you say that. I mean, I don't feel super comfortable yet. I'm getting there slowly. Because a couple weeks before I got up here, I was scuffling. I was kind of trying to figure things out, and I think just coming back from the shoulder injury, trying to figure some stuff out has been the biggest challenge so far. So just have to be able to put the barrel on some baseballs and just continue to try to make some adjustments as we go along and solve this big league pitching. But I mean, it's just another thing. You face a pitcher, you're trying to solve what he's doing that day, and baseball is baseball, but you're facing the best pitchers in the world when you get up here. So it's just like the biggest challenge, the biggest kind of mysteries to solve is the pitches they're going to throw and the shapes and how they tunnel and all that kind of stuff. It's been fun. It's been a challenge, but it's been fun.
Do you typically play better when you're super comfortable and relaxed, or if you're a little bit anxious or whatever? Not to put words in your mouth how you're feeling right now, but obviously there's some work to do until you get comfortable.
Right. I don't know, honestly. I would say there's times where I'm nervous and anxious, and I play pretty well, and I'd say that when I'm comfortable, I play pretty well. But yeah, it's just trying to find the consistency right now. I've had some pretty good at bats. I've had some good 4 or 5 pitches in at bats, and I lose one pitch, and the at bat completely flips or ends in the way I don't want it to. So it's just finding that consistency in my at bats is the biggest thing right now. But it's coming.
Do you think, Josh, the ultimate side of plate comfort would be just kind of hanging out in the dugout and maybe not even realizing you're on deck and you're just kind of sitting there going, "Oh, it's my turn. I'll go out there and do it. Let me go hit a double real quick."
That was unbelievable, wasn't it?
Have you ever seen
that's
anything?
A vet move right there.
It's a total vet move. I didn't know if that was if you had ever maybe seen something like that before, or was that sort of the first of its kind from your experience?
Definitely the first of its kind. But I mean, hey, if you're gonna hit a double doing that, shoot, I'll take that every time.
So Josh Young's never had a brain fart where it's in between innings and you forget, oh man, I'm due up here, and your mind was elsewhere.
I'm not gonna say I've never had one because probably just couldn't remember if I have had one. But I'd say the past couple of years I haven't had 700 plate appearances like Marcus has in a season yet. So I'm sure they all blend together, but it was just super cool. Like he's the vet one of the vets on the team, has that little issue, then goes out and hits a double, a hustle double too. That was actually super cool to see.
Josh, what's the best bit of advice you've got since you've been in the big leagues? Has anybody told you something that you're like, all right, man, that makes a lot of sense what you just said?
Breathe. Slow the game down and breathe. That's the biggest piece of advice that guys just keep reiterating to me, because they can sense I'm a little anxious and a little, I wouldn't say nervous, but kind of over-aggressive at the plate right now. They're just like, just breathe, you're good, breathe, you're here for a reason. just relax.
They sound like a yoga and meditation teacher. Are they getting you into that too?
I've done meditation for a long time, but that's pretty much the advice they're giving to me. They're like, dude, like you've earned it. Just relax, breathe, slow the game down.
What's your best advice for somebody heading off to Tech this fall? What do you do out there?
Shoot, I don't know. There's not a ton of stuff to do in Lubbock, but shoot, I'd hit up all the sporting events. Basketball is usually pretty good. Football, I know, has got a new head coach. They're 2-0 right now. I think we got NC State this weekend.
Wreck 'em.
At NC State. But I'd say enjoy the sporting events. I loved going to games, so that's what I would say.
All right, so we actually had Joey McGuire, the new Texas Tech football coach, on this morning here on our station. So it seems I was going to ask how often and how closely do you follow Texas Tech athletics still, but you ran off the schedule there. Are you still pretty closely involved with the athletic department?
Oh, I watch everything. Always tune into the football games when I can. Haven't been able to catch a full game yet, just pieces of them in the clubhouse. They got them on. Basketball, I try to catch as many games as I can in the off season. But yeah, I stay pretty locked in. My brother was playing there last year, so I think I got to watch almost every game that was televised, baseball-wise. So, yeah, I'd say I'm still pretty plugged in.
Josh Young with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Now, we get a chance to catch up with the general manager of your organization, Chris Young, on a weekly basis. We've talked with a handful of people in the organization now because we're kind of finding out that a lot of these people working with the Rangers, they have not had a McDonald's hash brown in an ungodly amount of years. And I'm curious, Josh Young, when was the last time you got to indulge in a McDonald's hash brown?
That's a great question. Not anytime recently, for sure. I'm not going to be able to pinpoint a date exactly, but I'd say within the last couple of years I have.
Wow,
on the road somewhere in college.
Wow, all right. That seems a little bit surprising. Like years between McDonald's hash browns seems like a crazy rigorous dieting life that you were living. But I'm thinking like in the minors though, Josh, isn't there a lot of McDonald's going around, or what are you eating in the minors?
Man, my routine is to kind of get out and go find a nice little brunch place to eat. The McDonald's doesn't really jump on that radar.
Hey, dude, you need to get for the brunch. You sneak in a McDonald's hash brown. That'll really put the meal together for you.
I mean, I don't want to come into the game kind of feeling a little lethargic and a little slow. So I try to stay away from the fried foods, but I mean, they are pretty good.
But
would you consider yourself a snob then, Josh, the way you're talking about brunch meals and stuff like that?
Oh, what's snobby about brunch?
Well, I don't know. I just want to make sure here, though. You know, San Antonio kid, maybe a little snobby on the brunch? Maybe?
Well, you got to think of it. We get done playing 9, 10 o'clock. By the time I can finally get to bed, it's probably 1:30, 2 o'clock. So pretty much when I wake up, it is brunch time.
It is brunch, okay.
So what's on your plate?
It's really to find like a breakfast place is just during the brunch hours.
What's on your plate when you come out of that line at the brunch?
It depends on where I go. I try to get some nice little eggs on there. I went to a place in Oklahoma City a couple weeks ago that actually had a green eggs and ham is what it was called on the menu. It was pretty good.
So you've spent your entire career in baseball in the great state of Texas then, San Antonio Tech, now the Rangers. Is that about right?
Yes, sir.
So growing up in San Antonio then, are you a Spurs fan?
I am a Spurs fan.
You know, Jose Trevino was, and that was fine. We understand a lot of championships there. Do you have any love in your heart for the Mavs as well though, Josh?
Definitely. Cowboys fan, Mavs fan now. Got to stay in the Dallas area.
Okay, and when it comes to the NFL football, are you Chiefs because of Mahomes at Tech, or are you Cowboys for life, or how do you play that?
See, that's a great question. I grew up a Saints fan watching Drew Brees because I came up playing quarterback. So I've always just been like a huge quarterbacks fan. So I just like kind of root for the quarterbacks. Like I love Brady, just kind of what he does, how he's been able to do it for so long. Then watching Pat at Tech, seeing his career take off, everything he's done. Huge Pat fan. But yeah, I guess team-wise, I'll root for the Cowboys. But when it comes down to it, I just like to watch quarterbacks and watch them do their thing.
How good of a quarterback were you?
Not the best.
Good enough to play
definitely
baseball,
a pass
right?
first. Yeah, definitely a pass first. Just try to throw the rock and get some yards.
So we can't have you try out for the Cowboys with this Dak Prescott injury that's just occurred?
Yeah, probably not.
Probably not.
I would have to say probably not.
Well, this is encouraging though, Josh, because we're trying to get to the bottom of this particular sound that we have. I want to play it for you. It seems like you're well versed in the world of sports in general, not just baseball. I have about 7 seconds worth of sports analysis I want to play you, and if you could do me a favor and just guess what sport is being analyzed here. It's a little bit suggestive, this sound, but let's go ahead and give the sports analysis. Here we go.
I just busted right inside him, and he can't extend on me anymore, and he seems a little overwhelmed by my girth and tonnage, right?
Right.
Oh, gosh. Shoot, I don't know.
Maybe you need to hear it one more time, you think?
My gut kind of says hockey, but I don't know.
Okay.
guess.
Well, that's good.
That's a solid guess.
Always got to trust your gut.
I don't think we've gotten the hockey guess.
We have not gotten the hockey guess. I believe that is incorrect, though. I don't know. Should we give him the answer, or do we want to ride this out for the entirety of Josh Young's career as a Ranger? It's going to be a long and storied career. You're going to join the G-Bag Nation many, many times. So maybe this could be ongoing, Josh, if you're willing to accept the L today and then bounce back maybe next time.
Yeah, that's fine. Whatever works.
Josh, I got to throw one more your way. Yesterday it was a big day, especially for us, as we have Mike Bassick, who is very, very bald, former Texas Ranger pitcher. It was National Bald is Beautiful Day. Who's your favorite bald athlete of all time?
Oh, gosh.
You could say Drew Brees, honestly.
I mean, yeah, it's got to be Drew, for sure.
Love it, Josh. Thank you so much for your time. Congrats on your success. Give him hell out there. We'll be pulling for you.
Yep, I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Love you, Josh.
Josh Young.
And for being on with us today, we're going to give him a $100 gift certificate from Pluckers. Maybe we'll find some brunch there at Pluckers at one of their 7 DFW locations.
Which apparently is just a whole bunch of eggs.
Yeah.
Just load up on the eggs, baby.
Fried Oreos.
You think he just gets a bunch of eggs but just cooked differently? Like here's some hard boiled,
I thought he was
here's an
going to throw
omelet.
I thought he was going to go the
sunny side up.
Eggs Benedict with some, with some
cantaloupe and yogurt. I thought he was going to come like
maybe
full.
some Canadian bacon on that thing.
Avocado toast.
Yeah. He just wakes up late. So it's brunch. It's automatically brunch to him is what it is. Yeah, all right.
Okay, we got Steve Sarkisian channeling his former boss and trying to set the tone in Austin after their near win over Bama. We'll give you the deets on that. Ben Baby, Bengals reporter, coming up at 4 o'clock right here on 105.3 The Fan. I need to tell you about my friends at Absolute Beauty Solutions, though. I got Chief coming up there now, Eric Chiafalo.
turning it on and leaving it on. The Fan.
Yeah, if you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. It is the Texas Authority in Barricade Rentals. BuyersBarricades.com.
Thank you very much, Lucius, and thanks to Josh Young for joining us there. The young Texas Ranger homered in his debut. An absolute treat to get a chance to catch up with him a little bit and talk baseball with him, get to know his story. And we wish him nothing but the best of luck. I think this guy's going to be up here for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. And, and I'll say this, though. We're getting towards the end of the season, and we've done these interviews all baseball season. Every one of these guys has been fun to talk to. I mean, they really have. I mean, I know there was
99%.
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple that
I can't even think of one that was bad. They've all been fire. I mean, Josh Young was outstanding. I remember Jonah Heim was electric. When you run through it, it was just nothing but personalities on that squad.
Yeah, that's what you got to take the good with the bad there every once in a while. But yeah, it's been fun. I've enjoyed it. It's one of those things when you interview somebody like that, you're kind of like, okay, what am I going to ask? And then when you make it fun. Yeah. And they have fun back with you. It's what makes it all worthwhile.
Yeah, and hearing his story, I think he had goosebumps. He almost choked up talking about, hitting the home run and all that and speaking it into an existence. Okay, Steve Sarkisian channeling Saban as he sets the tone for the week in Austin. To quote my old boss, we've got to be careful of the rat poison of people telling us how good we are, which is important. A week ago, everyone told us how bad we were. Mm-hmm. Now this week, everyone wants to tell us how good we are. I'm buying it. Maybe I'll be eating these words. I know we thought they might have been back in 2013 and 2018 and whatever it was, but I feel like if you have a defense and a legit Heisman-capable quarterback, this team's going to play some really good football this year. I don't know if they'll lose again before Ewers gets back. They probably will. But, 2023, 24, that we are now in the final moments of Texas approaching its return. Agree or disagree?
I would agree. I really do believe that watching that game last week, if Quinn Ewers got to finish that game, they would have won. Alabama did not have an answer for him in that football game. And with Robinson, the way he can run the football, Steve's going to recruit players down there. That is going to be a program that's looking to get in the SEC probably sooner than later. So yeah, I think it's going to be. You look at it, they're going to be a problem for somebody down the road.
And I really believe in mentors, and maybe Sarkisian was on a wayward path. You get a chance to lock in under Saban, and if you are receptive to the ideas and you're not too proud to just copy it, then you can really upgrade yourself and patch up your weak spots. He said, we got to make sure the noise is outside our building and not inside, and we have to focus on the task at hand. And that's exactly what the Longhorns need. They were reading their own news clippings really for the last 15 years. It's been a problem down there.
Yeah, you can't have that. Everything is it's kind of stacking up and lining up really beautifully for them. Going to the SEC, the NIL, and all the stuff that's opening up that way. You're getting the big recruits. Having an Arch Manning come to your school is going to bring even more of that. I just feel like they're going to have all the talent in the world. So can they harness it and have the type of culture that is a winning culture and not the kind of culture they've had for over a decade now? I think they got a real chance here. And that defense, I'm just blown away at the turnaround of the defense going from not something that anybody respected to all of a sudden what they did to Alabama for 3.5 quarters on Saturday was dang impressive, man. And so if they're going to bring some defense to the table, they're going to have they have an influx of so much talent at the quarterback position. And you saw, boom, you hit on one of those Quinn Ewers. How about that first quarter? That was lighting it up. So I feel really good about where they're headed now.
This year might not be the year that they're expecting. They might fall this weekend to UTSA. They're probably going to be starting their third-string quarterback, who I think is a 3-star, because Hudson Card I don't think is going to be able to play. So they might end up starting 1-2. UTSA is a program that's on the up right now. That's not an easy game. And when you're starting your third-string quarterback, that's going to be a tough one. But there was a lot of positives to take from that, and I do think that Steve Sarkisian has this going in the right direction. The thing that they're going to need to fix is these one-score games. That's something that hurt Texas last year. I think they lost 3 or 4 games against top 10 teams by a touchdown or less. And again, we saw that happen with Alabama, where they were in this thing, and then late in the game, they end up losing by, 2 points, or it was 20-19. They lost by a point.
Yeah.
So, defensively, Gary Patterson deserves a lot of credit. He had plenty of time to scheme that thing up and plan for Alabama. He did an incredible job. I think having him on that staff is going to be a massive benefit. But absolutely, Quinn Ewers, you had to love what you saw from him from the first couple series before he got hurt.
I think what I'm really encouraged by when we talk about Alabama, by the way, Alabama, Ohio State, some struggle there. Georgia didn't struggle, but the fact that we thought this was just going to be a cakewalk for some of these programs like the Alabamas and Ohio States and those guys. I'm interested. I think this thing is going to be a little bit more wide up. We saw a lot of upsets in the top 10 last week, and I'm all for that if it keeps shuffling this thing up.
All righty, 3 California hikers lucky to be alive after a 60-foot oak tree fell on them, authorities say. When I saw the headline, I thought, how the hell did 3 hikers manage to have the same tree fall on them? At 60 feet, certainly one of them should have been observant enough to sidestep this tree, go call for help. But all 3 of them got trapped by this tree. The incident happened Monday in Santa Clara as they were walking in Quicksilver Park. And they were walking along the Mine Hill Trail when a 60-foot oak suddenly tipped over, landing on the group, leaving them pinned. The side of the trail that it fell on is extremely steep. So if it had knocked any one of them off the trail, they would have fallen significantly down the side of a hill and suffered life-threatening injuries. So they were on a very narrow trail and had to watch as this tree effectively came down and rolled and landed on top of them and just managed to accept the fate of getting stuck rather than jumping down the hill. I don't know if I would have jumped or waited or what, but the 3 very fortunate that some hikers came along a little bit later on and found him and were able to go get the appropriate amount of help.
I think I'm going to jump.
You're jumping there?
I'm jumping.
Well, it's like
I'm taking my chance. I'm just taking
slide down that bad boy.
I am. I'm just taking the chance. I'm not getting hit by a tree. I think getting hit by a 60-foot tree would kill me. So I'm going to jump and take my chances.
Yeah.
I'm wondering should if you're going to go hiking, should you have more athleticism than these 3? Like to be able to avoid the tree? Yeah. Like should there be a standard level here?
Probably, maybe. I think, you don't expect a tree to fall, I guess.
Yeah. You got to be prepared for anything.
You do.
You got to be ready for all elements, including the trees raining down on
the
you.
Trees, and there was an 18-wheeler. I showed you this pre-show, Gavin.
Oh, my goodness.
Right off 75 in Allen, this 18-wheeler is hanging off the highway. Terrifying.
Yeah.
We got to watch out for falling 18-wheelers from the highway, trees. We got alligators that are being found here.
Yeah.
There's
400-pound gators.
Weird stuff happening around these parts.
I don't know how you can be up in the cab of one of those 18-wheelers and look out over the tiny little barriers on some of those over ramps and feel safe.
Mm-mm.
I would feel like I'm just on a road up there with no boundaries.
Driving through the mountains in an 18-wheeler would be far worse than that, in my opinion.
I couldn't do it. That's a job. You guys got more cojones than me when it comes to driving around those. Yes. Even coming, down some of those windy mountain passes in a truck or something can be nerve-wracking. We got to run. 2 hours down, 2.5 to go. Ben Baby, Bengals writer, joins you next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It is hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Former Cowboys media member Ben Baby has gone on to the Cincinnati Bengals. He's done some good work covering them for, is he with The Athletic? No, he's with a different outfit.
Yeah.
But we'll find out about that and find out everything that he's got to say about the Bengals here in a couple of minutes.
Ben Baby, ESPN.
Oh, that's right. Yes, big ESPN guy. And there's a lot going on with these Bengals. Obviously, when the schedule came out, we thought, well, Cincinnati might be a tough one here. We got the Super Bowl AFC team coming in there. But there has been a long history of Super Bowl runners-up not making it back to the playoffs. And then you look at what happened in week 1 for the Bengals, and it can be very difficult to pick up that momentum that you had in January. And they look to be a very disappointing team there in the opener. So let's see what we have cooking now here. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, of course, Lucius Alexander, Wolchuk Chiafalo, and Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. Along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation. As Ben Baby, ESPN, joins you now here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. Always good. As a Metroplex guy, it's always good to be on in the Metroplex, so I appreciate you having me on.
Oh, it's good to hear from you again, man. Good to see that you're having fun covering this Bengals team. Are the Bengals going to be another one of these Super Bowl losers that missed the playoffs? What's your sort of knee jerk from week 1?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me looking at that offense was there were some things that were concerning during that postseason run that they almost won the Super Bowl in spite of, if we're being honest. That propped up again in that opener against the Steelers. We saw a little bit of offensive inconsistency. We saw Joe Burrow kind of struggle with some turnovers. Now that got better in the second half, and then in the red zone, they were just unable to get touchdowns out of drives and heavily relied on their defense to keep them in the game. And so I think those are some things the Bengals will really need to address. And even that would have been the case had they beaten Pittsburgh in that ridiculous game that we saw in week 1. But, I think this team feels like they're in good shape, that the defense is as good as we thought they would be after last season. I think we all know what Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase bring to the table. We'll see where T. Higgins is at, if he's going to play after he left last week's game with a concussion. So, the Bengals opened as a touchdown favorite against the Cowboys, obviously with the backup on the road. But, it's going to be very interesting to see, because I think both of these teams really could use this win and don't want to, have a rough start to the year.
Ben, Zach Wolchuk with you. Appreciate everything you're doing out there covering the Bengals. Texas high school football mafia for life, though, my friend. And I do want to ask you, you mentioned T. Higgins and the concussion. How are the Bengals looking health-wise as they get ready for week 2 against the Cowboys? Cowboys dealing with a lot of injuries before this one.
Yeah, well, as you properly mentioned, once in the mafia, always in the mafia. So those are facts. Secondly, Higgins was limited today. He was really the main injury concern that we were looking at. There were some guys who were starters who landed on the injury report but were full, so they were probably just nicked up here or there. Trent Taylor, their starting punt returner, he got extended a little bit. He did not practice today with, I believe, a hamstring injury. But all in all, a pretty healthy team, as we saw my colleague Todd Archer mentioned on their injury report that the Cowboys released. The Cowboys are dealing with a significant amount of injuries, especially after week 1, and I think that is going to be something to monitor as we go through the week. But it is only Wednesday. I think once they don't practice on Thursday, that's when you really want to take note of these things. So I think it's something for both teams you'll want to just continue to monitor as the week goes on.
Ben, when we watched the Pittsburgh game, though, the pressure that the Steelers were able to generate on this Bengals offensive line has to be very concerning to the staff in the way that, the Cowboys, maybe a little bit of a strength for them will be their pass rush. Any thoughts about the Bengals and how they looked in week 1 with that offensive line?
Yeah, it was interesting. I thought definitely in the first half, things did not look great. I thought you did see a good amount of pressures. In the second half, though, I thought that the line did a better job. I thought Joe Burrow actually had some better pockets than it looks like, and maybe there were just a lot of different things going on in that game. We asked the coaching staff today, and we just spoke to Bengals offensive coordinator Brian Callahan, and he said that obviously the sacks were too many, but I think that proportionately that only a couple of them were really firmly placed on the offensive line, and those looked to be early in the game. And considering they played 100 snaps, I think that it could have been a little bit better, and I think they will want it to be better. But all in all, it's definitely an improvement for what we saw last year. Obviously, you would expect that to be the case given what the Bengals invested into that offensive line, including La'el Collins, who they got from after Dallas let him go in free agency, coming in to be that right tackle. And, we'll see how much he's going to be matched up against Micah Parsons. I know that Cowboys fans are going to be eagerly looking at that matchup on Sunday.
Ben Baby covers the Cincinnati Bengals for ESPN with us here in the G-Bag Nation. I saw you had a great article about what defenses are doing to Joe Burrow and the Bengals offense right now. Could you share with us a little bit? It seems like defenses are doing similar things that they've done to Dak and the Cowboys now for the last 8 or 9 games.
Yeah, I think it's, the mark of really a good quarterback in the NFL at this point is how much cover 2 they're going to get and how explosive you are as an offense, because teams, obviously, they're going to play those 2 high safety looks to try to take away those big plays in the passing game. And we definitely saw that the way the Bengals were played towards the back half of last season. And coming into this year, they knew that they were going to get a lot of cover 2. In Pittsburgh definitely showed that when you look at the coverage rates. Pittsburgh played a good amount of cover 2 and took away some of those deep balls that Joe Burrow wanted. Obviously, Burrow tried to push some tight windows early in the game and just was unable to do so. And in the second half, you saw him look for his check down options, look at, getting Joe Mixon involved in the passing game, getting Hayden Hurst involved as well, the former first-round pick who signed with the Bengals after previously being with the Falcons. And I think it's going to be a lot of that. And really, last year when you look at the numbers, the Bengals, after they weren't explosive in 2020, were one of the most explosive offenses in the NFL in terms of being vertical in the passing game, led the NFL in yards per passing attempt. And this year, the question is going to be, as defenses look to take that away, as they look to bracket Jamar Chase, and, especially if you don't have T. Higgins, are you going to be able to move the ball systematically down the field and methodically? And that is going to be the thing that the Bengals are going to have to do. And I think that you're going to have to get defenses out of those cover 2 shells. You're going to have to be able to run the ball well. You're going to have to take what you can get over the middle. And then whenever those opportunities present themselves and you've schematically gotten some good windows against those cover 2 looks, you've got to take advantage. So those are all things to watch, and I imagine the Cowboys and basically every defense that you'll see will incorporate a lot of those cover 2 looks, a lot of those cover 4 quarters looks throughout the season, and to keep those wide receivers at bay.
Ben, you mentioned run the football. Well, the Cowboys, especially to Trayvon Diggs' side, they were a little susceptible against Tampa Bay. It didn't seem like Cincinnati ran the football very well against Pittsburgh. Mixon and Pirine, it seemed like they were really good in terms of receiving in that one. How efficient do you think the Bengals' running game can be?
Yeah, it's really going to be fascinating. I think in an ideal world for the Bengals, you're going to try to, as with most teams that you'll see in the NFL these days, you want to try to, get a good advantage early on in the game and then seal things off with your run. I think the concept of establishing the run is kind of a preconceived or kind of an outdated model, if you will, of how to win in the modern game. But that being said, if you do get a lot of cover 2 looks and you are getting light boxes, which the Bengals do get a good amount of, especially when you look at the width of their formations. I believe they were second widest in the NFL, if that's a proper way to say it, in week 1. So I think that when you look at what Zach Taylor's done since he's been here, and honestly what I've seen, even especially anybody who watches high school football on Fridays knows this very well. I think, making sure that you do what basically the box tells you to do is key. So if you have a advantageous run look, take advantage of that. If not, see what you can get in the pass game. And the Bengals have definitely adhered to those principles over the last few years. But all of that being said, I think they will want to be better in the run game. You have Joe Mixon, who has coming off a Pro Bowl year. And, it's interesting. I'm curious to see what the Cowboys are going to get on the run game on the other side of the ball. I asked DJ Reader what he thought of Ezekiel Elliott, and he said, even though the numbers haven't been there on tape and on Sundays, he's still the guy that many people around the league believe him to be. And I know it's been a hot-button issue in Dallas in terms of Zeke and Tony Pollard and their usage. So, it's going to be something to keep an eye on both running backs on Sunday.
It's Ben Baby here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, Ben, when you look at the Bengals defense and, with Trey Hendrickson and stuff like that, the guy that kept popping out for me watching the game on tape and stuff was Jermaine Pratt, the linebacker. Is he one of these guys, he's a 6'3", 250 guy, the ability to make a lot of plays for you guys in these games?
Well, not me specifically, but yes, for them, that is correct. Yeah, for the Bengals, those backers are pretty good. Logan Wilson and Jermaine Pratt. And I kind of joked with DJ Reader, who was usually traditionally he plays, nose tackle or kind of a 1-tech, 2-tech for the Bengals. And I joked that, whenever the linebackers get an extension, they better end up getting a nice gift to that defensive front, because the linebackers are almost always free. The defensive tackles, when you look at BJ Hill and Reader, you really do command a lot of your attention. And so the backers are going to be free to make plays. And they drafted Logan Wilson in the 3rd round in 2020. He's proven to be a very good addition. And then Jermaine Pratt, a 4th-round pick, I believe, in the 2019 draft, has played very well and really gotten, I think even when he started out as a rookie, was really good in the run game, but he's gotten a lot better as an all-around linebacker. And those two guys, are very much overlooked in this scheme. But I think a lot of that front is a very sound unit up the middle. Starting with Reader, who got a big bag in the 2020 free agency window. I think that all starts with him, and that's why you see a lot of plays, in the middle of the field. But, the Cowboys are going to have to contend with those linebackers. We saw Pittsburgh and offensive coordinator Matt Canada run a lot of misdirection early and try to stretch the Bengals from side to side. We've seen that be a tactic from opposing teams against Cincinnati, so we'll see how much the Cowboys use that on Sunday.
So when referring to Cincinnati, it's not you guys because you still consider yourself a Cowboy guy. Isn't that right, Ben?
I technically do not have a rooting interest team. It is also a misconception because they believe I'm a Cowboys fan. And I always tell people, I said, if you're going to properly do the job, you ain't rooting for anybody.
No, that's right.
That's the only way to do it.
Yeah, no, you're a pro. So being a Metroplex guy, do Cincinnati folks come to you as like an insider on weeks like this or stories with the Cowboys?
It's interesting. This beat has almost doubled over the last couple of years. I think most people are just looking at me for food wrecks, and I try to explain to people. I said, I lived there last in 2019, which might as well be a decade in Dallas years. Like when I used to work for the Denton Record Chronicle, I remember I used to cover, high school playoff games. We drive over to McKinney or Prosper or whatever, and we'd take 380. There'd be nothing over there. I hear of cities that people are moving to now that I would never think of in a million years. I said, you're moving to what? You're moving to where? It is just, so when people ask me for recommendations, I was like, yeah, I lived there a handful of years ago, but the amount of growth that you see in the Metroplex is just absolutely dumbfounding. I think we were talking about Prosper specifically. 10 years ago, they were a 4A high school back when Davis Webb was there. Now they're going to, I heard, Matt Stepp, my guy, said that they're going to open the 3rd high school coming up a year ahead of schedule, which is just mind-blowing. So I try to tell folks, I said, I will give you some recommendations on places I like, but it's just how much the Metroplex grows. And I take a lot of pride in the fact that, I try to tell people all the time, I think that the resourcefulness you see in DFW, that I feel like across the entire Metroplex, there's always a desire to say, much like the Jones family does in everything they build. Unfortunately, that doesn't extend to the team, but it's how much better can this be? Can we make this kind of the biggest thing we can, and where can we improve in this regard? And that's definitely been the case when you see what they've done. I think I tell Bengals fans, if you haven't had a chance to visit the Star, you definitely should, because it's a model of what you want your NFL practice facility to be. I think people are going to be real excited to check out AT&T if they haven't for the first time. So there's a lot of things. So when they ask me for those kind of recommendations, that's what I give. But otherwise, that's kind of all I'm good for at this point.
Yeah, take a drive down 380 now, Ben. It's going to blow your mind. What is your review on the Skyline Chili?
Yes.
All right, hopefully, if you're from Cincinnati and you're listening, cover your ears. But I cannot. For me, I've got to stick to what I do down
Here we
south.
go. Yeah.
So I listen. I rep very hard for the good meats and the meat-based foods that we get in the great state of Texas. Now, people here do enjoy their Skyline. For me, I always explain. I can do it in a Coney because like chili dogs. That's a common concept for us down south. Mm-hmm. You'll do that all the time. But in Cincinnati, because the chili isn't thick enough, it runs. It's on spaghetti.
Exactly.
So it's a water-based starch and you got a water-based kind of meat product, like a meat sauce. It's not thick enough. If the meat sauce was thicker, it would be a better meal. And so that is my big beef with the whole situation. But I get it. I try to explain. People they think Whataburger's overrated. I said, y'all better stop that right now. Otherwise, we're going to have some problems.
I'll fight them all.
Exactly. I said, if you want to catch these hands, say one more thing about a patty melt and something's going to happen. So I think it's just people want to get defensive about their regional foods, and I can't blame them.
How much Whataburger is Ben Baby going to consume this weekend coming back to the DFW?
So it's actually funny. I've got a packed weekend. I'm going to be in Las Vegas Friday, Saturday for Canelo Alvarez Triple G3 at T-Mobile Arena, covering that for ESPN, because that's going to be an amazing event. I think that'll honestly, the buzz you get from a fight like that exceeds the Super Bowl, in my opinion. So I'm excited to be out there. I think it's going to be a terrific fight. Getting into Dallas on Sunday morning, going to go get me a honey butter chicken biscuit. Might see if I can skip the line at Hurtado and then get in at AT&T. So I'm excited. I'm going to try to eat as much food in DFW as I possibly can.
My guy. They got the spicy honey butter chicken biscuits now, by the way, Ben, so maybe give those a shot. Not bad. Not bad.
Hey, you don't need to rub it in. There's not one near me, so please don't rub it in while I'm that far away, okay?
Hey, we love you, Ben. Go Mean Green, baby.
Hey, go Mean Green. Thank y'all. Appreciate y'all having me.
Thanks, Ben. There he goes. Ben Baby, ESPN with the Bengals.
See, that's an honest assessment of that Skyline chili crap.
Yeah, it was good journalism right there.
He's absolutely right. It's watered down chili on wet noodles. What are you talking about? You can't put 100 pounds of cheese on it. It ain't going to make it any better.
All right, we are heading for some good content here. The top 10 at 420 with Wooly Bully. Where are we heading today, sir?
Well, I got to start off with the great Chris Long letting Madden know just what they need to do for Micah Parsons and his rating. Plus, it is National Hoagie Day. I got the most popular sandwiches in America. What's your favorite, and what do you like on a hoagie? Next on The Fan.
All right, I'd love to tell you. Ben Baby for joining us. Thanks to Josh Young for joining us. We've had a fun show. It's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420 segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident, it's not your fault. Call the Frankels, 214-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Here he is, the Woolly Bully. Wolchuk.
Thank you very much. I've got our top 10 at 420. It is National Hoagie Day, so I've got the top 10 most popular sandwiches in America. We just got a text in that said the 817 or the 972, excuse me. I don't think I've ever called it a hoagie. Brian, if anyone can break down a hoagie for us, I feel like you are the man for the job.
I ordered when I brought Friday lunch at when I went and picked it up, and I'm thinking I ordered a meatball sub.
Meatball sub.
Yeah, I ordered meatball subs, and they go, no, it's not a sub. It's meatballs on focaccia bread and stuff like that. I'm like, okay, yeah, that's what I want. So to me the hoagie it's like the subs.
It's a sub sandwich.
It's a sub sandwich.
Yeah.
The bread is generally somewhere between 8 to 10 inches long, depending. Sometimes you get the foot long ones there, but they're generally in that range of 8 to 10. And they kind of get a little chew to them.
Mm-hmm.
The hoagie roll has a little bit more chew to it, and so that's but it
almost like a sourdough.
Yeah, well, the thing about with the hoagie roll is you have to be able to stand up to all the ingredients you put on it. So if you put on a lot of the meats, sometimes people put on this tapenade, this salad, this olive salad stuff, or peppers and things like that. So you have to have a roll that's to be able to withstand all that you're putting on it,
right,
and hold up and not get soggy,
yeah,
and not fall apart.
Tell them about it. Yeah.
So the hoagie roll is kind of that specialty roll.
Absolutely.
So it's different from the sub roll.
Yeah. To me, the sub roll doesn't have the chewiness to it, as opposed to the
a little lighter,
a little airier, if you want to say.
I just learned I prefer the hoagie.
Do you? Okay. So you like a little bit more bite, a little bit more chew.
Yeah. I like a good chewy bread.
Yeah. So you're in on the hoagie. So
I like the fact, real quick, that you could stack a bunch of different meats on it. Though, because one of the things I love is the Italian. So
had one today.
Yeah, put every bit of Italian cold cuts that you can get on that.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah, and if you can, and it's got to hold all together there.
Yeah,
be able to cut it and eat it.
FineDiningLovers.com describes the hoagie as usually served cold, and because of their association with Italian-American culture, they tend to be made using the Italian ingredients, Italian breads and salamis and provolones and all the deliciousness.
And it's going to be number 10 on the most popular sandwiches in America. It's actually the official sandwich of Philadelphia. It was named that in 1992, and it is an Italian roll that will consist of a lot of Italian meats, a little oil and vinegar layered with onions, tomatoes, shredded lettuce, little provolone. So
there you go. All those things on it, and it holds up.
Now, before we devour the rest of this list, and I want to hear from you, what's your favorite sandwich? 877-881-1053. This was glorious. Speaking of Philadelphia, this is a former Eagle, Chris Long. Now, Micah Parsons today put a plea to Madden. He's like, look, my rating's not good enough. And we asked him about this when we were out in Oxnard and we had him on the show. And I basically voiced my displeasure at the game. I think it's gone downhill for the last several years. It's just not as fun anymore. And Micah didn't disagree. But here is Chris Long calling Madden, leaving a voicemail, a former Eagle, basically vouching for a current Dallas Cowboy.
I'm closing the show with something here. All right, 689-278. 3030. Okay.
Hey, it's Ocho. You reached the Madden Ratings Adjuster hotline. Leave a detailed message telling us who you think should have a higher rating and why.
Hi, this is Chris Long, former defensive end in the NFL. I used to rush the passer a lot, and let me just tell you, I was once like a 90 in your game. I could never do anything that Micah Parsons can do. I was supposed to leave my age. I'm 37. You guys are a bunch of idiots, honestly. I used to play for the Eagles. I'm not even a Cowboys fan. In fact, I kind of hate him. He's just like 10 points better than anybody on that team. I mean, like I saw some of your other ratings. I wasn't going to call you, but Micah Parsons left the number on Twitter. So I decided that I would call and give you a piece of my mind. And Chad Johnson's on your answering machine. Chad Ocho Cinco, he's a friend of the program. He would never rate Micah Parsons in 88. What are you guys smoking over there?
Hey, tell him about Billy Turner. Try to get swag up.
Yeah, Billy Turner needs a higher swag rating. Did you see him on the sideline Monday night? Guy's got sauce. He's got drip. You guys need to fix some shit. You know, I wasn't going to call you about anything else.
That's awesome.
Good. Yeah, he's the coolest Eagle ever.
Oh man, I love it. And look, the Long family, great lineage there of Longs. Kyle, Howie, they got some swag over there. The Reuben is the best sandwich from the 972. Old school PB&J. 214, hate the city, love the sandwich. The Philly is phenomenal. The Banh Mi is getting some love from the 214.
What's a banh mi?
A banh mi?
No, banh you. No, don't banh me.
Don't banh me, banh yourself. What is a banh mi?
Bonds?
Is it? I don't know.
Okay, here we go.
Is it
Vietnamese?
Is it like a roll with the meat inside the roll?
Baguette with thin, crisp crust and soft, airy texture.
Okay.
Oh, it's flaky.
Okay.
And
I like airiness.
Yeah. Had a bag me before. What's it called?
You want to bag me? Is that what you said?
No, wait.
Banh mi.
It's a banh mi.
Banh mi. Double bag you.
Yeah.
Just in case the first
I
bag
didn't think
breaks.
I was that ugly, but thank you, Eric. Number 9.
I just had to capitalize on an opportunity to use a double bagger reference.
No, I appreciate that. You can throw that my way anytime. I'll pick that up for you. Number 10, by the way, was hoagies. Number 9 on the most popular sandwiches in the United States of America. By the way, Lucius Alexander, your favorite sandwich, my friend.
I like the hoagie. I'm a big fan of the hoagie.
You are a big fan of the hoagie.
Club sandwiches.
Oh,
yeah. But the hoagie is like what if you was at Subway as a cold cut combo?
Pretty much.
That's what I would get all the time, and now I don't know if we were eating actual meat.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure we weren't, but yeah, something like that. That's my vibe
about what we were putting in our mouths there.
Do you guys prefer cold sandwiches generally to
I like
hot?
cold sandwiches, yes.
Okay.
Yes, I do not like that warm sandwich because now I have to eat it while it's hot. I got to eat it right now.
Right.
See, I used to agree with that, but Firehouse has kind of changed me a little bit. I don't mind the warm. I will go more so cold, but Firehouse warms their meats.
Yeah, bro.
And that like Firehouse Club or the Hook and Ladder there, it's pretty delicious.
Yeah, the melt or the panini, hot and ready, toasted.
Yeah.
I kind of love it, but you're right, Lucius. It's like it doesn't age well.
It doesn't, man. You got to eat it right.
You have to eat it right away, 100%.
Yeah, you
If
got
it's meant to be hot, I think I like it hot. But most of my cold sandwiches, I don't want you to just toast it out of nowhere.
I hear you.
Yeah,
I got you.
Like a grilled cheese.
Yeah.
Cheese toasty, as we call it in my house.
A cheese toasty.
Yeah, cheese toasty.
In South Africa, they're all called toasties too.
Is that right?
And it's like, can I get a turkey mayo toasty? Can I get a tuna mayo toasty?
I like
Everything's
that.
toasties. Oh, it's all toasties. Number 9 is a peanut butter and jelly sandwich classic.
Dude, a late night wash down with a little bit of milk. That'll put you right to
Do
sleep.
you guys care about the type of jelly or peanut butter you use?
Strawberry, and I used to rock with Jif, but
Crunchy or smooth?
I lean smooth, but I'm good either way.
I'm good either way.
And I like grape or strawberry on the jelly.
You know what? I meant to say grape, not strawberry, but I guess, I can go
Strawberry's
both ways
good.
there too.
They're both
Don't
really
sleep
good.
on raspberry either, even though they got the little seeds in there and you'll be picking them out of your teeth. I really like a good raspberry preserve.
I like real peanut butter too, by the way. Real peanut butter.
Real peanut butter.
Real
There you
oily
go.
kind. That
Yeah,
fake stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
You have to have some muscles to turn that joint around. Maybe warm up a fork or something like that.
I think I'll take about any jelly, any peanut butter. Load me up.
But late night, that's a good call. I think that's when it's always late night cereal, late night PB&J.
Just fist bump me right now.
Yeah.
Gosh, dang it.
Smucker's jelly, by the way.
I want to go Smucker it up with you tonight.
Those
Volchek.
Uncrustables too.
Those things are they'll put some weight on there.
Are you kidding me? How do you think I got? I've lost 60 so far at soda. I'm going for more. I got room to kill thanks to those late night Smuckers and Uncrustables. Number 8, the Cuban sandwich.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I wrote that down as one of my guaranteed no-brainer sandwiches.
Okay, when we get through here, I want to know if any of them didn't make it.
Okay.
And then we can just shame this.
Okay.
Number 7, guys, is this a sandwich? Avocado toast.
It's not a sandwich, no.
No.
Absolutely
it's just
not.
one slice of bread,
So you
right?
can go bleep yourself, number 7.
Yeah.
Number
Terrible.
6
It is good, though.
I like avocados.
Yeah, I do too. From Mexico. Number 6 is the club sandwich.
There you go,
Yeah.
Lucius.
Yes, my baby.
Yep.
You can't
Gotta
go
be-
wrong. You can't go wrong.
It has to be cut in a triangle.
Yeah.
Of course.
The triangle
With
sandwich.
the toothpick.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you get more that way.
Yeah.
Right, isn't that Corey
Like two
Major's
sandwiches
bit?
in one.
But no, it visually looks right.
No doubt.
Club
Tastes
sandwich
better.
has to be cut in a triangle.
Number 5 on the top 10 most popular American sandwiches on National Hoagie Day, the lobster roll.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
really good. Very rich.
Very rich.
Yeah, very
Never
expensive.
actually had like
Wow.
a legit lobster roll.
I'll make you one when you get off your program. Let me know.
Perfect. Okay.
I'll make you a
Hey, I'm
lobster roll.
coming too, dude.
You put it on a hoagie roll.
Okay, there we go. Number 4 is the cheesesteak.
Boom.
That's
Yeah.
a hot Sammy. I'm down for it.
I'm telling you, dude, Buc-ee's Texas cheesesteak burrito. Go get it now. Like, go get it right now.
Oh, we got to vote for the torta. Right now. Tortas. Eric,
Oh.
you told me about the torta.
Yeah.
And I tried
hell of a
one.
sandwich.
They're
Incredible.
so delicious.
AT&T Stadium has them
What's
now,
a
by the way.
torta? I don't know.
It's like it's large bread, a little bit submarine like, and it's got like a crema in it. That's really,
crema?
really good. And it
Like-
could be any kind of meat. It could be asada, it could be chicken, it could be, you kind of mix it up there,
All
but
right.
there's avocado, and it's a really, really good Latin sandwich.
Like the bun is somewhere between a hamburger bun and like a hoagie, right?
Yeah,
It's just kind of.
depending on where you go, the bread
Okay.
could be really, really big. Like when I had tortas in Mexico recently, it was a little bit smaller. It's a submarine style, but not super bready. But some of them can be.
Number 3, the roast beef sandwich.
That's
there you go.
roast beef sandwich if you dip it.
French dip, yeah.
Yeah, gotta dip it.
You got to have the au jus.
Au jus.
Number 2 is the Reuben.
Gotta have the au jus, no question.
You gotta have that if you yell at me next time.
Yeah,
au
for
jus.
sure.
Yeah.
Broadus, you forgot the au jus.
Yeah.
Broadus, aren't you a big fan of the bologna sandwich as well?
No.
I like a bologna sandwich. Fried bologna sandwich, absolutely. I like
You
barbecue
just said,
bologna.
you just said I would rather have Spam than bologna, to be honest with you.
A
on
fried bologna sandwich, you won't eat that?
I'm not a big fan of that.
When the bubble comes up a little bit, you pump it right there. Or barbecue bologna, the big chunks of bologna.
Fire.
Tripping with a whole lot of mustard, some mayo, cheese.
Whole lot of
I've got a-
Wonder bread, cheapest ass bread you can get.
I got,
Wonder bread's
I,
good.
I got a job. I could buy a real sandwich.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
But number 1, the most popular sandwich in America, simple yet delicious, the BLT.
I knew this was going to win. I knew the BLT was going to win.
The BLT is number 1, bacon, lettuce, tomato.
It's got 2 ingredients.
It's missing the cold cuts.
It's actually got.
I know, I'm with you. Like,
it's
it
got-
wouldn't be my number 1.
It's got 3 ingredients that Dawson absolutely hates: lettuce, tomato, and mayonnaise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love a good BLT. I appreciate it more if there's like just a ton of bacon on there. But one of the sandwiches I wrote down
Grilled
here
cheese?
is just a bacon mustard sandwich where you've got, it's just an inordinate amount of bacon between 2 slices of bread, and I'm a big mustard guy. Boom. That's it. That's all it takes. And it's unbelievable. It's undefeated.
That's what I'd make when my parents did the BLTs.
Okay.
Because they're big fans. I'd be like, well, I'll just
Yeah.
take some little bacon here.
Yeah.
But a lot of bacon.
Yeah.
But hold
Yeah.
the veggies.
All the bacon, no veggies. Monte Cristo put down there in my
Muffaletta?
top 6. The muffaletta, I know
Yep.
you were going to do that.
Yep.
Big muffaletta guy brought us his.
I'll pass on that one.
Chicken cutlet
No, you
sandwich.
won't. You'd like this. You'd like
I
the
would?
muffaletta. You would.
Okay.
I'll
Give
make
me-
one of those too.
Oh,
for
like
you.
a chicken parm sandwich?
Yeah, a chicken parm
Chicken
sandwich.
parm.
chicken
Oh,
bacon
should've
parm
been in there.
sandwich.
Yeah.
What's the
Should've
difference
been in
between
there.
the cutlets and the parm?
The cutlet doesn't always necessarily have to be as breaded,
Breaded,
per
okay.
se
Yeah.
as the usual parm does. A tuna sandwich is incredible. And then how about this? The day after Thanksgiving leftover turkey in the sandwich.
There
I
you
like a
go.
light mayo, little
Yeah.
mustard. And then
With the
obviously
rolls.
with the
Now,
rolls. some
That's the
chips.
one I would do warm because you can
cranberry
heat
sauce?
that up a little bit right
Bro.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put
Oh, my
everything
God.
on everything for Thanksgiving on bread, on 2
Yeah.
pieces of bread. Put it all,
You know what? That's
everything.
number one.
Yeah.
Little
There's mac
dessert
and
from the
cheese in the
sandwich.
sandwich.
Make it a triple decker sandwich. Put
I
everything
put
on
mac
there.
and cheese on that joint.
Yeah.
And the greens.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Thanksgiving sandwich.
Tuna, by the way, was
Number
11
one.
just on the outside.
Tuna.
Hey,
so
we
fun.
got to run, guys. Thank you so much for weighing in on the truckwreck.com fan text. Around the NFL is next here on The Fan. Everybody is loving what's going on at Diamonds Direct right now. It is the best deal of the year. Diamonds Direct, guaranteed low price. Spread your payments over 5 years, no interest. No interest for 5 years, anything and everything. At Diamonds Direct, get 5 years, 0 interest. What do you need? What have you been putting off? Maybe you got a big anniversary coming up. You want to get the perfect present for the holidays. Maybe Valentine's Day is already on your radar. You can get anything you want right now at Diamonds Direct. They've made everything affordable. A $5,000 designer engagement ring is only $85 a month, nothing down. A $3,000 diamond pendant, you pay just $50 a month. Fine jewelry has never been more affordable. Maybe you want something for that lovely lady in your life, or maybe you want something for yourself. I see you out there with those fancy earrings and stuff, guys. Why not? Swing on into Diamonds Direct, see what they got for you. An $8,000 GIA certified diamond, only $133 a month. Nothing down. It's unheard of. So everything at Diamonds Direct, including everything in the store, is in this premier financing event. It's like 30 jewelry stores in one. They have the best selection. They have the best prices. They've cut out all the middlemen. That is right. There's middlemen, not just a man in the diamond industry. They cut them all out. They went right.
Contact Willard Heating and Air Conditioning today at willardac.com to schedule your appointment and save 25% during our summer air duct cleaning special.
Boomer Esiason joins the Fan to give you his insights on Sunday's action with his new show, Kickoff, Sunday morning at 7 on your home for the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new roads, y'all.
Thanks, Lucius. Let's go around the NFL, brought to you by Metter Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram.
Let's go around the NFL, G-Bag style, on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, I'll get first down here. Giselle spoke on Tom's absence and provides some insights into why things aren't going smoothly on the Brady compound. She said, obviously, I have my concern. It's a violent sport, and I have my children, and I would like him to be more present. I've definitely had those conversations with him over and over again. You could tell she's annoyed by that, and I think the operative word is present. You know, you could take that as she wants him to be there. She wants him to help, parenting and all that. But I think when new age wives are using present, they mean a husband not consumed by work. They mean a husband present and engaged with what is going on. And she thinks if she takes away the football from him, then she will get a more complete husband, right? And maybe the kids are getting to an age now that if he doesn't retire, their entire life is going to be he consumed by football. But I don't know about you. When it comes to workaholics, you can take away the thing they're working their ass off on and think, oh, okay, now I have a person who's going to be, quote, present. They'll just find something else to be obsessed with. I think she's just jealous. She wants to take the greatest quarterback away from the NFL, even though he's playing at an MVP level, so she herself can feel more important than football to him. And as harsh as it is, there is nothing more important than football to him. She's trying to take Tom Brady away, trying to take his dream away. I'm sorry. If I'm Tom Brady, I say, you need to chill, okay? I'm doing something that's never been done. You should stand back in awe of your amazing husband, who's such more a badass than anybody to ever touch the football field. I'm still kicking ass and taking names on people half my age, honey. So just give me until this run is over. I'm off half the season. When I retire, I'll find something else to be obsessed with. That's what you married, an alpha overachiever. Okay, nothing's going to change that. So if you need to divorce me now, go ahead and do it. Okay, I'm going to keep playing football.
Yeah.
But I'm not giving up on my hopes and dreams because you want me to be more present with the kids. Okay, I'm home half the year.
What? Okay, did she give up a career too to raise these kids?
I don't know.
See, that's
still modeling, or is she no longer
No,
modeling?
she's talked about how she wants to get back in the game.
Yeah.
She's ready to get back and rock and roll.
She might feel like, listen,
does the game want her?
Yeah, I think she just did some
honestly,
spread or something she did for some magazine.
I think nannies for. We're rich.
She still holds up, bro.
Yeah, but that's the thing about it. She's like, listen, the last 13 years that we've been married, I've raised these kids, bro, while you've been super football player.
Yeah.
And I had a damn good career too.
Mm-hmm.
I was making $50 million a year being a model, kind of a thing. So I could see where she's upset. What she's probably worried about is him going into broadcasting then, once this is all said and done.
Broadcasting and investing.
And then
it's going to consume him.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden it's like, I got to get ready for this game this week, honey, and I've got to travel to Buffalo
that ain't
this
changing.
week. Yeah.
That's not changing.
See, that's what I'm saying, though. She's probably thinking like, okay, you're going to do all this and, and you're not going to be around. I don't know. I think she might send in the punt team on this guy.
Yeah, and if you're Tom Brady, you have to be willing to do that. If she is trying to take away what makes you happy and you're the best in the world at, that's a massive red flag. Oh, you're leaving me? Okay, cool. Now I can focus on football. Thank you. Here's Eric Chiafalo with second down.
Okay, how about this? This is pretty dang incredible, and it makes you really respect and appreciate the fandom in which Bills Mafia conducts themselves, because they have a Monday night game, 7:15 kickoff. And with tailgating often starting hours before the game, these school districts saw the opportunity to let the kids out early in Orchard Park. So they're going to get a half day of school. The kids in Orchard Park Buffalo, New York, whatever area that
the
is.
stadium is right in the middle of a town. Like you literally drive up on it. It's like Green Bay. It's like neighborhoods all
Love
around
that.
it. and stuff.
Cool.
Yeah.
Classic.
Yeah.
How wonderful is that to say, you know what, kids, we all got to get our minds and bodies ready for tonight's big game. And you know the principals and the teachers are going to get the faces painted.
Oh, yeah.
They're like, we got tables to break and beers to chug.
And we're playing
so
Kirk
kids,
Cousins.
at noon, you're getting the heck out of
Just
here.
kidding, we're not.
And us adults are going to go have ourselves a Bills Mafia kind of party at the ball game. That's how you do it right. That's a sports town.
Absolutely.
Okay?
Yeah.
Sports, Monday Night Football before school. I mean, that's a no-brainer situation there.
That's what it's all about.
It is a no-brainer now to go to Wolchuk for third down as well.
Lions, guys, can you believe this? They are betting favorites against the Commanders of Washington. It's the first time.
Let's go.
The first time that the Fightin' Dan Campbells and the Detroit Lions have been favorites in an NFL game in 24 consecutive games. That's over 22 months for the Detroit Lions. It's been a long time coming for this fan base. They are breaking this 24-game streak. The last game they were favored November 22nd, 2020 against the Carolina Panthers, in which they did lose 20-0. So let's see if they end up losing to the Commanders.
Lions going to win that game.
They're trying to turn it around.
They got this. This is all, you're biting kneecaps off. You got this, Jared Goff. You can do it, buddy.
Just a quarterback away at this point. A top 10 pick. They might be in position to replace Goff this year. Here's Broadus with fourth down.
Yeah, I'll take fourth down and tell you that Michael Gallup got work with team today, the teamwork. They were talking about individual stuff. They're ramping him up. They're going to try and get him ready. I don't think he's going to play this week, but you'll likely see him next week. But they're starting to put him in some more of the team and doing the individual, then the team stuff. And so that's a good sign for the Dallas Cowboys going forward.
There is an M and team.
M and team.
Yeah. All right, we got to go. We got the Expressway coming up, and these texters are mad at me for my take on Brady. I'm sorry. I'm just calling it like it is. That's just my thoughts on it. You don't have to be so mad at me for just sharing my opinion. What'd you tune into the radio for? Just to hear.
But we appreciate you turning in, though.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah,
we appreciate it.
I love
thanks for you guys are the best.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. I have a Cowboys hypothetical. Would it be worth it to lose this guy?
No.
If you get head coach Sean Payton. Okay, you know who I'm talking about, Brian. We'll spell this out for everybody coming up next, the G-Bag Nation. Let's chat about Men's T Clinic. They are now offering platelet-rich plasma therapy, 3 revolutionary...
with hunger and cravings diminished to non-existent. It's been amazing hearing the feedback from friends and family about how good I'm looking, and I want my best friends, the Tolos, to achieve their weight loss goals with me. Soda Weight Loss has 7 beautiful in-office locations. I go to my Plano location, and also a virtual nationwide practice that is 100% over the phone with highly trained soda nutritionists. The Dallas Cowboys and Soda are, say it with me now, state-of-the-art. Hugs and less pounds, everybody.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan. Hello, baby. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. The Expressway's 20 minutes away. LA Live with Lucius is coming up in about 40. He'll replay you the G-Bag of the day, hit some randos. Of course, we got Bobby Bell coming up at 5:30. It's time for the Cowboys hypothetical of the day at 877-881-1053. Would you be willing to lose Will McClay if it meant you would get Sean Payton? General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexanderson, the Pimp Cup, Wolchuk, Giafalo. You have Carter Freeman coordinating your video at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. More than ever, there's no doubt the Cowboys need this guy, Sean Payton. More than ever. It's crucial. Okay? Some people choose to deny that. Say, oh, well, he only got 1 Super Bowl. He's the same as Mike McCarthy. Or you could go talk with the dozens and dozens, probably hundreds of greats that would swear by Payton's acumen for finding what a player does best or actually being able to find talent, like he did insisting on trading for Drew Brees or finding Tony Romo or telling the Cowboys they were crazy for thinking Drew Henson could play. Marshall Faulk, running back, said at San Diego State this guy was a godsend for him on the coaching staff. It spans across multiple positions, multiple levels of the game, Brian. You know all about this.
Yeah, he's the one, too. Way back in the day when he was getting coffee for the other coaches, he said Peyton Manning is going to be far, far better than Ryan Leaf. He says, I don't even think it's close. I'm like, really? And he goes, no. He goes, this guy, Peyton Manning, is going to be a star.
He's got it.
Yeah.
He can see through everything and find the right quarterback. So, number one, he likes Dak. We've heard that before. And, can he maximize what Dak is? Yes. But also, if that's not good enough and he's still around, maybe he could help you evaluate these quarterbacks coming up in the draft over the next couple of years. So what I'm afraid of is something that Brian's mentioned a few times here over the last couple of months, is that typical Jones BS would block it. Usually you bring in a guy like Peyton, it requires, not only firing the head coach, but also getting a new GM that will work the way that Peyton wants to, which is really to help execute his vision. He wants to be in control of everything.
Right.
And, he built some really good teams down there with the Saints. He's got a totally different approach to the salary cap. So it would require Stephen Jones and Will McClay taking a big step back. Now, with Stephen, if Dad wanted to do this, he could say, Stephen, this is my last shot at it while I'm still in my prime, just turned 80 years old. As an executive and as an owner, I'm still getting it done. You can have the next 40 years. But damn it, I want this one, So you're going to have to find a way to work around Sean. For Will McClay, who stayed loyal to the Cowboys, if you went to him, I don't know what his answer would be. I don't, But it might be, well, if you want to bring in Sean Payton, then I'm going to go take a GM opportunity somewhere else that I've been getting pretty much every offseason. Yeah. So that would be, I think, going into it, the cost-benefit analysis. And I would absolutely do it at 877-881-1053. I think Will McClay is great. He's done an awesome job for this organization, but you should be able to find other personnel people. Maybe you could bring him back in a couple of years if it didn't work out for Sean Payton. But the benefit of the way Payton runs a roster puts Dak in position to succeed and can help you find the successor if, in fact, Dak has injury washed up or whatever we're looking at right now. If he has another catastrophic leg injury, I think you'd definitely be looking at something else. But I think there's so many benefits of it. I'd be willing to risk losing Will McClay. Where are you guys at with this discussion?
I like Will McClay and the job that he's done drafting. But if Sean Payton had the control of personnel in New Orleans, I put together a heck of a roster.
He was a general manager. Mickey Loomis is entitled, but everything went through Sean.
I mean, you look at some of the picks that he made over there, some of those linemen, Teron Armstead over the years, McCoy, who they just extended, that center. Yep, that tackle. The draft that they had that kind of revitalized that entire organization, I think it was, Ramczyk, the tackle from Wisconsin. Then they got Marcus Williams, the safety, in the third round. They end up going to the NFC Championship game that year. Mike Williams in the second round at receiver. Alvin Kamara, the plan that he put in place for him. Sean Payton's got some skins on the wall now, too, for how to draft and scout talent as well. So as much respect as I have for Will McClay, I think we kind of have to weigh, is there a downgrade if that is what you're giving up to gain a Sean Payton? Because the coach is huge, and hopefully he can help you with Dak and some of these questions we're having there. So from a talent evaluation standpoint, if that is the move that has to be made, it'd be great to keep both.
Sure.
But if one's got to go to get the other, is there a drop-off between Will to Sean? I don't know if you look what Sean Payton was able to do in acquiring some talent there with New Orleans.
Nobody's been better than Will McClay in putting together a draft operation over the last 10 years. So it is, and he'd be walking away from also a role where he helps the Joneses, the scouts, and the coaches get on the same page and execute this draft. So if it doesn't work out for Sean Payton and in 3 years you don't have either Sean or Will, you'd be like, dang it, we need another Will McClay, who's, was difficult to find.
Who do you trust to find your next quarterback if you have to?
Sean Payton. 100%.
Yeah, there's nobody in this team right now that I would trust. Wade Wilson found Dak.
I mean, unless maybe Will McClay was banging the table for Dak Prescott and we didn't know it, but from what we know about even landing Dak, it was a pretty random situation of luck where, we wanted Lynch, we wanted Cook, I guess we'll take this Prescott guy in the 4th round. So I don't know how much Will McClay was maybe saying he wanted Dak over any of those guys anyways, and it was Jerry or Steven overriding him there, but I don't know that we have much evidence about Will McClay being a quarterback evaluator.
What about Dan Quinn's defense or Sean Payton's offense?
Because I feel like offense matters more, I will take Sean Payton's offense.
We can't have both, you think?
That'd
be a dream team coaching staff to have both.
I mean, if you could get both, I don't know which way Sean would go on that one, but
might want his own DC.
Yeah,
I don't know where DQ would go on that one.
Yeah, see, that's the thing about it is, though. I mean, would you rather trust Sean Payton to bring in a defensive coordinator, or would you trust Dan Quinn to bring in an offensive coordinator?
I will trust.
I think
I will trust Sean. I mean, I would trust. I guess
I think Dan Quinn did a great job with Kyle Shanahan, and I think Sean Payton did a great job with Dennis Allen.
Yeah, and I'd much rather have to recycle through defensive coordinators throughout years as opposed to offensive coordinators. Like if I have Sean Payton, I know that my offense is in good hands, and I don't have to worry about, if Dan Quinn, maybe he does find Kyle Shanahan. Right. Well, guess how long he's going to get to run your offense? For 5 seconds, and another team's going to steal him away to go be their head coach. At least I have a foundation of offense that I know I can lean on for as long as Sean Payton is here. If I have to run through a couple of defensive coordinators, okay, but what we're seeing trendy in the league is I'm poaching good young offensive coordinators, and presumably that's what Dan Quinn would bring along with him. You're not really seeing as much. You saw it with Brandon Staley, but for the most part, you're not seeing, there's a young defensive coordinator, I want him to be my head coach. So that's my thought on that. And then the other thing with Sean Payton is you'd have the opposite issue in terms of we want these guys right now to spend more money. You might have to, you're kind of reeling Sean Payton in a little bit with the way that he completely neglects any sort of money constraints.
Oh, yeah, he'll put you in cap hell.
Yeah, so like you'd have to keep that in mind. And then the only other thing that I would say about Sean Payton, and ultimately I would take Payton over McClay or whatever, DQ, whatever, but it's also the I'm a great coach ego factor in terms of Bill Belichick's in the Super Bowl. I don't need Malcolm Butler to play corner. I can still beat the Eagles in this Super Bowl, so I'm going to bench him just to show everybody, and it backfires hard. Or I'm Sean Payton, and no, trust me, I can make Taysom Hill a real quarterback. Trust me, I can do that.
That was weird.
Maybe not many people can, but I can. And he had a good vision for him, and there's elements to Taysom Hill that's a fun deal. He ain't a starting quarterback. And Sean Payton, for a while, was telling you, no, I can make him a starting starting quarterback.
No,
so you run into that a little bit.
Taysom Hill's the worst thing that he's done, but I think a lot of this fan base now is starved for that kind of head coach, similar to when Bill Parcells took over.
Yeah, and I think that's the element that's the tiebreaker to me, and I think it's a great question, like would you trust Dan to find the offensive coordinator more? And I think, it could go either way, but what Sean's going to do is put the pedal to the metal with managing the salary cap. Dan Quinn wouldn't. We'd have status quo there.
I don't think Will or Stephen Jones would welcome Sean because of Sean's insistence of doing personnel stuff.
Yeah, and that's really the premise of it. I probably should have spelled that out better at the beginning. But if Stephen and Will say we don't want Sean Payton because he's going to do his own thing, then it comes up to Jerry. And if you're Jerry, do you say too bad? I guess Will's going to go somewhere else, and Stephen, you have less of a job until Sean Payton leaves. But here's the thing. This year has shown me you can't build an offense and a defense at the same time, right? So in order to, with conservative cap management, in order to have both of them, you got to swipe the credit card a bunch of times and put more players on the team than the cap should hold. You have Dan Quinn, you're staying old cap way. And as soon as you start to get a good defense, they've been working on this thing for 5 years. As soon as you finally build a defense, your offensive line's getting old. They spent 5 years building the offensive line and had that thing humming in 2016, and the defense was complete trash. You need the pedal to the metal, especially if Dak's your quarterback. And I hate that I have to drag Dak into this, but what great quarterbacks do is they make a mediocre offensive line look good, and they make a mediocre wide receiver group with really just one star look competent. Dak can't do that, So we're going to have to spend a bunch of money to get the offensive line and the defense on board at the same time. Sean Payton provides that, doesn't he, Brian?
Yeah, I think, with Sean, I just feel like, though, that Steven has such a, Jerry's given Steven the go-ahead to do what he needs to do for this team. So I have a feeling that Steven would push back because he wants to have that control. The best thing for this team would be to help Dak. And I mean, help Dak in a way with a head coach or a play caller or somebody that can, figure some things out and help him with some of the reads and things that he needs. Because obviously, the summertime, what did they spend the summertime on? I mean, it's one game, but man, you saw still some of the same mistakes you saw, and I was thinking, oh yeah, no, Kellen Moore, this whole group, they've figured this thing out. They've got this thing down, and they really, really didn't. So trust me, I love Sean Payton like a brother. I've been with Sean majority of my professional life. Love to see him get an opportunity here. But
you don't think it's happening?
I just feel like that Steven won't let it happen.
Well, if that's the case, then Steven has a lot of power, but I'm glad you said that because it will spell out in big, bold letters the exact dysfunctional BS that I'm talking about. Yeah. You don't want to win a Super Bowl. You want control of an NFL team. You want to be a celebrity. And we need these guys to get the hell out of the way and go hang out on the yacht on vacation. Let somebody like Sean Payton actually do their job. Last time this team really looked capable was under Parcells and the aftermath of Parcells for like 18 months under Wade Phillips.
Parcells took all that garbage that we draft. I shouldn't say I was part of the garbage too myself, but all those players and front office guys, Parcells came in and we went to the playoffs with Quincy Carter. That just shows you what a capable NFL head coach can do.
Well, coach is the second most important spot on a team, isn't it?
Maybe not Major League Baseball.
Coaching matters.
Football? Absolutely. It's
yeah.
quarterback. Tell me who your quarterback and your coach are, and I'll have a pretty good idea of what type of season you're about to have.
We all talked about what's going on in Minnesota right now.
Yeah.
With that situation, how that offense looks.
Kevin O'Connell's making a difference. It showed in week 1.
803 says, Gavin, I need examples. Name some quarterbacks that make bad O-lines look good.
Tom Brady.
Well, there's the most obvious one, but what you're going to find out is the Pro Football Focus numbers are going to have guys like Cam Irving and Cam Fleming with good grades because the good quarterback gets that ball within 2 seconds. He knows where he's going and it's out, or he feels the pressure and he lets it go. So it's going to be hard to find because it will look like, oh, this offensive lineman just had a good year. How lucky is Tom Brady? No, it's the way that the plays come together and what the quarterback does to make these guys look good. That sometimes is it. Obviously, talent matters. But what the good quarterbacks do is they can work around it and have those offensive lineman struggles not absolutely kill you.
Joe Burrow last year with the Cincinnati Bengals offensive line
got him to the Super Bowl.
He took plenty of sacks. Don't get me wrong. It's not like he really made the offensive line look good, but he managed to overcome how bad that offensive line was. And if we want to have some semblance of hope that maybe Sean Payton could be our head coach here, I think him and Jay Glazer have a pretty good relationship. So all we need is Jay Glazer to just go whisper in Steven's ear, and boom, we make it happen.
That's how Mike got the job.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Let's run it back with Sean.
We got to run, Nation. Bobby Belt's coming up in 15 minutes. We'll hit the Expressway. LA Live's coming up with the G-Bag of the Day replay coming up for you in about 30 minutes right here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about D&M Leasing, though. Here we are. Oh, look at this traffic on Central right now coming in and out of downtown Dallas. It's a great opportunity to go shopping. Just pick your head up. Obviously, be safe, but find that car, truck, SUV, whatever you want, any make, any model, foreign, domestic, does not matter. D&M Leasing can put a version of that right in your driveway ASAP. The easy lease from D&M Leasing, the best way to acquire new vehicles when you know it's time, right? Maybe it's got too many miles on it. Maybe it just doesn't look cool enough. Doesn't have the latest and greatest features. You want some of that, Bluetooth technology or GPS on board. Not sure what exactly you're looking for. For us in the Dawson household, the last lease, we needed a third row SUV. And we got a little sporty one, the Toyota 4Runner. We like it. And before too long, we'll be back in line for another easy lease from D&M Leasing. There's no down payment. There's no payment for 90 days. Yeah, reset that budget here. Get a little inflation relief. You know what I'm saying? You see that number yesterday, 8.3. Holy cow. Stuff's getting expensive. So let's lease. They're up to 50% less compared to buying. Because we only pay for the part of the vehicle we're going to use, then we turn it back in for another new one. Easy lease from D&M. Any local area code 35 lease, DM Auto Leasing. Welcome back, Nation. It's time to hit the expressway. 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. Bobby Belt's coming up here in just a second. I'll get the latest on the Cowboys here for you after we take a look at the national headlines that have been developing throughout your broadcast afternoon. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. You think there will be less big company trucks on the road because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. It's the Frankels at truckwreck.com. Okay, let's take a look at what's been developing here. Adam Silver, NBA commissioner, said he just didn't have the right to take the Suns from Robert Sarver, so he did as much as he could with the year-long suspension and the $10 million fine. Serena Williams teasing a Tom Brady-style return to tennis. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if she gets the itch. I was getting the itch the other night. Last night I hit a hell of a slide tackle training with the girls. They're 11. And I showed them, how a 46-year-old man gets down on the pitch and makes a save. But I was hooping the other night. I felt good.
You were hooping?
I was in rhythm a little bit in the driveway. Yeah, I was. I had the old spin move going. Called that the spin cycle. I was putting away the groceries on them. So I know what that feels like when you're in your 40s and you want to hoop or you want to ball a little bit. And I wouldn't be surprised if Serena feels the same thing soon.
Yeah, you know what it's like to be at the height of peak athleticism.
Dude.
Like that's it. That's incredible. Men's D Clinic's really working for you, bro.
I think that is it. I hadn't put two and two together.
Yeah,
I got my edge back. I'm ready to go play some pickup. I was just texting a buddy. I was like, you guys still got that morning game going?
Yeah, we got some run. Look at him. He's going crotch first into every group text.
I'm coming in crutches.
I'll catch you at the YMCA on the hardwood, on the pitch. You want to do a little football 7-on-7?